Chapter the second. The first coach has not come in yet, has it, Tom? Inquired Mr. Gabriel Parsons, as he very complacently paced up and down the 14 feet of gravel which bordered the lawn, on the Saturday morning which had been fixed upon for the Beulah spa jaunt. "No, sir, I haven't seen it," replied a gardener in a blue apron, who let himself out to do the ornamental for half-a-crown a day and his keep. "Time Toddle was down," said Mr. Gabriel Parsons, ruminating. "Oh, here he is, no doubt," added Gabriel, as a cab drove rapidly up the hill, and he buttoned his dressing-gown and opened the gate to receive the expected visitor. The cab stopped, and out jumped a man in a coarse Petersham greatcoat, whitey-brown neckerchief, faded black suit, gamboge-colored top boots, and one of those large-crowned hats formerly seldom met with, but now very generally patronized by gentlemen and costermongers. "Mr. Parsons," said the man, looking at the superscription of a note he held in his hand, and addressing Gabriel with an inquiring air. "My name is Parsons," responded the sugar baker. "I've brought this here note," replied the individual in the painted tops, in a hoarse whisper. "I've brought this here note from a gentleman as come to our house this mornin'." "I expected the gentleman at my house," said Parsons, as he broke the seal, which bore the impression of Her Majesty's profile as it is seen on a sixpence. "I've no doubt the gentleman would ha' been here," replied the stranger, "if he hadn't happened to call at our house first. But we never trusts no gentleman furder nor we can see him, no mistake about that there," added the unknown with a facetious grin. "Beg your pardon, sir, no offense meant, only once in, and I wish you may catch the idea, sir." Mr. Gabriel Parsons was not remarkable for catching anything suddenly, but a cold. He therefore only bestowed a glance of profound astonishment on his mysterious companion, and proceeded to unfold the note of which he had been the bearer. Once opened, and the idea was caught with very little difficulty. Mr. Watkins Toddle had been suddenly arrested for 33L, 10S, 4D, and dated his communication from a lock-up house in the vicinity of Chancery Lane. "Unfortunate affair this," said Parsons, refolding the note. "Oh, nothin' ven you're used to it," coolly observed the man in the Petersham. "Tom," exclaimed Parsons, after a few minutes' consideration, "just put the horse in, will you? Tell the gentleman that I shall be there almost as soon as you are," he continued, addressing the sheriff officer's Mercury. "Very well," replied that important functionary, adding in a confidential manner, "I'd adwise the gentleman's friends to settle. You see it's a mere trifle, and unless the gentleman means to go up before the court, it's hardly worth while waiting for detainers, you know. Our governor's wide awake, he is. I'll never say nothin' agin him, nor no man, but he knows what's o'clock, he does uncommon." Having delivered this eloquent, and to Parsons, particularly intelligible harangue, the meaning of which was eked out by divers nods and winks, the gentleman in the boots reseated himself in the cab, which went rapidly off, and was soon out of sight. Mr. Gabriel Parsons continued to pace up and down the pathway for some minutes, apparently absorbed in deep meditation. The result of his cogitations seemed to be perfectly satisfactory to himself, for he ran briskly into the house, said that business had suddenly summoned him to town, that he had desired the messenger to inform Mr. Watkins Toddle of the fact, and that they would return together to dinner. He then hastily equipped himself for a drive, and mounting his gig, was soon on his way to the establishment of Mr. Solomon Jacobs, situate, as Mr. Watkins Toddle had informed him, in Cursitor Street, Chancery Lane. When a man is in a violent hurry to get on, and has a specific object in view, the attainment of which depends on the completion of his journey, the difficulties which interpose themselves in his way appear not only to be innumerable, but to have been called into existence especially for the occasion. The remark is by no means a new one, and Mr. Gabriel Parsons had practical and painful experience of its justice in the course of his drive. There are 3 classes of animated objects which prevent your driving with any degree of comfort or celerity through streets which are but little frequented. They are pigs, children, and old women. On the occasion we are describing, the pigs were luxuriating on cabbage stalks, and the shuttlecocks fluttered from the little deal battledores, and the children played in the road. And women, with a basket in one hand and the street door key in the other, would cross just before the horse's head, until Mr. Gabriel Parsons was perfectly savage with vexation, and quite hoarse with hoying and imprecating. Then, when he got into Fleet Street, there was a stoppage. in which people in vehicles have the satisfaction of remaining stationary for half an hour and envying the slowest pedestrians, and where policemen rush about and seize hold of horses' bridles and back them into shop windows, by way of clearing the road and preventing confusion. At length Mr. Gabriel Parsons turned into Chancery Lane, and having inquired for and been directed to Cursitor Street, for it was a locality of which he was quite ignorant, he soon found himself opposite the house of Mr. Solomon Jacobs. Confiding his horse and gig to the care of one of the 14 boys who had followed him from the other side of Blackfriars Bridge on the chance of his requiring their services, Mr. Gabriel Parsons crossed the road and knocked at an inner door, the upper part of which was of glass, grated like the windows of this inviting mansion with iron bars, painted white to look comfortable. The knock was answered by a sallow-faced, red-haired, sulky boy, who, after surveying Mr. Gabriel Parsons through the glass, applied a large key to an immense wooden excrescence, which was in reality a lock, but which, taken in conjunction with the iron nails with which the panels were studded, gave the door the appearance of being subject to warts. "I want to see Mr. Watkins Toddle," said Parsons. "It's the gentleman that come in this morning, Jem," screamed a voice from the top of the kitchen stairs, which belonged to a dirty woman who had just brought her chin to a level with the passage floor. "The gentleman in the coffee room." "Upstairs, sir," said the boy, just opening the door wide enough to let Parsons in without squeezing him, and double-locking it the moment he had made his way through the aperture. "First floor, door on the left." Mr. Gabriel Parsons, thus instructed, ascended the uncarpeted and ill-lighted staircase, and after giving several subdued taps at the before-mentioned door on the left, which were rendered inaudible by the hum of voices within the room, and the hissing noise attendant on some frying operations which were carrying on below stairs, turned the handle, and entered the apartment. Being informed that the unfortunate object of his visit had just gone upstairs to write a letter, he had leisure to sit down and observe the scene before him. The room, which was a small, confined den, was partitioned off into boxes, like the common room of some inferior eating house. The dirty floor had evidently been as long a stranger to the scrubbing brush as to carpet or floor cloth, and the ceiling was completely blackened by the flare of the oil lamp by which the room was lighted at night. The gray ashes on the edges of the tables, and the cigar ends which were plentifully scattered about the dusty grate, fully accounted for the intolerable smell of tobacco which pervaded the place. And the empty glasses and half-saturated slices of lemon on the tables, together with the porter pots beneath them, bore testimony to the frequent libations in which the individuals who honored Mr. Solomon Jacobs by a temporary residence in his house indulged. Over the mantel-shelf was a paltry looking-glass, extending about half the width of the chimney-piece, but by way of counterpoise, the ashes were confined by a rusty fender about twice as long as the hearth. From this cheerful room itself, the attention of Mr. Gabriel Parsons was naturally directed to its inmates. In one of the boxes, 2 men were playing at cribbage with a very dirty pack of cards, some with blue, some with green, and some with red backs, selections from decayed packs. The cribbage board had been long ago formed on the table by some ingenious visitor with the assistance of a pocket knife and a 2-pronged fork, with which the necessary number of holes had been made in the table at proper distances for the reception of the wooden pegs. In another box, a stout, hardy-looking man of about 40 was eating some dinner which his wife, an equally comfortable-looking personage, had brought him in a basket. And in a third, a genteel-looking young man was talking earnestly, and in a low tone, to a young female, whose face was concealed by a thick veil, but whom Mr. Gabriel Parsons immediately set down in his own mind as the debtor's wife. A young fellow of vulgar manners, dressed in the very extreme of the prevailing fashion, was pacing up and down the room, with a lighted cigar in his mouth and his hands in his pockets, ever and anon puffing forth volumes of smoke, and occasionally applying, with much apparent relish, to a pint-pot, the contents of which were chilling on the hob. "Fourpence more, by gum?" exclaimed one of the cribbage players, lighting a pipe and addressing his adversary at the close of the game. "One 'ud think you'd got luck in a pepper cruet and shook it out when you wanted it." "Well, that ain't a bad un," replied the other, who was a horse dealer from Islington. "No, I'm blessed if it is," interposed the jolly-looking fellow, who, having finished his dinner, was drinking out of the same glass as his wife, in truly conjugal harmony, some hot gin and water. The faithful partner of his cares had brought a plentiful supply of the anti-temperance fluid in a large flat stone bottle, which looked like a half-gallon jar that had been successfully tapped for the dropsy. "You're a rum chap, you are, Mr. Walker. Will you dip your beak into this, sir?" "Thank ye, sir," replied Mr. Walker, leaving his box and advancing to the other to accept the proffered glass. "Here's your health, sir, and your good omens here. Gentlemen all yours and better luck still. Well, Mr. Willis," continued the facetious prisoner, addressing the young man with the cigar, "you seem rather down today, floored, as one may say. What's the matter, sir? Never say die, you know." "Oh, I'm all right," replied the smoker. "I shall be laid out tomorrow." "Shall you, though?" inquired the other. "Damn, I wish I could say the same. I am as regularly over head and ears as the Royal George, and stand about as much chance of being laid out. Ha, ha, ha." "Why," said the young man, stopping short and speaking in a very loud key, "look at me. What d'ye think I've stopped here 2 days for?" "'Cause you couldn't get out, I suppose," interrupted Mr. Walker, winking to the company. "Not that you're exactly obliged to stop here, only you can't help it. No compulsion, you know, only you must, eh?" "Ain't he a rum un?" inquired the delighted individual, who had offered the gin and water, of his wife. "Oh, he just is," replied the lady, who was quite overcome by these flashes of imagination. "Why, my case?" frowned the victim, throwing the end of his cigar into the fire and illustrating his argument by knocking the bottom of the pot on the table, at intervals. "My case is a very singular one. My father's a man of large property, and I am his son." "That's a very strange circumstance," interrupted the jocose Mr. Walker, en passant. "I am his son, and have received a liberal education. I don't owe no man nothing, not the value of a farthing, but I was induced, you see, to put my name to some bills for a friend, bills to a large amount, I may say a very large amount, for which I didn't receive no consideration. What's the consequence?" "Why, I suppose the bills went out and you came in. The acceptances weren't taken up and you were, eh?" inquired Walker. "To be sure," replied the liberally educated young gentleman. "To be sure, and so here I am, locked up for a matter of £1,200. Why don't you ask your old governor to stump up?" inquired Walker with a somewhat skeptical air. "Oh, bless you, he'd never do it," replied the other, in a tone of expostulation. "Never." "Well, it is very odd to be sure," interposed the owner of the flat bottle, mixing another glass. "But I've been in difficulties, as one may say, now for 30 year. I went to pieces when I was in a milk walk, 30 year ago. Arterwards, when I was a fruiterer and kept a spring wan. And arter that again in the coal and tatter line. But all that time I never see a youngish chap come into a place of this kind, who wasn't going out again directly, and who hadn't been arrested on bills which he'd given a friend, and for which he'd received nothing whatsoever, not a fraction." "Oh, it's always the cry," said Walker. "I can't see the use on it, that's what makes me so wild. Why, I should have a much better opinion of an individual if he'd say at once in an honorable and gentlemanly manner as he'd done everybody he possibly could." "I, to be sure," interposed the horse-dealer, with whose notions of bargain and sale the axiom perfectly coincided. "So should I." The young gentleman, who had given rise to these observations, was on the point of offering a rather angry reply to these sneers, but the rising of the young man before noticed, and of the female who had been sitting by him, to leave the room, interrupted the conversation. She had been weeping bitterly, and the noxious atmosphere of the room acting upon her excited feelings and delicate frame, rendered the support of her companion necessary as they quitted it together. There was an air of superiority about them both, and something in their appearance so unusual in such a place, that a respectful silence was observed until the bang of the spring door announced that they were out of hearing. It was broken by the wife of the ex-fruiterer. "Poor creetur," said she, quenching a sigh in a rivulet of gin and water. "She's very young." "She's a nice-looking 'ooman too," added the horse-dealer. "What's he in for, Ikey?" inquired Walker, of an individual who was spreading a cloth with numerous blotches of mustard upon it, on one of the tables, and whom Mr. Gabriel Parsons had no difficulty in recognizing as the man who had called upon him in the morning. "Vi," responded the factotum, It's one of the rummiest rigs you ever heard on. He come in here last Wednesday, which by the by he's a-going over the water tonight. Howsever, that's neither here nor there. You see, I've been a-going back'ards and for'ards about his business, and managed to pick up some of his story from the servants and them, and so far as I can make it out, it seems to be summat to this here effect. Cut it short, old fellow, interrupted Walker, who knew from former experience that he of the top boots was neither very concise nor intelligible in his narratives. Let me alone, replied Ikey, and I'll wound up and made my lucky in 5 seconds. This here young gentleman's father, so I'm told, mind ye, and the father o' the young vaughman have always been on very bad, out-and-out, wriggler knock-me-down sort o' terms, but somehow or another when he was a wisitin, at some gentlefolk's house, as he knowed at college, he came into contract with the young lady. He seed her several times, and then he up and said he'd keep company with her, if so be as she vos agreeable. Vel, she vos as sweet upon him as he vos upon her, and so I s'pose they made it all right, for they got married 'bout 6 months arterwards, unbeknown, mind ye, to the two fathers, leastways so I'm told. When they heard on it, my eyes, there was such a combustion. Starvation vos the very least that vos to be done to 'em. The young gentleman's father cut him off with a bob, 'cause he'd cut himself off with a wife. And the young lady's father he behaved even worser and more unnatural, for he not only blowed her up dreadful and swore he'd never see her again, but he employed a chap as I knows. And as you knows, Mr. Valker, a precious sight too well, to go about and buy up the bills and them things on which the young husband, thinking his governor, come round again, had raised the vind just to blow himself on vith for a time. Besides vich, he made all the interest he could to set other people agin him. Consequence vos that he paid as long as he could, but things he never expected to have to meet till he'd had time to turn himself round, come fast upon him, and he vos nabbed. He vos brought here, as I said afore, last Wednesday, and I think there's about, 1/2 detainers agin him downstairs now. I have been, added Ikey, in the profession these 15 year, and I never met with such vindictiveness afore. Poor creeters, exclaimed the coal dealer's wife once more, again resorting to the same excellent prescription for nipping a sigh in the bud. When they've seen as much trouble as I and my old man here have, they'll be as comfortable under it as we are. The young lady's a pretty creature, said Walker, only she's a little too delicate for my taste, there ain't enough of her. As to the young cove, he may be very respectable and what not, but he's too down in the mouth for me, he ain't game. Game, exclaimed Ikey, who had been altering the position of a green-handled knife and fork at least a dozen times, in order that he might remain in the room under the pretext of having something to do. He's game enough ven there's anything to be fierce about, but who could be game as you call it, Mr. Walker, with a pale young creetur like that, hanging about him? It's enough to drive any man's heart into his boots to see 'em together, and no mistake at all about it. I never shall forget her first comment here. He wrote to her on the Thursday to come. I know he did, 'cause I took the letter. Uncommon fidgety he was all day to be sure, and in the evening he goes down into the office, and he says to Jacobs, says he, Sir, can I have the loan of a private room for a few minutes this evening, without incurring any additional expense, just to see my wife in? Says he. Jacobs looked as much as to say, Strike me bountiful if you ain't one of the modest sort. But as the gentleman who had been in the back parlor had just gone out, and had paid for it for that day, he says, Wery grave, sir, says he, it's agin our rules to let private rooms to our lodgers on gratis terms, but, says he, for a gentleman, I don't mind breaking through them for once. So then he turns round to me and says, Ikey, put 2 mold candles in the back parlor, and charge 'em to this gentleman's account. Vich I did. Vel, by and by a hackney coach comes up to the door, and there, sure enough, was the young lady, wrapped up in a hoper cloak, as it might be, and all alone. I opened the gate that night, so I went up when the coach come, and he vos a wait in at the parlor door, and wasn't he a trembling neither? The poor creetur see him and could hardly walk to meet him. Oh, Harry, she says, that it should have come to this, and all for my sake, says she, putting her hand upon his shoulder. So he puts his arm round her pretty little waist, and leading her gently a little way into the room, so that he might be able to shut the door, he says, so kind and soft-like. Why, Kate, says he. Here's the gentleman you want, said Ikey, abruptly breaking off in his story, and introducing Mr. Gabriel Parsons to the crestfallen Watkins Coddle, who at that moment entered the room. Watkins advanced with a wooden expression of passive endurance, and accepted the hand which Mr. Gabriel Parsons held out. "I want to speak to you," said Gabriel, with a look strongly expressive of his dislike of the company. "This way," replied the imprisoned one, leading the way to the front drawing-room, where rich debtors did the luxurious at the rate of a couple of guineas a day. "Well, here I am," said Mr. Watkins, as he sat down on the sofa, and placing the palms of his hands on his knees, anxiously glanced at his friend's countenance. "Yes, and here you're likely to be," said Gabriel coolly, as he rattled the money in his unmentionable pockets and looked out of the window. "What's the amount with the costs?" inquired Parsons after an awkward pause. 37L, 3s10d. "Have you any money?" 9 and 6 halfpenny. Mr. Gabriel Parsons walked up and down the room for a few seconds before he could make up his mind to disclose the plan he had formed. He was accustomed to drive hard bargains, but was always most anxious to conceal his avarice. At length he stopped short and said, "Toddle, you owe me £50. "I do. And from all I see, I infer that you are likely to owe it to me." "I fear I am. Though you have every disposition to pay me if you could." "Certainly." "Then," said Mr. Gabriel Parsons, "listen, here's my proposition. You know my way of old. Accept it yes or no, I will or I won't. I'll pay the debt and costs, and I'll lend you 10L. More, which, added to your annuity, will enable you to carry on the war well if you'll give me your note of hand to pay me £150 within 6 months after you are married to Miss Lillerton." "My dear." "Stop a minute on one condition, and that is that you propose to Miss Lillerton at once." "At once, my dear Parsons, consider." "It's for you to consider, not me. She knows you well from reputation, though she did not know you personally until lately. Notwithstanding all her maiden modesty, I think she'd be devilish glad to get married out of hand with as little delay as possible. My wife has sounded her on the subject, and she has confessed." What?" eagerly interrupted the enamored Watkins. "Why," replied Parsons, "to say exactly what she has confessed would be rather difficult, because they only spoke in hints and so forth. But my wife, who is no bad judge in these cases, declared to me that what she had confessed was as good as to say that she was not insensible of your merits. In fact, that no other man should have her." Mr. Watkins Toddle rose hastily from his seat and rang the bell. "What's that for?" inquired Parsons. "I want to send the man for the bill stamp," replied Mr. Watkins Toddle. "Then you've made up your mind." "I have," and they shook hands most cordially. The note of hand was given, the debt and costs were paid, Ikey was satisfied for his trouble, and the two friends soon found themselves on that side of Mr. Solomon Jacobs's establishment, on which most of his visitors were very happy when they found themselves once again, to wit, the outside. "Now," said Mr. Gabriel Parsons, as they drove to Norwood together, "you shall have an opportunity to make the disclosure tonight, and mind you speak out, Toddle." I will," replied Watkins valorously. "How I should like to see you together," ejaculated Mr. Gabriel Parsons. "What fun!" And he laughed so long and so loudly that he disconcerted Mr. Watkins Toddle and frightened the horse. "There's Fanny and your intended walking about on the lawn," said Gabriel as they approached the house. "Mind your eye, Toddle." "Never fear," replied Watkins resolutely, as he made his way to the spot where the ladies were walking. "Here's Mr. Toddle, my dear," said Mrs. Parsons, addressing Miss Lillerton. The lady turned quickly round and acknowledged his courteous salute with the same sort of confusion that Watkins had noticed on their first interview, but with something like a slight expression of disappointment or carelessness. "Did you see how glad she was to see you?" whispered Parsons to his friend. "Why, I really thought she looked as if she would rather have seen somebody else," replied Toddle. "Pooh, nonsense," whispered Parsons again. "It's always the way with the women, young or old. They never show how delighted they are to see those whose presence makes their hearts beat. It's the way with the whole sex, and no man should have lived to your time of life without knowing it. Fanny confessed it to me, when we were first married, over and over again, see what it is to have a wife." "Certainly," whispered Toddle, whose courage was vanishing fast. "Well, now, you'd better begin to pave the way," said Parsons, who, having invested some money in the speculation, assumed the office of director. Yes, I will, presently," replied Toddle, greatly flurried. Say something to her, man, urged Parsons again. Confound it, pay her a compliment, can't you? No, not till after dinner, replied the bashful Toddle, anxious to postpone the evil moment. Well, gentlemen, said Mrs. Parsons, you are really very polite. You stay away the whole morning, after promising to take us out, and when you do come home, you stand whispering together and take no notice of us. We were talking of the business, my dear, which detained us this morning, replied Parsons, looking significantly at Toddle. Dear me, how very quickly the morning has gone, said Miss Lillerton, referring to the gold watch, which was wound up on state occasions, whether it required it or not. I think it has passed very slowly, mildly suggested Toddle. That's right, bravo, whispered Parsons. Indeed, said Miss Lillerton, with an air of majestic surprise. I can only impute it to my unavoidable absence from your society, madam, said Watkins, and that of Mrs. Parsons. During this short dialogue, the ladies had been leading the way to the house. What the deuce did you stick Fanny into that last compliment for? Inquired Parsons, as they followed together. It quite spoilt the effect. Oh, it really would have been too broad without, replied Watkins Toddle, much too broad. He's mad, Parsons whispered his wife as they entered the drawing-room, mad from modesty. Dear me, ejaculated the lady, I never heard of such a thing. You'll find we have quite a family dinner, Mr. Toddle, said Mrs. Parsons when they sat down to table. Miss Lillerton is one of us, and of course we make no stranger of you. Mr. Watkins Toddle expressed a hope that the Parsons family never would make a stranger of him, and wished internally that his bashfulness would allow him to feel a little less like a stranger himself. Take off the covers, Martha, said Mrs. Parsons, directing the shifting of the scenery with great anxiety. The order was obeyed, and a pair of boiled fowls with tongue and et ceteras were displayed at the top, and a fillet of veal at the bottom. On one side of the table 2 green sauce tureens, with ladles of the same, were setting to each other in a green dish, and on the other was a curried rabbit in a brown suit, turned up with lemon. Miss Lillerton, my dear, said Mrs. Parsons, shall I assist you? Thank you, no, I think I'll trouble Mr. Toddle. Watkins started, trembled, helped the rabbit, and broke a tumbler. The countenance of the lady of the house, which had been all smiles previously, underwent an awful change. Extremely sorry, stammered Watkins, assisting himself to curry and parsley and butter, in the extremity of his confusion. Not the least consequence, replied Mrs. Parsons, in a tone which implied that it was of the greatest consequence possible, directing aside the researches of the boy, who was groping under the table for the bits of broken glass. I presume, said Miss Lillerton, that Mr. Toddle is aware of the interest which bachelors usually pay in such cases. A dozen glasses for one is the lowest penalty. Mr. Gabriel Parsons gave his friend an admonitory tread on the toe. Here was a clear hint that the sooner he ceased to be a bachelor and emancipated himself from such penalties, the better. Mr. Watkins Toddle viewed the observation in the same light, and challenged Mrs. Parsons to take wine with a degree of presence of mind, which, under all the circumstances, was really extraordinary. Miss Lillerton, said Gabriel, may I have the pleasure? I shall be most happy. Toddle, will you assist Miss Lillerton and pass the decanter? Thank you. The usual pantomimic ceremony of nodding and sipping gone through. Toddle, were you ever in Suffolk? Inquired the master of the house, who was burning to tell one of his 7 stock stories. No, responded Watkins, adding, by way of a saving clause, but I've been in Devonshire. Ah, replied Gabriel, it was in Suffolk that a rather singular circumstance happened to me many years ago. Did you ever happen to hear me mention it? Mr. Watkins Toddle had happened to hear his friend mention it some 400 times. Of course, he expressed great curiosity and evinced the utmost impatience to hear the story again. Mr. Gabriel Parsons forthwith attempted to proceed, in spite of the interruptions to which, as our readers must frequently have observed, the master of the house is often exposed in such cases. We will attempt to give them an idea of our meaning. When I was in Suffolk, said Mr. Gabriel Parsons. Take off the fowls first, Martha, said Mrs. Parsons. I beg your pardon, my dear. When I was in Suffolk, resumed Mr. Parsons, with an impatient glance at his wife, who pretended not to observe it, which is now years ago, business led me to the town of Bury St. Edmunds. I had to stop at the principal places in my way, and therefore, for the sake of convenience, I traveled in a gig. I left Sudbury one dark night. It was winter time, about 9 o'clock. The rain poured in torrents, the wind howled among the trees that skirted the roadside, and I was obliged to proceed at a foot pace. For I could hardly see my hand before me, it was so dark. "John," interrupted Mrs. Parsons in a low, hollow voice, "don't spill that gravy." "Fanny," said Parsons impatiently, "I wish you'd defer these domestic reproofs to some more suitable time. Really, my dear, these constant interruptions are very annoying." "My dear, I didn't interrupt you," said Mrs. Parsons. "But, my dear, you did interrupt me," remonstrated Mr. Parsons. "How very absurd you are, my love. I must give directions to the servants. I am quite sure that if I sat here and allowed John to spill the gravy over the new carpet, you'd be the first to find fault when you saw the stain tomorrow morning." "Well," continued Gabriel with a resigned air, as if he knew there was no getting over the point about the carpet, "I was just saying, it was so dark that I could hardly see my hand before me." The road was very lonely, and I assure you, Toddle, this was a device to arrest the wandering attention of that individual, which was distracted by a confidential communication between Mrs. Parsons and Martha, accompanied by the delivery of a large bunch of keys. I assure you, Toddle, I became somehow impressed with a sense of the loneliness of my situation. "Pie to your master," interrupted Mrs. Parsons, again directing the servant. "Now pray, my dear," remonstrated Parsons once more, very pettishly. Mrs. P. turned up her hands and eyebrows and appealed in dumb show to Miss Lillerton. "As I turned a corner of the road," resumed Gabriel, "the horse stopped short and reared tremendously. I pulled up, jumped out, ran to his head, and found a man lying on his back in the middle of the road with his eyes fixed on the sky. I thought he was dead, but no, he was alive, and there appeared to be nothing the matter with him. He jumped up, and putting his hand to his chest, and fixing upon me the most earnest gaze you can imagine, exclaimed, 'Pudding here,' said Mrs. Parsons. 'Oh, it's no use,' exclaimed the host, now rendered desperate. 'Here, Toddle, a glass of wine. It's useless to attempt relating anything when Mrs. Parsons is present.' This attack was received in the usual way. Mrs. Parsons talked to Miss Lillerton and at her better half, expatiated on the impatience of men generally, hinted that her husband was peculiarly vicious in this respect, and wound up by insinuating that she must be one of the best tempers that ever existed, or she never could put up with it. Really, what she had to endure sometimes was more than anyone who saw her in everyday life could by possibility suppose. The story was now a painful subject, and therefore Mr. Parsons declined to enter into any details, and contented himself by stating that the man was a maniac who had escaped from a neighboring madhouse. The cloth was removed, the ladies soon afterwards retired, and Miss Lillerton played the piano in the drawing-room overhead very loudly for the edification of the visitor. Mr. Watkins Toddle and Mr. Gabriel Parsons sat chatting comfortably enough until the conclusion of the second bottle, when the latter, in proposing an adjournment to the drawing-room, informed Watkins that he had concerted a plan with his wife for leaving him and Miss Lillerton alone soon after tea. "I say," said Toddle, as they went upstairs, "don't you think it would be better if we put it off till tomorrow?" "Don't you think it would have been much better if I had left you in that wretched hole I found you in this morning?" retorted Parsons bluntly. "Well, well, I only made a suggestion," said poor Watkins Toddle with a deep sigh. Tea was soon concluded, and Miss Lillerton, drawing a small work table on one side of the fire, and placing a little wooden frame upon it, something like a miniature clay mill without the horse, was soon busily engaged in making a watchguard with brown silk. "God bless me," exclaimed Parsons, starting up with well-feigned surprise, "I've forgotten those confounded letters. Toddle, I know you'll excuse me." If Toddle had been a free agent, he would have allowed no one to leave the room on any pretense, except himself. As it was, however, he was obliged to look cheerful when Parsons quitted the apartment. He had scarcely left, when Martha put her head into the room with, "Please, ma'am, you're wanted." Mrs. Parsons left the room, shut the door carefully after her, and Mr. Watkins Toddle was left alone with Miss Lillerton. For the first 5 minutes there was a dead silence. Mr. Watkins Toddle was thinking how he should begin, and Miss Lillerton appeared to be thinking of nothing. The fire was burning low. Mr. Watkins Toddle stirred it and put some coals on. "Hem," coughed Miss Lillerton. Mr. Watkins Toddle thought the fair creature had spoken. "I beg your pardon," said he. "Eh? I thought you spoke." "No." "Oh." "There are some books on the sofa, Mr. Toddle, if you would like to look at them," said Miss Lillerton, after the lapse of another 5 minutes. "No, thank you," returned Watkins, and then he added with a courage which was perfectly astonishing, even to himself, "Madam, that is Miss Lillerton, I wish to speak to you." "To me," said Miss Lillerton, letting the silk drop from her hands and sliding her chair back a few paces. "Speak to me." "To you, madam, and on the subject of the state of your affections." The lady hastily rose and would have left the room, but Mr. Watkins Toddle gently detained her by the hand, and holding it as far from him as the joint length of their arms would permit, he thus proceeded. "Pray do not misunderstand me, or suppose that I am led to address you, after so short an acquaintance, by any feeling of my own merits, for merits I have none which could give me a claim to your hand. I hope you will acquit me of any presumption when I explain that I have been acquainted through Mrs. Parsons with the state, that is, that Mrs. Parsons has told me, at least not Mrs. Parsons, but—" Here Watkins began to wander, but Miss Lillerton relieved him. "Am I to understand, Mr. Toddle, that Mrs. Parsons has acquainted you with my feeling, my affection, I mean my respect, for an individual of the opposite sex?" "She has." "Then what?" inquired Miss Lillerton, averting her face with a girlish air. "What could induce you to seek such an interview as this? What can your object be? How can I promote your happiness, Mr. Toddle?" "Here was the time for a flourish, by allowing me," replied Watkins, falling bump on his knees and breaking 2 brace buttons and a waistcoat string in the act. "By allowing me to be your slave, your servant, in short, by unreservedly making me the confidant of your heart's feelings. May I say, for the promotion of your own happiness, may I say, in order that you may become the wife of a kind and affectionate husband." "Disinterested creature!" exclaimed Miss Lillerton, hiding her face in a white pocket handkerchief with an eyelet-hole border. Mr. Watkins Toddle thought that if the lady knew all, she might possibly alter her opinion on this last point. He raised the tip of her middle finger ceremoniously to his lips and got off his knees as gracefully as he could. "My information was correct?" he tremulously inquired when he was once more on his feet. "It was." Watkins elevated his hands and looked up to the ornament in the center of the ceiling, which had been made for a lamp, by way of expressing his rapture. "Our situation, Mr. Toddle," resumed the lady, glancing at him through one of the eyelet holes, "is a most peculiar and delicate one." "It is," said Mr. Toddle. "Our acquaintance has been of so short duration," said Miss Lillerton. "Only a week," assented Watkins Toddle. "Oh, more than that," exclaimed the lady in a tone of surprise. "Indeed," said Toddle. "More than a month, more than 2 months," said Miss Lillerton. Rather odd this, thought Watkins. "Oh," he said, recollecting Parsons' assurance that she had known him from report, "I understand. But my dear madam, pray consider. The longer this acquaintance has existed, the less reason is there for delay now. Why not at once fix a period for gratifying the hopes of your devoted admirer? It has been represented to me again and again that this is the course I ought to pursue," replied Miss Lillerton. "But pardon my feelings of delicacy. Mr. Toddle, pray excuse this embarrassment. I have peculiar ideas on such subjects, and I am quite sure that I never could summon up fortitude enough to name the day to my future husband." "Then allow me to name it," said Toddle eagerly. "I should like to fix it myself," replied Miss Lillerton bashfully, "but I cannot do so without at once resorting to a third party." "A third party," thought Watkins Toddle. "Who the deuce is that to be, I wonder?" "Mr. Toddle," continued Miss Lillerton, "you have made me a most disinterested and kind offer. That offer I accept. Will you at once be the bearer of a note from me to Mr. Timpson?" "Mr. Timpson," said Watkins. "After what has passed between us," responded Miss Lillerton, still averting her head, "you must understand whom I mean. Mr. Timpson, the clergyman." "Mr. Timpson, the clergyman?" ejaculated Watkins Toddle, in a state of inexpressible beatitude and positive wonder at his own success. "Angel, certainly, this moment." "I'll prepare it immediately," said Miss Lillerton, making for the door. "The events of this day have flurried me so much, Mr. Toddle, that I shall not leave my room again this evening. I will send you the note by the servant." "Stay, stay," cried Watkins Toddle, still keeping a most respectful distance from the lady. "When shall we meet again?" "Oh, Mr. Toddle," replied Miss Lillerton coquettishly, "when we are married, I can never see you too often, nor thank you too much." And she left the room. Mr. Watkins Toddle flung himself into an armchair and indulged in the most delicious reveries of future bliss, in which the idea of £500 per annum, with an uncontrolled power of disposing of it by her last will and testament, was somehow or other the foremost. He had gone through the interview so well, and it had terminated so admirably, that he almost began to wish he had expressly stipulated for the settlement of the annual 500 on himself. "May I come in?" said Mr. Gabriel Parsons, peeping in at the door. "You may," replied Watkins. "Well, have you done it?" anxiously inquired Gabriel. "Have I done it?" said Watkins Toddle. "Hush, I'm going to the clergyman." "No," said Parsons. "How well you have managed it." "Where does Timpson live?" inquired Watkins. "At his Uncle S," replied Gabriel, "just round the lane. He's waiting for a living and has been assisting his uncle here for the last 2 or 3 months. But how well you have done it. I didn't think you could have carried it off so." Mr. Watkins Toddle was proceeding to demonstrate that the Richardsonian principle was the best on which love could possibly be made, when he was interrupted by the entrance of Martha, with a little pink note folded like a fancy cocked hat. "Miss Lillerton's compliments," said Martha, as she delivered it into Toddle's hands and vanished. "Do you observe the delicacy?" said Toddle, appealing to Mr. Gabriel Parsons. "Compliments, not love, by the servant, eh?" Mr. Gabriel Parsons didn't exactly know what reply to make, so he poked the forefinger of his right hand between the 3rd and 4th ribs of Mr. Watkins Toddle. "Come," said Watkins, when the explosion of mirth consequent on this practical jest had subsided, "we'll be off at once. Let's lose no time." "Capital," echoed Gabriel Parsons, and in 5 minutes they were at the garden gate of the villa tenanted by the uncle of Mr. Timpson. "Is Mr. Charles Timpson at home?" inquired Mr. Watkins Toddle of Mr. Charles Timpson's uncle's man. "Mr. Charles is at home," replied the man, stammering, "but he desired me to say he couldn't be interrupted, sir, by any of the parishioners." "I am not a parishioner," replied Watkins. "Is Mr. Charles writing a sermon, Tom?" inquired Parsons, thrusting himself forward. "No, Mr. Parsons, sir. He's not exactly writing a sermon, but he is practicing the violoncello in his own bedroom and gave strict orders not to be disturbed." "Say I'm here," replied Gabriel, leading the way across the garden. "Mr. Parsons and Mr. Toddle, on private and particular business." They were shown into the parlor, and the servant departed to deliver his message. The distant groaning of the violoncello ceased, footsteps were heard on the stairs, and Mr. Timpson presented himself and shook hands with Parsons with the utmost cordiality. "How do you do, sir?" said Watkins Toddle with great solemnity. "How do you do, sir?" replied Timpson, with as much coldness as if it were a matter of perfect indifference to him how he did, as it very likely was. "I beg to deliver this note to you," said Watkins Toddle, producing the cocked hat. "From Miss Lillerton," said Timpson, suddenly changing color. "Pray sit down." Mr. Watkins Toddle sat down, and while Timpson perused the note, fixed his eyes on an oyster sauce-colored portrait of the Archbishop of Canterbury, which hung over the fireplace. Mr. Timpson rose from his seat when he had concluded the note and looked dubiously at Parsons. "May I ask," he inquired, appealing to Watkins Toddle, "whether our friend here is acquainted with the object of your visit?" "Our friend is in my confidence," replied Watkins, with considerable importance. "Then, sir," said Timpson, seizing both Toddle's hands, "allow me in his presence to thank you most unfeignedly and cordially for the noble part you have acted in this affair." "He thinks I recommended him," thought Toddle. "Confound these fellows, they never think of anything but their fees." "I deeply regret having misunderstood your intentions, my dear sir," continued Timpson. "Disinterested and manly, indeed, there are very few men who would have acted as you have done." Mr. Watkins Toddle could not help thinking that this last remark was anything but complimentary. He therefore inquired rather hastily, "When is it to be?" On Thursday, replied Timson, on Thursday morning at 8:30. Uncommonly early, observed Watkins Tottle, with an air of triumphant self-denial. I shall hardly be able to get down here by that hour. This was intended for a joke. Never mind, my dear fellow, replied Timson, all suavity, shaking hands with Tottle again most heartily. So long as we see you to breakfast, you know. Said Parsons, with one of the most extraordinary expressions of countenance that ever appeared in a human face. What? Ejaculated Watkins Tottle at the same moment. I say that so long as we see you to breakfast, replied Timson. We will excuse your being absent from the ceremony, though of course your presence at it would give us the utmost pleasure. Mr. Watkins Tottle staggered against the wall and fixed his eyes on Timson with appalling perseverance. Timson, said Parsons, hurriedly brushing his hat with his left arm, when you say us, whom do you mean? Mr. Timson looked foolish in his turn when he replied, Why, Mrs. Timson, that will be this day week. Miss Lillerton, that is. Now don't stare at that idiot in the corner, angrily exclaimed Parsons, as the extraordinary convulsions of Watkins Tottle's countenance excited the wondering gaze of Timson. But have the goodness to tell me in 3 words the contents of that note. This note, replied Timson, is from Miss Lillerton, to whom I have been for the last 5 weeks regularly engaged. Her singular scruples and strange feeling on some points have hitherto prevented my bringing the engagement to that termination which I so anxiously desire. She informs me here that she sounded Mrs. Parsons with the view of making her confidant and go-between, that Mrs. Parsons informed this elderly gentleman, Mr. Tottle, of the circumstance, and that he, in the most kind and delicate terms, offered to assist us in any way, and even undertook to convey this note, which contains the promise I have long sought in vain, an act of kindness for which I can never be sufficiently grateful. Good night, Timson, said Parsons, hurrying off and carrying the bewildered Tottle with him. Won't you stay and have something? Said Timson. No, thank ye, replied Parsons. I've had quite enough. And away he went, followed by Watkins Tottle in a state of stupefaction. Mr. Gabriel Parsons whistled until they had walked some quarter of a mile past his own gate, when he suddenly stopped and said, You are a clever fellow, Tottle, ain't you? I don't know, said the unfortunate Watkins. I suppose you'll say this is Fanny's fault, won't you? Inquired Gabriel. I don't know anything about it, replied the bewildered Tottle. Well, said Parsons, turning on his heel to go home, the next time you make an offer, you had better speak plainly and don't throw a chance away. And the next time you're locked up in a sponging house, just wait there till I come and take you out, there's a good fellow. How, or at what hour, Mr. Watkins Tottle returned to Cecil Street is unknown. His boots were seen outside his bedroom door next morning, but we have the authority of his landlady for stating that he neither emerged therefrom nor accepted sustenance for 24 hours. At the expiration of that period, and when a council of war was being held in the kitchen on the propriety of summoning the parochial beadle to break his door open, he rang his bell and demanded a cup of milk and water. The next morning he went through the formalities of eating and drinking as usual, but a week afterwards he was seized with a relapse, while perusing the list of marriages in a morning paper, from which he never perfectly recovered. A few weeks after the last-named occurrence, the body of a gentleman unknown was found in the Regent's Canal. In the trousers pockets were 4 shillings and 3 halfpenny, a matrimonial advertisement from a lady, which appeared to have been cut out of a Sunday paper, a toothpick, and a card case, which it is confidently believed would have led to the identification of the unfortunate gentleman, but for the circumstance of there being none but blank cards in it. Mr. Watkins Tottle absented himself from his lodgings shortly before. A bill, which has not been taken up, was presented next morning, and a bill, which has not been taken down, was soon afterwards affixed in his parlor window. Chapter 11. The Bloomsbury Christening. Mr. Nicodemus Dumps, or, as his acquaintance called him, Long Dumps, was a bachelor, 6 feet high and 50 years old, cross, cadaverous, odd, and ill-natured. He was never happy but when he was miserable, and always miserable when he had the best reason to be happy. The only real comfort of his existence was to make everybody about him wretched, then he might be truly said to enjoy life. He was afflicted with a situation in the bank worth 500 a year, and he rented a first-floor furnished, at Pentonville, which he originally took because it commanded a dismal prospect of an adjacent churchyard. He was familiar with the face of every tombstone, and the burial service seemed to excite his strongest sympathy. His friends said he was surly, he insisted he was nervous, they thought him a lucky dog, but he protested that he was the most unfortunate man in the world. Cold as he was, and wretched as he declared himself to be, he was not wholly unsusceptible of attachments. He revered the memory of Hoyle, as he was himself an admirable and imperturbable whist player, and he chuckled with delight at a fretful and impatient adversary. He adored King Herod for his massacre of the innocents, and if he hated one thing more than another, it was a child. However, he could hardly be said to hate anything in particular, because he disliked everything in general. But perhaps his greatest antipathies were cabs, old women, doors that would not shut, musical amateurs, and omnibus cads. He subscribed to the Society for the Suppression of Vice, for the pleasure of putting a stop to any harmless amusements, and he contributed largely towards the support of 2 itinerant Methodist parsons, in the amiable hope that if circumstances rendered any people happy in this world, they might perchance be rendered miserable by fears for the next. Mr. Dumps had a nephew who had been married about a year, and who was somewhat of a favorite with his uncle, because he was an admirable subject to exercise his misery-creating powers upon. Mr. Charles Kitterbell was a small, sharp, spare man with a very large head and a broad, good-humored countenance. He looked like a faded giant, with the head and face partially restored, and he had a cast in his eye which rendered it quite impossible for anyone with whom he conversed to know where he was looking. His eyes appeared fixed on the wall, and he was staring you out of countenance. In short, there was no catching his eye, and perhaps it is a merciful dispensation of Providence that such eyes are not catching. In addition to these characteristics, it may be added that Mr. Charles Kitterbell was one of the most credulous and matter-of-fact little personages that ever took to himself a wife, and for himself a house in Great Russell Street, Bedford Square. Uncle Dumps always dropped the Bedford Square, and inserted in lieu thereof the dreadful words, Tottenham Court Road. "No, but uncle, 'pon my life you must promise to be godfather," said Mr. Kitterbell, as he sat in conversation with his respected relative one morning. "I cannot, indeed I cannot," returned Dumps. "Well, but why not? Jemima will think it very unkind. It's very little trouble." "As to the trouble," rejoined the most unhappy man in existence, "I don't mind that, but my nerves are in that state, I cannot go through the ceremony. You know I don't like going out. For God's sake, Charles, don't fidget with that stool so, you'll drive me mad." Mr. Kitterbell, quite regardless of his uncle's nerves, had occupied himself for some 10 minutes in describing a circle on the floor with one leg of the office stool on which he was seated, keeping the other 3 up in the air, and holding fast on by the desk. "I beg your pardon, uncle," said Kitterbell, quite abashed, suddenly releasing his hold of the desk and bringing the 3 wandering legs back to the floor with a force sufficient to drive them through it. "But come, don't refuse. If it's a boy, you know we must have 2 godfathers." "If it's a boy," said Dumps, "why can't you say at once whether it is a boy or not?" "I should be very happy to tell you, but it's impossible I can undertake to say whether it's a girl or a boy if the child isn't born yet." "Not born yet?" echoed Dumps, with a gleam of hope lighting up his lugubrious visage. "Oh, well, it may be a girl, and then you won't want me, or if it is a boy, it may die before it is christened." "I hope not," said the father that expected to be, looking very grave. "I hope not," acquiesced Dumps, evidently pleased with the subject. He was beginning to get happy. "I hope not, but distressing cases frequently occur during the first 2 or 3 days of a child's life. Fits, I am told, are exceedingly common, and alarming convulsions are almost matters of course." "Lord Uncle," ejaculated little Kitterbell, gasping for breath. "Yes, my landlady was confined, let me see, last Tuesday, an uncommonly fine boy. On the Thursday night the nurse was sitting with him upon her knee before the fire, and he was as well as possible. Suddenly he became black in the face and alarmingly spasmodic. The medical man was instantly sent for, and every remedy was tried, but—" "How frightful!" interrupted the horror-stricken Kitterbell. "The child died, of course. However, your child may not die, and if it should be a boy and should live to be christened, Why, I suppose I must be one of the sponsors." Dumps was evidently good-natured on the faith of his anticipations. "Thank you, uncle," said his agitated nephew, grasping his hand as warmly as if he had done him some essential service. "Perhaps I had better not tell Mrs. K what you have mentioned." "Why, if she's low-spirited, perhaps you had better not mention the melancholy case to her," returned Dumps, who of course had invented the whole story. "Though perhaps it would be but doing your duty as a husband to prepare her for the worst." A day or two afterwards, as Dumps was perusing a morning paper at the chop house which he regularly frequented, the following paragraph met his eyes. "Births, on Saturday the 18th inst., in Great Russell Street, the lady of Charles Kitterbell, Esquire, of a son." "It is a boy," he exclaimed, dashing down the paper, to the astonishment of the waiters. "It is a boy." But he speedily regained his composure as his eye rested on a paragraph quoting the number of infant deaths from the bills of mortality. 6 weeks passed away, and as no communication had been received from the Kitterbells, Dumps was beginning to flatter himself that the child was dead, when the following note painfully resolved his doubts. "Great Russell Street, Monday morning. Dear Uncle, you will be delighted to hear that my dear Jemima has left her room, and that your future godson is getting on capitally. He was very thin at first, but he is getting much larger, and nurse says he is filling out every day. He cries a good deal, and is a very singular color, which made Jemima and me rather uncomfortable. But as nurse says it's natural, and as of course we know nothing about these things yet, we are quite satisfied with what nurse says. We think he will be a sharp child, and nurse says she's sure he will because he never goes to sleep. You will readily believe that we are all very happy, only we're a little worn out for want of rest, as he keeps us awake all night. But this we must expect, nurse says, for the first 6 or 8 months. He has been vaccinated, but in consequence of the operation being rather awkwardly performed, some small particles of glass were introduced into the arm with the matter. Perhaps this may in some degree account for his being rather fractious. At least, so nurse says. We propose to have him christened at 12 o'clock on Friday at St. George's Church in Hart Street by the name of Frederick Charles William. Pray don't be later than a quarter before 12. We shall have a very few friends in the evening, when of course we shall see you. I am sorry to say that the dear boy appears rather restless and uneasy today. The cause, I fear, is fever. Believe me, dear uncle, yours affectionately, Charles Kitterbell. P.S. I open this note to say that we have just discovered the cause of little Frederick's restlessness. It is not fever, as I apprehended, but a small pin, which nurse accidentally stuck in his leg yesterday evening. We have taken it out, and he appears more composed, though he still sobs a good deal. It is almost unnecessary to say that the perusal of the above interesting statement was no great relief to the mind of the hypochondriacal Dumps. It was impossible to recede, however, and so he put the best face, that is to say, an uncommonly miserable one, upon the matter, and purchased a handsome silver mug for the infant Kitterbell, upon which he ordered the initials FCWK, with the customary untrained grapevine-looking flourishes and a large full stop, to be engraved forthwith. Monday was a fine day, Tuesday was delightful, Wednesday was equal to either, and Thursday was finer than ever, 4 successive fine days in London. Hackney coachmen became revolutionary, and crossing sweepers began to doubt the existence of a first cause. The Morning Herald informed its readers that an old woman in Camden Town had been heard to say that the fineness of the season was unprecedented in the memory of the oldest inhabitant, and Islington clerks, with large families and small salaries, left off their black gaiters, disdained to carry their once green cotton umbrellas, and walked to town in the conscious pride of white stockings and cleanly brushed bluchers. Dumps beheld all this with an eye of supreme contempt. His triumph was at hand. He knew that if it had been fine for 4 weeks instead of 4 days, it would rain when he went out. He was lugubriously happy in the conviction that Friday would be a wretched day, and so it was. "I knew how it would be," said Dumps, as he turned round opposite the mansion house at 11:30 o'clock on the Friday morning. "I knew how it would be. I am concerned, and that's enough, and certainly the appearance of the day was sufficient to depress the spirits of a much more buoyant-hearted individual than himself. It had rained, without a moment's cessation, since 8 o'clock. Everybody that passed up Cheapside and down Cheapside looked wet, cold, and dirty. All sorts of forgotten and long-concealed umbrellas had been put into requisition. Cabs whisked about, with the fare as carefully boxed up behind two glazed calico curtains as any mysterious picture in any one of Mrs. Radcliffe's castles. Omnibus horses smoked like steam engines. Nobody thought of standing up under doorways or arches. They were painfully convinced it was a hopeless case. And so everybody went hastily along, jumbling and jostling and swearing and perspiring, and slipping about like amateur skaters behind wooden chairs on the Serpentine on a frosty Sunday. Dumps paused. He could not think of walking, being rather smart for the christening. If he took a cab, he was sure to be spilt, and a hackney coach was too expensive for his economical ideas. An omnibus was waiting at the opposite corner. It was a desperate case. He had never heard of an omnibus upsetting or running away, and if the cad did knock him down, he could pull him up in return. "Now, sir," cried the young gentleman who officiated as cad to the lads of the village, which was the name of the machine just noticed. Dumps crossed. "This way, sir," shouted the driver of the Harkaway, pulling up his vehicle immediately across the door of the opposition. "This way, sir, he's full." Dumps hesitated, whereupon the lads of the village commenced pouring out a torrent of abuse against the Harkaway. But the conductor of the Admiral Napier settled the contest in a most satisfactory manner for all parties by seizing Dumps round the waist and thrusting him into the middle of his vehicle, which had just come up and only wanted the 16th inside. "All right," said the Admiral, and off the thing thundered like a fire engine at full gallop, with the kidnapped customer inside, standing in the position of a half-doubled-up bootjack, and falling about with every jerk of the machine, first on the one side and then on the other like a jack-in-the-green, on May Day, setting to the lady with a brass ladle. "For heaven's sake, where am I to sit?" inquired the miserable man of an old gentleman, into whose stomach he had just fallen for the 4th time. "Anywhere but on my chest, sir," replied the old gentleman in a surly tone. "Perhaps the box would suit the gentleman better," suggested a very damp lawyer's clerk in a pink shirt and a smirking countenance. After a great deal of struggling and falling about, Dumps at last managed to squeeze himself into a seat, which, in addition to the slight disadvantage of being between a window that would not shut and a door that must be open, placed him in close contact with a passenger, who had been walking about all the morning without an umbrella, and who looked as if he had spent the day in a full water butt, only wetter. "Don't bang the door so," said Dumps to the conductor, as he shut it after letting out 4 of the passengers. "I am very nervous. It destroys me." "Did any gentleman say anythink?" replied the cad, thrusting in his head and trying to look as if he didn't understand the request. "I told you not to bang the door so," repeated Dumps, with an expression of countenance like the knave of clubs in convulsions. "Oh, vi, it's rather a sing'lar circumstance about this here door, sir, that it vaunt shut without banging," replied the conductor. And he opened the door very wide and shut it again with a terrific bang, in proof of the assertion. "I beg your pardon, sir," said a little prim, wheezing old gentleman sitting opposite Dumps. "I beg your pardon, but have you ever observed, when you have been in an omnibus on a wet day, that 4 people out of 5 always come in with large cotton umbrellas, without a handle at the top or the brass spike at the bottom?" "Why, sir," returned Dumps as he heard the clock strike 12, "it never struck me before, but now you mention it, hollow, shouted the persecuted individual as the omnibus dashed past Drury Lane where he had directed to be set down. "Where is the cad?" "I think he's on the box, sir," said the young gentleman before noticed in the pink shirt, which looked like a white one ruled with red ink. "I want to be set down," said Dumps in a faint voice, overcome by his previous efforts. "I think these cads want to be set down," returned the attorney's clerk, chuckling at his sally. "Hollow," cried Dumps again. "Hollow," echoed the passengers. The omnibus passed St. Giles's Church. "Hold hard," said the conductor. "I'm blowed if we han't forgot the gentleman as vast to be set down at Drury Lane. Now, sir, make haste, if you please," he added, opening the door and assisting Dumps out with as much coolness as if it was all right. Dumps's indignation was for once getting the better of his cynical equanimity. "Drury Lane," he gasped, with the voice of a boy in a cold bath for the first time. "Drury Lane, sir. Yes, sir, 3rd turning on the right-hand side, sir." Dumps's passion was paramount. He clutched his umbrella and was striding off with the firm determination of not paying the fare. The cad, by a remarkable coincidence, happened to entertain a directly contrary opinion, and heaven knows how far the altercation would have proceeded if it had not been most ably and satisfactorily brought to a close by the driver. "Hollo," said that respectable person, standing up on the box and leaning with one hand on the roof of the omnibus. "Hollo, Tom, tell the gentleman if so be as he feels aggrieved, we will take him up to the Edgware road for nothing, and set him down at Dory Lane when we comes back. He can't reject that anyhow." The argument was irresistible. Dumps paid the disputed sixpence, and in a quarter of an hour was on the staircase of number 14, Great Russell Street. Everything indicated that preparations were making for the reception of a few friends in the evening. 24 extra tumblers and 4 ditto wineglasses, looking anything but transparent, with little bits of straw in them on the slab in the passage, just arrived. There was a great smell of nutmeg, port wine, and almonds on the staircase. The covers were taken off the stair carpet, and the figure of Venus on the first landing looked as if she were ashamed of the composition candle in her right hand, which contrasted beautifully with the lamp-blacked drapery of the goddess of love. The female servant, who looked very warm and bustling, ushered Dumps into a front drawing-room, very prettily furnished, with a plentiful sprinkling of little baskets, paper table mats, china watchmen, pink and gold albums, and rainbow-bound little books on the different tables. "Ah, uncle," said Mr. Kitterbell, "how do you do? Allow me, Jemima, my dear, my uncle. I think you've seen Jemima before, sir." "Have had the pleasure," returned Big Dumps, his tone and look making it doubtful whether in his life he had ever experienced the sensation. "I'm sure," said Mrs. Kitterbell, with a languid smile and a slight cough. "I'm sure, any friend of Charles's, much less a relation is." "I knew you'd say so, my love," said little Kitterbell, who, while he appeared to be gazing on the opposite houses, was looking at his wife with a most affectionate air. "Bless you!" The last 2 words were accompanied with a simper and a squeeze of the hand, which stirred up all Uncle Dumps's bile. "Jane, tell nurse to bring down baby," said Mrs. Kitterbell, addressing the servant. Mrs. Kitterbell was a tall, thin young lady with very light hair and a particularly white face, one of those young women who almost invariably, though one hardly knows why, recall to one's mind the idea of a cold fillet of veal. Out went the servant, and in came the nurse with a remarkably small parcel in her arms, packed up in a blue mantle trimmed with white fur. This was the baby. "Now, uncle," said Mr. Kitterbell, lifting up that part of the mantle which covered the infant's face, with an air of great triumph, "who do you think he's like?" Yes, who?" said Mrs. K., putting her arm through her husband's, and looking up into Dumps's face with an expression of as much interest as she was capable of displaying. "Good God, how small he is!" cried the amiable uncle, starting back with well-feigned surprise, "remarkably small indeed." "Do you think so?" inquired poor little Kitterbell, rather alarmed. "He's a monster to what he was, ain't he, nurse?" "He's a dear," said the nurse, squeezing the child and evading the question, not because she scrupled to disguise the fact, but because she couldn't afford to throw away the chance of Dumps's half-crown. "Well, but who is he like?" inquired little Kitterbell. Dumps looked at the little pink heap before him, and only thought at the moment of the best mode of mortifying the youthful parents. "I really don't know who he's like," he answered, very well knowing the reply expected of him. "Don't you think he's like me?" inquired his nephew with a knowing air. "Oh, decidedly not," returned Dumps with an emphasis not to be misunderstood. "Decidedly not like you. Oh, certainly not." "Like Jemima?" asked Kitterbell faintly. "Oh dear no, not in the least. I'm no judge, of course, in such cases, but I really think he's more like one of those little carved representations that one sometimes sees blowing a trumpet on a tombstone." The nurse stooped down over the child, and with great difficulty prevented an explosion of mirth. Pa and Ma looked almost as miserable as their amiable uncle. "Well," said the disappointed little father, "you'll be better able to tell what he's like by and by. You shall see him this evening with his mantle off." "Thank you," said Dumps, feeling particularly grateful. "Now, my love," said Kitterbell to his wife, "it's time we were off. We're to meet the other godfather and the godmother at the church, uncle, Mr. and Mrs. Wilson from over the way, uncommonly nice people. My love, are you well wrapped up?" "Yes, dear." "Are you sure you won't have another shawl?" inquired the anxious husband. "No, sweet," returned the charming mother, accepting Dumps's proffered arm, and the little party entered the hackney coach that was to take them to the church. Dumps amusing Mrs. Kitterbell by expatiating largely on the danger of measles, thrush, teeth-cutting, and other interesting diseases to which children are subject. The ceremony, which occupied about 5 minutes, passed off without anything particular occurring. The clergyman had to dine some distance from town, and had 2 churchings, 3 christenings, and a funeral to perform in something less than an hour. The godfathers and godmother, therefore, promised to renounce the devil and all his works, and all that sort of thing, as little Kitterbell said, in less than no time. And with the exception of Dumps nearly letting the child fall into the font when he handed it to the clergyman, the whole affair went off in the usual businesslike and matter-of-course manner, and Dumps re-entered the bank gates at 2 o'clock with a heavy heart, and the painful conviction that he was regularly booked for an evening party. Evening came, and so did Dumps's pumps, black silk stockings, and white cravat which he had ordered to be forwarded, per boy, from Pentonville. The depressed godfather dressed himself at a friend's counting-house, from whence, with his spirits 50 degrees below proof, he sallied forth, as the weather had cleared up and the evening was tolerably fine, to walk to Great Russell Street. Slowly he paced up Cheapside, Newgate Street, down Snow Hill, and up Holborn Ditto, looking as grim as the figurehead of a man-o'-war, and finding out fresh causes of misery at every step. As he was crossing the corner of Hatton Garden, a man apparently intoxicated rushed against him, and would have knocked him down, had he not been providentially caught by a very genteel young man who happened to be close to him at the time. The shock so disarranged Dumps's nerves, as well as his dress, that he could hardly stand. The gentleman took his arm, and in the kindest manner walked with him as far as Furnival's Inn. Dumps, for about the first time in his life, felt grateful and polite, and he and the gentlemanly-looking young man parted with mutual expressions of goodwill. "There are at least some well-disposed men in the world," ruminated the misanthropical Dumps, as he proceeded towards his destination. Rat-tat, tararararat, knocked a hackney coachman at Kitterbell's door, in imitation of a gentleman's servant, just as Dumps reached it, and out came an old lady in a large toque, and an old gentleman in a blue coat, and 3 female copies of the old lady in pink dresses, and shoes to match. "It's a large party," sighed the unhappy godfather, wiping the perspiration from his forehead and leaning against the area railings. It was some time before the miserable man could muster up courage to knock at the door, and when he did, the smart appearance of a neighboring greengrocer, who had been hired to wait for 7 and 6pence, and whose calves alone were worth double the money, the lamp in the passage, and the Venus on the landing, added to the hum of many voices, and the sound of a harp and 2 violins painfully convinced him that his surmises were but too well founded. "How are you?" said little Kitterbell, in a greater bustle than ever, bolting out of the little back parlor with a corkscrew in his hand, and various particles of sawdust, looking like so many inverted commas on his inexpressibles. "Good God," said Dumps, turning into the aforesaid parlor to put his shoes on, which he had brought in his coat pocket, and still more appalled by the sight of 7 fresh-drawn corks and a corresponding number of decanters. "How many people are there upstairs?" "Oh, not above 35. We've had the carpet taken up in the back drawing-room, and the piano and the card tables are in the front. Jemima thought we'd better have a regular sit-down supper in the front parlor, because of the speechifying and all that. But Lord, Uncle, what's the matter?" continued the excited little man, as Dumps stood with one shoe on, rummaging his pockets with the most frightful distortion of visage. "What have you lost? Your pocketbook." "No," returned Dumps, diving first into one pocket and then into the other, and speaking in a voice like Desdemona with the pillow over her mouth. "Your card case, snuff box, the key of your lodgings," continued Kitterbell, pouring question on question with the rapidity of lightning. "No, no," ejaculated Dumps, still diving eagerly into his empty pockets. Not the mug you spoke of this morning." "Yes, the mug," replied Dumps, sinking into a chair. "How could you have done it?" inquired Kitterbell. "Are you sure you brought it out?" Yes, I see it all," said Dumps, starting up as the idea flashed across his mind. "Miserable dog that I am, I was born to suffer. I see it all. It was the gentlemanly-looking young man." "Mr. Dumps?" shouted the greengrocer in a stentorian voice, as he ushered the somewhat recovered godfather into the drawing room half an hour after the above declaration. "Mr. Dumps." Everybody looked at the door, and in came Dumps, feeling about as much out of place as a salmon might be supposed to be on a gravel walk. "Happy to see you again," said Mrs. Kitterbell, quite unconscious of the unfortunate man's confusion and misery. "You must allow me to introduce you to a few of our friends. My mamma, Mr. Dumps, my papa and sisters." Dumps seized the hand of the mother as warmly as if she was his own parent, bowed to the young ladies and against a gentleman behind him, and took no notice whatever of the father, who had been bowing incessantly for 3 minutes and a quarter. "Uncle," said little Kitterbell, after Dumps had been introduced to a select dozen or two, "you must let me lead you to the other end of the room to introduce you to my friend Danton. Such a splendid fellow. I'm sure you'll like him. This way." Dumps followed as tractably as a tame bear. Mr. Danton was a young man of about 25, with a considerable stock of impudence and a very small share of ideas. He was a great favorite, especially with young ladies of from 16 to 26 years of age, both inclusive. He could imitate the French horn to admiration, sang comic songs most inimitably, and had the most insinuating way of saying impertinent nothings to his doting female admirers. He had acquired, somehow or other, the reputation of being a great wit, and accordingly, whenever he opened his mouth, everybody who knew him laughed very heartily. The introduction took place in due form. Mr. Danton bowed and twirled a lady's handkerchief, which he held in his hand, in a most comic way. Everybody smiled. "Very warm," said Dumps, feeling it necessary to say something. "Yes, it was warmer yesterday," returned the brilliant Mr. Danton. A general laugh. "I have great pleasure in congratulating you on your first appearance in the character of a father, sir," he continued, addressing Dumps' godfather, I mean. The young ladies were convulsed, and the gentlemen in ecstasies. A general hum of admiration interrupted the conversation, and announced the entrance of nurse with the baby. An universal rush of the young ladies immediately took place. Girls are always so fond of babies in company. "Oh, you dear," said one. "How sweet," cried another, in a low tone of the most enthusiastic admiration. "Heavenly," added a third. "Oh, what dear little arms," said a fourth, holding up an arm and fist about the size and shape of the leg of a fowl cleanly picked. "Did you ever," said a little coquette with a large bustle, who looked like a French lithograph, appealing to a gentleman in 3 waistcoats, "did you ever?" "Never in my life," returned her admirer, pulling up his collar. "Oh, do let me take it, nurse," cried another young lady. "The love." "Can it open its eyes, nurse?" inquired another, affecting the utmost innocence. Suffice it to say that the single ladies unanimously voted him an angel, and that the married ones, Con, agreed that he was decidedly the finest baby they had ever beheld, except their own. The quadrilles were resumed with great spirit. Mr. Danton was universally admitted to be beyond himself. Several young ladies enchanted the company and gained admirers by singing "We Met," "I Saw Her at the Fancy Fair," and other equally sentimental and interesting ballads. The young men, as Mrs. Kitterbell said, made themselves very agreeable. The girls did not lose their opportunity, and the evening promised to go off excellently. Dumps didn't mind it. He had devised a plan for himself. A little bit of fun in his own way, and he was almost happy. He played a rubber and lost every point. Mr. Danton said he could not have lost every point because he made a point of losing. Everybody laughed tremendously. Dumps retorted with a better joke, and nobody smiled with the exception of the host, who seemed to consider it his duty to laugh till he was black in the face at everything. There was only one drawback. The musicians did not play with quite as much spirit as could have been wished. The cause, however, was satisfactorily explained, for it appeared, on the testimony of a gentleman who had come up from Gravesend in the afternoon, that they had been engaged on board a steamer all day, and had played almost without cessation all the way to Gravesend and all the way back again. The sit-down supper was excellent. There were 4 barley sugar temples on the table, which would have looked beautiful if they had not melted away when the supper began, and a watermill, whose only fault was that instead of going round, it ran over the tablecloth. Then there were fowls, and tongue, and trifle, and sweets, and lobster salad, and potted beef, and everything. And little Kitterbell kept calling out for clean plates, and the clean plates did not come. And then the gentlemen who wanted the plates said they didn't mind, they'd take a lady. And then Mrs. Kitterbell applauded their gallantry, and the greengrocer ran about till he thought his 7 and 6pence was very hardly earned. And the young ladies didn't eat much for fear it shouldn't look romantic, and the married ladies eat as much as possible, for fear they shouldn't have enough. And a great deal of wine was drunk, and everybody talked and laughed considerably. "Hush, hush," said Mr. Kitterbell, rising and looking very important. "My love," this was addressed to his wife at the other end of the table, "take care of Mrs. Maxwell, and your mamma, and the rest of the married ladies. The gentlemen will persuade the young ladies to fill their glasses, I am sure." "Ladies and gentlemen," said Long Dumps, in a very sepulchral voice and rueful accent, rising from his chair like the ghost in Don Juan, "will you have the kindness to charge your glasses? I am desirous of proposing a toast." A dead silence ensued, and the glasses were filled. Everybody looked serious. "Ladies and gentlemen," slowly continued the ominous Dumps, Here Mr. Danton imitated 2 notes from the French horn in a very loud key, which electrified the nervous toast proposer and convulsed his audience. "Order, order," said little Kitterbell, endeavoring to suppress his laughter. "Order," said the gentleman. "Danton, be quiet," said a particular friend on the opposite side of the table. "Ladies and gentlemen," resumed Dumps, somewhat recovered, and not much disconcerted, for he was always a pretty good hand at a speech, in accordance with what is, I believe, the established usage on these occasions, as one of the godfathers of Master Frederick Charles William Kitterbell. Here the speaker's voice faltered, for he remembered the mug, venture to rise to propose a toast. "I need hardly say that it is the health and prosperity of that young gentleman, the particular event of whose early life we are here met to celebrate." Applause. "Ladies and gentlemen, it is impossible to suppose that our friends here, whose sincere well-wishers we all are, can pass through life without some trials, considerable suffering, severe affliction, and heavy losses." Here the arch-traitor paused and slowly drew forth a long, white pocket handkerchief. His example was followed by several ladies. "That these trials may be long spared them is my most earnest prayer, my most fervent wish," a distinct sob from the grandmother. "I hope and trust, ladies and gentlemen, that the infant whose christening we have this evening met to celebrate may not be removed from the arms of his parents by premature decay. Several cambrics were in requisition. That his young and now apparently healthy form may not be wasted by lingering disease." Here Dumps cast a sardonic glance around, for a great sensation was manifest among the married ladies. "You, I am sure, will concur with me in wishing that he may live to be a comfort and a blessing to his parents." "Hear, hear," and an audible sob from Mr. Kitterbell. "But should he not be what we could wish, should he forget in after times the duty which he owes to them, should they unhappily experience that distracting truth, how sharper than a serpent's tooth it is to have a thankless child." Here Mrs. Kitterbell, with her handkerchief to her eyes, and accompanied by several ladies, rushed from the room, and went into violent hysterics in the passage, leaving her better half in almost as bad a condition, and a general impression in Dumps's favor. For people like sentiment, after all. It need hardly be added that this occurrence quite put a stop to the harmony of the evening. Vinegar, hartshorn, and cold water were now as much in request as negus, rout cakes, and bonbons had been a short time before. Mrs. Kitterbell was immediately conveyed to her apartment. The musicians were silenced, flirting ceased, and the company slowly departed. Dumps left the house at the commencement of the bustle and walked home with a light step, and for him, a cheerful heart. His landlady, who slept in the next room, has offered to make oath that she heard him laugh, in his peculiar manner, after he had locked his door. The assertion, however, is so improbable, and bears on the face of it such strong evidence of untruth, that it has never obtained credence to this hour. The family of Mr. Kitterbell has considerably increased since the period to which we have referred. He has now 2 sons and a daughter, and as he expects, at no distant period, to have another addition to his blooming progeny, he is anxious to secure an eligible godfather for the occasion. He is determined, however, to impose upon him 2 conditions. He must bind himself, by a solemn obligation, not to make any speech after supper, and it is indispensable that he should be in no way connected with the most miserable man in the world. Chapter 12. The Drunkard's Death. We will be bold to say that there is scarcely a man in the constant habit of walking, day after day, through any of the crowded thoroughfares of London, who cannot recollect among the people whom he knows by sight, to use a familiar phrase, some being of abject and wretched appearance whom he remembers to have seen in a very different condition, whom he has observed sinking lower and lower by almost imperceptible degrees, and the shabbiness and utter destitution of whose appearance at last strike forcibly and painfully upon him as he passes by. Is there any man who has mixed much with society, or whose avocations have caused him to mingle, at one time or other, with a great number of people, who cannot call to mind the time when some shabby, miserable wretch in rags and filth, who shuffles past him now in all the squalor of disease and poverty, with a respectable tradesman or clerk, or a man following some thriving pursuit, with good prospects and decent means? Or cannot any of our readers call to mind from among the list of their quondam acquaintance some fallen and degraded man who lingers about the pavement in hungry misery, from whom every one turns coldly away, and who preserves himself from sheer starvation, nobody knows how? Alas! Such cases are of too frequent occurrence to be rare items in any man's experience, and but too often arise from one cause, drunkenness, that fierce rage for the slow, sure poison that oversteps every other consideration, that casts aside wife, children, friends, happiness, and station, and hurries its victims madly on to degradation and death. Some of these men have been impelled by misfortune and misery to the vice that has degraded them. The ruin of worldly expectations, the death of those they loved, the sorrow that slowly consumes but will not break the heart, has driven them wild, and they present the hideous spectacle of madmen, slowly dying by their own hands. But by far the greater part have willfully, and with open eyes, plunged into the gulf from which the man who once enters it never rises more, but into which he sinks deeper and deeper down, until recovery is hopeless. Such a man as this once stood by the bedside of his dying wife, while his children knelt around, and mingled loud bursts of grief with their innocent prayers. The room was scantily and meanly furnished, and it needed but a glance at the pale form from which the light of life was fast passing away, to know that grief and want and anxious care had been busy at the heart for many a weary year. An elderly woman, with her face bathed in tears, was supporting the head of the dying woman, her daughter, on her arm. But it was not towards her that the face turned. It was not her hand that the cold and trembling fingers clasped. They pressed the husband's arm. The eyes so soon to be closed in death rested on his face, and the man shook beneath their gaze. His dress was slovenly and disordered, his face inflamed, his eyes bloodshot and heavy. He had been summoned from some wild debauch to the bed of sorrow and death. A shaded lamp by the bedside cast a dim light on the figures around and left the remainder of the room in thick, deep shadow. The silence of night prevailed without the house, and the stillness of death was in the chamber. A watch hung over the mantel-shelf. Its low ticking was the only sound that broke the profound quiet, but it was a solemn one, for well they knew, who heard it, that before it had recorded the passing of another hour, it would beat the knell of a departed spirit. It is a dreadful thing to wait and watch for the approach of death, to know that hope is gone and recovery impossible, and to sit and count the dreary hours through long, long nights, such nights as only watchers by the bed of sickness know. It chills the blood to hear the dearest secrets of the heart, the pent-up, hidden secrets of many years, poured forth by the unconscious, helpless being before you, and to think how little the reserve and cunning of a whole life will avail, when fever and delirium tear off the mask at last. Strange tales have been told in the wanderings of dying men, tales so full of guilt and crime that those who stood by the sick person's couch have fled in horror and affright, lest they should be scared to madness by what they heard and saw, and many a wretch has died alone, raving of deeds the very name of which has driven the boldest man away. But no such ravings were to be heard at the bedside by which the children knelt. Their half-stifled sobs and moaning alone broke the silence of the lonely chamber. And when at last the mother's grasp relaxed, and turning one look from the children to the father, she vainly strove to speak and fell backward on the pillow, all was so calm and tranquil that she seemed to sink to sleep. They leant over her. They called upon her name, softly at first, and then in the loud and piercing tones of desperation. But there was no reply. They listened for her breath, but no sound came. They felt for the palpitation of the heart, but no faint throb responded to the touch. That heart was broken, and she was dead. The husband sunk into a chair by the bedside and clasped his hands upon his burning forehead. He gazed from child to child, but when a weeping eye met his, he quailed beneath its look. No word of comfort was whispered in his ear, no look of kindness lighted on his face. All shrunk from and avoided him, and when at last he staggered from the room, no one sought to follow or console the widower. The time had been when many a friend would have crowded round him in his affliction, and many a heartfelt condolence would have met him in his grief. Where were they now? One by one, friends, relations, the commonest acquaintance even, had fallen off from and deserted the drunkard. His wife alone had clung to him in good and evil, in sickness and poverty, and how had he rewarded her? He had reeled from the tavern to her bedside in time to see her die. He rushed from the house and walked swiftly through the streets. Remorse, fear, shame, all crowded on his mind. Stupefied with drink and bewildered with the scene he had just witnessed, he re-entered the tavern he had quitted shortly before. Glass succeeded glass. His blood mounted and his brain whirled round. Death. Everyone must die, and why not she? She was too good for him, her relations had often told him so. Curses on them. Had they not deserted her and left her to whine away the time at home? Well, she was dead and happy perhaps. It was better as it was. Another glass, one more. Hurrah! It was a merry life while it lasted, and he would make the most of it. Time went on, the 3 children who were left to him grew up and were children no longer. The father remained the same, poorer, shabbier, and more dissolute-looking, but the same confirmed and irreclaimable drunkard. The boys had, long ago, run wild in the streets and left him. The girl alone remained, but she worked hard, and words or blows could always procure him something for the tavern. So he went on in the old course, and a merry life he led. One night as early as 10 o'clock, for the girl had been sick for many days, and there was, consequently, little to spend at the public house. He bent his steps homeward, bethinking himself that if he would have her able to earn money, it would be as well to apply to the parish surgeon, or, at all events, to take the trouble of inquiring what ailed her, which he had not yet thought it worth while to do. It was a wet December night. The wind blew piercing cold, and the rain poured heavily down. He begged a few halfpence from a passerby, and having bought a small loaf, for it was his interest to keep the girl alive, if he could, he shuffled onwards as fast as the wind and rain would let him. At the back of Fleet Street, and lying between it and the waterside, are several mean and narrow courts, which form a portion of Whitefriars. It was to one of these that he directed his steps. The alley into which he turned might, for filth and misery, have competed with the darkest corner of this ancient sanctuary in its dirtiest and most lawless time. The houses, varying from 2 stories in height to 4, were stained with every indescribable hue that long exposure to the weather, damp, and rottenness can impart to tenements composed originally of the roughest and coarsest materials. The windows were patched with paper and stuffed with the foulest rags. The doors were falling from their hinges. Poles with lines on which to dry clothes projected from every casement, and sounds of quarreling or drunkenness issued from every room. The solitary oil lamp in the center of the court had been blown out, either by the violence of the wind or the act of some inhabitant who had excellent reasons for objecting to his residence being rendered too conspicuous. And the only light which fell upon the broken and uneven pavement was derived from the miserable candles that here and there twinkled in the rooms of such of the more fortunate residents as could afford to indulge in so expensive a luxury. A gutter ran down the center of the alley, all the sluggish odors of which had been called forth by the rain. And as the wind whistled through the old houses, the doors and shutters creaked upon their hinges, and the windows shook in their frames, with a violence which every moment seemed to threaten the destruction of the whole place. The man whom we have followed into this den walked on in the darkness, sometimes stumbling into the main gutter, and at others into some branch repositories of garbage which had been formed by the rain, until he reached the last house in the court. The door, or rather what was left of it, stood ajar, for the convenience of the numerous lodgers, and he proceeded to grope his way up the old and broken stair to the attic story. He was within a step or 2 of his room door when it opened, and a girl, whose miserable and emaciated appearance was only to be equaled by that of the candle which she shaded with her hand, peeped anxiously out. "Is that you, father?" said the girl. "Who else should it be?" replied the man gruffly. "What are you trembling at? It's little enough that I've had to drink today, for there's no drink without money, and no money without work. What the devil's the matter with the girl?" "I am not well, father, not at all well," said the girl, bursting into tears. "Ah," replied the man in the tone of a person who is compelled to admit a very unpleasant fact, to which he would rather remain blind if he could. "You must get better somehow, for we must have money. You must go to the parish doctor and make him give you some medicine. They are paid for it, damn 'em. What are you standing before the door for? Let me come in, can't you?" "Father," whispered the girl, shutting the door behind her and placing herself before it, "William has come back." "Who?" said the man with a start. "Hush," replied the girl, "William, brother William." "And what does he want?" said the man with an effort at composure. "Money, meat, drink. He's come to the wrong shop for that if he does. Give me the candle, fool, I ain't going to hurt him." He snatched the candle from her hand and walked into the room. Sitting on an old box, with his head resting on his hand, and his eyes fixed on a wretched cinder fire that was smoldering on the hearth, was a young man of about 22, miserably clad in an old coarse jacket and trousers. He started up when his father entered. "Fasten the door, Mary," said the young man hastily. "Fasten the door. You look as if you didn't know me, father. It's long enough since you drove me from home, you may well forget me." "And what do you want here now?" said the father, seating himself on a stool on the other side of the fireplace. "What do you want here now?" "Shelter," replied the son. "I'm in trouble, that's enough. If I'm caught I shall swing, that's certain. Caught I shall be unless I stop here, that's as certain, and there's an end of it." "You mean to say you've been robbing or murdering, then?" said the father. "Yes, I do," replied the son. "Does it surprise you, father?" He looked steadily in the man's face, but he withdrew his eyes and bent them on the ground. "Where's your brothers?" he said after a long pause. "Where they'll never trouble you," replied his son. "John's gone to America and Henry's dead." "Dead," said the father with a shudder, which even he could not express. "Dead," replied the young man. "He died in my arms, shot like a dog by a gamekeeper. He staggered back, I caught him, and his blood trickled down my hands. It poured out from his side like water. He was weak and it blinded him, but he threw himself down on his knees on the grass and prayed to God that if his mother was in heaven, he would hear her prayers for pardon for her youngest son. I was her favorite boy, Will, he said, and I am glad to think now that when she was dying, though I was a very young child then, and my little heart was almost bursting, I knelt down at the foot of the bed and thanked God for having made me so fond of her as to have never once done anything to bring the tears into her eyes. Oh, Will, why was she taken away and father left?" "There's his dying words, father," said the young man. "Make the best you can of 'em. You struck him across the face, in a drunken fit, the morning we ran away, and here's the end of it." The girl wept aloud, and the father, sinking his head upon his knees, rocked himself to and fro. "If I am taken," said the young man, "I shall be carried back into the country and hung for that man's murder. They cannot trace me here without your assistance, father. For aught I know, you may give me up to justice, but unless you do, here I stop until I can venture to escape abroad." For 2 whole days, all three remained in the wretched room, without stirring out. On the 3rd evening, however, the girl was worse than she had been yet, and the few scraps of food they had were gone. It was indispensably necessary that somebody should go out, and as the girl was too weak and ill, the father went, just at nightfall. He got some medicine for the girl and a trifle in the way of pecuniary assistance. On his way back, he earned 6pence by holding a horse, and he turned homewards with enough money to supply their most pressing wants for 2 or 3 days to come. He had to pass the public house. He lingered for an instant, walked past it, turned back again, lingered once more, and finally slunk in. 2 men whom he had not observed were on the watch. They were on the point of giving up their search in despair, when his loitering attracted their attention, and when he entered the public house, they followed him. "You'll drink with me, master," said one of them, proffering him a glass of liquor. "And me too," said the other, replenishing the glass as soon as it was drained of its contents. The man thought of his hungry children and his son's danger, but they were nothing to the drunkard. He did drink, and his reason left him. "A wet night, warden," whispered one of the men in his ear, as he at length turned to go away, after spending in liquor 1/2 of the money on which, perhaps, his daughter's life depended. "The right sort of night for our friends in hiding, Master Warden," whispered the other. "Sit down here," said the one who had spoken first, drawing him into a corner. "We have been looking arter the young un. We came to tell him it's all right now, but we couldn't find him 'cause we hadn't got the precise direction. But that ain't strange, for I don't think he knowed it himself when he come to London, did he?" "No, he didn't," replied the father. The two men exchanged glances. "There's a vessel down at the docks to sail at midnight when it's high water," resumed the first speaker, "and we'll put him on board. His passage is taken in another name, and what's better than that, it's paid for. It's lucky we met you." "Very," said the second. "Capital luck," said the first, with a wink to his companion. "Great," replied the second, with a slight nod of intelligence. "Another glass here, quick," said the first speaker. And in 5 minutes more, the father had unconsciously yielded up his own son into the hangman's hands. Slowly and heavily the time dragged along, as the brother and sister, in their miserable hiding place, listened in anxious suspense to the slightest sound. At length, a heavy footstep was heard upon the stair. It approached nearer. It reached the landing, and the father staggered into the room. The girl saw that he was intoxicated and advanced with the candle in her hand to meet him. She stopped short, gave a loud scream, and fell senseless on the ground. She had caught sight of the shadow of a man reflected on the floor. They both rushed in, and in another instant the young man was a prisoner and handcuffed. "Very quietly done," said one of the men to his companion, "thanks to the old man. Lift up the girl, Tom. Come, come, it's no use crying, young woman. It's all over now and can't be helped." The young man stooped for an instant over the girl, and then turned fiercely round upon his father, who had reeled against the wall, and was gazing on the group with drunken stupidity. "Listen to me, father," he said, in a tone that made the drunkard's flesh creep. "My brother's blood and mine is on your head. I never had kind look or word or care from you, and alive or dead I never will forgive you. Die when you will or how, I will be with you. I speak as a dead man now, and I warn you, father, that as surely as you must one day stand before your Maker, so surely shall your children be there, hand in hand, to cry for judgment against you." He raised his manacled hands in a threatening attitude, fixed his eyes on his shrinking parent, and slowly left the room. And neither father nor sister ever beheld him more, on this side of the grave. When the dim and misty light of a winter's morning penetrated into the narrow court, and struggled through the begrimed window of the wretched room, Warden awoke from his heavy sleep and found himself alone. He rose and looked round him. The old flock mattress on the floor was undisturbed. Everything was just as he remembered to have seen it last, and there were no signs of anyone, save himself, having occupied the room during the night. He inquired of the other lodgers and of the neighbors, but his daughter had not been seen or heard of. He rambled through the streets and scrutinized each wretched face among the crowds that thronged them with anxious eyes. But his search was fruitless, and he returned to his garret when night came on, desolate and weary. For many days he occupied himself in the same manner, but no trace of his daughter did he meet with, and no word of her reached his ears. At length he gave up the pursuit as hopeless. He had long thought of the probability of her leaving him and endeavoring to gain her bread in quiet elsewhere. She had left him at last to starve alone. He ground his teeth and cursed her. He begged his bread from door to door. Every halfpenny he could wring from the pity or credulity of those to whom he addressed himself was spent in the old way. A year passed over his head. The roof of a jail was the only one that had sheltered him for many months. He slept under archways and in brickfields, anywhere where there was some warmth or shelter from the cold and rain. But in the last stage of poverty, disease, and houseless want, he was a drunkard still. At last, one bitter night, he sunk down on a doorstep faint and ill. The premature decay of vice and profligacy had worn him to the bone. His cheeks were hollow and livid, his eyes were sunken, and their sight was dim. His legs trembled beneath his weight, and a cold shiver ran through every limb. And now the long-forgotten scenes of a misspent life crowded thick and fast upon him. He thought of the time when he had a home, a happy, cheerful home, and of those who peopled it and flocked about him then, until the forms of his elder children seemed to rise from the grave and stand about him. So plain, so clear, and so distinct they were that he could touch and feel them. Looks that he had long forgotten were fixed upon him once more. Voices long since hushed in death sounded in his ears like the music of village bells. But it was only for an instant. The rain beat heavily upon him, and cold and hunger were gnawing at his heart again. He rose and dragged his feeble limbs a few paces further. The street was silent and empty. The few passengers who passed by, at that late hour, hurried quickly on, and his tremulous voice was lost in the violence of the storm. Again that heavy chill struck through his frame, and his blood seemed to stagnate beneath it. He coiled himself up in a projecting doorway and tried to sleep. But sleep had fled from his dull and glazed eyes. His mind wandered strangely, but he was awake and conscious. The well-known shout of drunken mirth sounded in his ear, the glass was at his lips, the board was covered with choice rich food, they were before him. He could see them all, he had but to reach out his hand and take them. And though the illusion was reality itself, he knew that he was sitting alone in the deserted street, watching the raindrops as they pattered on the stones, that death was coming upon him by inches, and that there were none to care for or help him. Suddenly he started up in the extremity of terror. He had heard his own voice shouting in the night air, he knew not what or why. Hark, a groan? Another. His senses were leaving him. Half-formed and incoherent words burst from his lips, and his hands sought to tear and lacerate his flesh. He was going mad, and he shrieked for help till his voice failed him. He raised his head and looked up the long, dismal street. He recollected that outcasts like himself, condemned to wander day and night in those dreadful streets, had sometimes gone distracted with their own loneliness. He remembered to have heard many years before that a homeless wretch had once been found in a solitary corner, sharpening a rusty knife to plunge into his own heart, preferring death to that endless, weary, wandering to and fro. In an instant his resolve was taken, his limbs received new life. He ran quickly from the spot, and paused not for breath until he reached the riverside. He crept softly down the steep stone stairs that lead from the commencement of Waterloo Bridge down to the water's level. He crouched into a corner and held his breath as the patrol passed. Never did prisoner's heart throb with the hope of liberty and life half so eagerly as did that of the wretched man at the prospect of death. The watch passed close to him, but he remained unobserved. And after waiting till the sound of footsteps had died away in the distance, he cautiously descended and stood beneath the gloomy arch that forms the landing place from the river. The tide was in and the water flowed at his feet. The rain had ceased, the wind was lulled, and all was, for the moment, still and quiet, so quiet that the slightest sound on the opposite bank, even the rippling of the water against the barges that were moored there, was distinctly audible to his ear. The stream stole languidly and sluggishly on. Strange and fantastic forms rose to the surface and beckoned him to approach. Dark gleaming eyes peered from the water and seemed to mock his hesitation, while hollow murmurs from behind urged him onwards. He retreated a few paces, took a short run, desperate leap, and plunged into the river. Not 5 seconds had passed when he rose to the water's surface, but what a change had taken place in that short time in all his thoughts and feelings. Life in any form, poverty, misery, starvation, anything but death. He fought and struggled with the water that closed over his head and screamed in agonies of terror. The curse of his own son rang in his ears. The shore, but 1 foot of dry ground, he could almost touch the step. 1 hand's breadth nearer, and he was saved. But the tide bore him onward, under the dark arches of the bridge, and he sank to the bottom. Again he rose and struggled for life. For one brief instant, the buildings on the river's banks, the lights on the bridge through which the current had borne him, the black water and the fast-flying clouds were distinctly visible. Once more he sunk, and once again he rose. Bright flames of fire shot up from earth to heaven and reeled before his eyes, while the water thundered in his ears and stunned him with its furious roar. A week afterwards the body was washed ashore, some miles down the river, a swollen and disfigured mass. Unrecognized and unpitied, it was borne to the grave, and there it has long since mouldered away. Sketches of young gentlemen. To the young ladies of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, also the young ladies of the Principality of Wales, and likewise the young ladies resident in the Isles of Guernsey, Jersey, Alderney, and Sark, the humble dedication of their devoted admirer. Showeth that your dedicator has perused, with feelings of virtuous indignation, a work purporting to be Sketches of Young Ladies, written by Quiz, illustrated by Phiz, and published in 1 volume, square 12mo. That after an attentive and vigilant perusal of the said work, your dedicator is humbly of opinion that so many libels, upon your honorable sex, were never contained in any previously published work in 12mo or any other mo. That in the title page and preface to the said work, your honorable sex are described and classified as animals, and although your dedicator is not at present prepared to deny that you are animals, still he humbly submits that it is not polite to call you so. That in the aforesaid preface, your honorable sex are also described as troglodytes, which, being a hard word, may, for aught your honorable sex or your dedicator can say to the contrary, be an injurious and disrespectful appellation. That the author of the said work applied himself to his task in malice prepense and with wickedness aforethought, a fact which, your dedicator contends, is sufficiently demonstrated by his assuming the name of quiz, which, your dedicator submits, denotes a foregone conclusion and implies an intention of quizzing. That in the execution of his evil design, the said quiz, or author of the said work, must have betrayed some trust or confidence reposed in him by some members of your honorable sex. Otherwise, he never could have acquired so much information relative to the manners and customs of your honorable sex in general. That actuated by these considerations, and further moved by various slanders and insinuations respecting your honorable sex contained in the said work, square 12mo, entitled Sketches of Young Ladies, your dedicator ventures to produce another work, square 12mo, entitled Sketches of Young Gentlemen, of which he now solicits your acceptance and approval. That as the young ladies are the best companions of the young gentlemen, so the young gentlemen should be the best companions of the young ladies. And extending the comparison from animals, to quote the disrespectful language of the said quiz, to inanimate objects, your dedicator humbly suggests that such of your honorable sex as purchased the bane should possess themselves of the antidote, and that those of your honorable sex who were not rash enough to take the first should lose no time in swallowing the last. Prevention being in all cases better than cure, as we are informed upon the authority, not only of general acknowledgement, but also of traditionary wisdom. That with reference to the said bane and antidote, your dedicator has no further remarks to make than are comprised in the printed directions issued with Dr. Morrison's pills. Namely, that whenever your honorable sex take 25 of number 1, you will be pleased to take 50 of number 2 without delay. And your dedicator shall ever pray and see. The bashful young gentleman. We found ourselves seated at a small dinner party the other day, opposite a stranger of such singular appearance and manner that he irresistibly attracted our attention. This was a fresh-colored young gentleman, with as good a promise of light whisker as one might wish to see, and possessed of a very velvet-like, soft-looking countenance. We do not use the latter term invidiously, but merely to denote a pair of smooth, plump, highly colored cheeks of capacious dimensions, and a mouth rather remarkable for the fresh hue of the lips than for any marked or striking expression it presented. His whole face was suffused with a crimson blush, and bore that downcast, timid, retiring look, which betokens a man ill at ease with himself. There was nothing in these symptoms to attract more than a passing remark, but our attention had been originally drawn to the bashful young gentleman, on his first appearance in the drawing-room above stairs, into which he was no sooner introduced than making his way towards us who were standing in a window, and wholly neglecting several persons who warmly accosted him, he seized our hand with visible emotion, and pressed it with a convulsive grasp for a good couple of minutes. After which he dived in a nervous manner across the room, oversetting in his way a fine little girl of 6 years and a quarter old, and shrouding himself behind some hangings, was seen no more, until the eagle eye of the hostess detecting him in his concealment, on the announcement of dinner, he was requested to pair off with a lively single lady, of 2 or 3 and 30. This most flattering salutation from a perfect stranger would have gratified us not a little as a token of his having held us in high respect, and for that reason been desirous of our acquaintance, if we had not suspected from the first that the young gentleman, in making a desperate effort to get through the ceremony of introduction, had, in the bewilderment of his ideas, shaken hands with us at random. This impression was fully confirmed by the subsequent behavior of the bashful young gentleman in question, which we noted particularly, with the view of ascertaining whether we were right in our conjecture. The young gentleman seated himself at table with evident misgivings, and turning sharp round to pay attention to some observation of his loquacious neighbor, overset his bread. There was nothing very bad in this, and if he had had the presence of mind to let it go, and say nothing about it, nobody but the man who had laid the cloth would have been a bit the wiser. But the young gentleman, in various semi-successful attempts to prevent its fall, played with it a little, as gentlemen in the streets may be seen to do with their hats on a windy day, and then giving the roll a smart rap in his anxiety to catch it, knocked it with great adroitness into a tureen of white soup at some distance, to the unspeakable terror and disturbance of a very amiable bald gentleman who was dispensing the contents. We thought the bashful young gentleman would have gone off in an apoplectic fit, consequent upon the violent rush of blood to his face at the occurrence of this catastrophe. From this moment we perceived, in the phraseology of the fancy, that it was all up with the bashful young gentleman, and so indeed it was. Several benevolent persons endeavored to relieve his embarrassment by taking wine with him, but finding that it only augmented his sufferings, and that after mingling sherry, champagne, hock, and moselle together, he applied the greater part of the mixture externally, instead of internally, they gradually dropped off, and left him to the exclusive care of the talkative lady, who, not noting the wildness of his eye, firmly believed she had secured a listener. He broke a glass or two in the course of the meal, and disappeared shortly afterwards. It is inferred that he went away in some confusion, inasmuch as he left the house in another gentleman's coat and the footman's hat. This little incident led us to reflect upon the most prominent characteristics of bashful young gentlemen in the abstract. And as this portable volume will be the great textbook of young ladies in all future generations, we record them here for their guidance and behoof. If the bashful young gentleman, in turning a street corner, chanced to stumble suddenly upon 2 or 3 young ladies of his acquaintance, nothing can exceed his confusion and agitation. His first impulse is to make a great variety of bows and dart past them, which he does until, observing that they wish to stop, but are uncertain whether to do so or not, he makes several feints of returning, which causes them to do the same. And at length, after a great quantity of unnecessary dodging and falling up against the other passengers, he returns and shakes hands most affectionately with all of them, in doing which he knocks out of their grasp sundry little parcels, which he hastily picks up, and returns very muddy and disordered. The chances are that the bashful young gentleman then observes it is very fine weather, and being reminded that it has only just left off raining for the first time these 3 days, he blushes very much, and smiles as if he had said a very good thing. The young lady who was most anxious to speak, here inquires, with an air of great commiseration, how his dear sister Harriet is today. To which the young gentleman, without the slightest consideration, replies with many thanks that she is remarkably well. "Well, Mr. Hopkins," cries the young lady, "why, we heard she was bled yesterday evening and have been perfectly miserable about her." "Oh, ah," says the young gentleman, "so she was. Oh, she's very ill indeed." The young gentleman then shakes his head and looks very desponding. He has been smiling perpetually up to this time, and after a short pause gives his glove a great wrench at the wrist and says with a strong emphasis on the adjective, "Good morning, good morning." And making a great number of bows in acknowledgment of several little messages to his sister, walks backward a few paces, and comes with great violence against a lamp-post, knocking his hat off in the contact, which in his mental confusion and bodily pain he is going to walk away without, until a great roar from a carter attracts his attention, when he picks it up, and tries to smile cheerfully to the young ladies, who are looking back, and who, he has the satisfaction of seeing, are all laughing heartily. At a quadrille party, the bashful young gentleman always remains as near the entrance of the room as possible, from which position he smiles at the people he knows as they come in, and sometimes steps forward to shake hands with more intimate friends. A process which on each repetition seems to turn him a deeper scarlet than before. He declines dancing the first set or two, observing, in a faint voice, that he would rather wait a little, but at length is absolutely compelled to allow himself to be introduced to a partner, when he is led, in a great heat and blushing furiously, across the room to a spot where 6 unknown ladies are congregated together. "Miss Lambert, let me introduce Mr. Hopkins for the next quadrille." Miss Lambert inclines her head graciously. Mr. Hopkins bows, and his fair conductress disappears, leaving Mr. Hopkins, as he too well knows, to make himself agreeable. The young lady more than half expects that the bashful young gentleman will say something, and the bashful young gentleman, feeling this, seriously thinks whether he has got anything to say, which, upon mature reflection, he is rather disposed to conclude he has not, since nothing occurs to him. Meanwhile, the young lady, after several inspections of her bouquet, all made in the expectation that the bashful young gentleman is going to talk, whispers her mamma, who is sitting next her, which whisper the bashful young gentleman immediately suspects, and possibly with very good reason, must be about him. In this comfortable condition he remains until it is time to stand up, when murmuring a "Will you allow me?" He gives the young lady his arm, and after inquiring where she will stand, and receiving a reply that she has no choice, conducts her to the remotest corner of the quadrille, and making one attempt at conversation, which turns out a desperate failure, preserves a profound silence until it is all over, when he walks her twice round the room, deposits her in her old seat, and retires in confusion. A married bashful gentleman, for these bashful gentlemen do get married sometimes, how it is ever brought about is a mystery to us. A married bashful gentleman either causes his wife to appear bold by contrast, or merges her proper importance in his own insignificance. Bashful young gentlemen should be cured or avoided. They are never hopeless, and never will be, while female beauty and attractions retain their influence, as any young lady will find, who may think it worth while on this confident assurance to take a patient in hand. The out-and-out young gentleman. Out-and-out young gentlemen may be divided into two classes, those who have something to do, and those who have nothing. I shall commence with the former, because that species come more frequently under the notice of young ladies, whom it is our province to warn and to instruct. The out-and-out young gentleman is usually no great dresser, his instructions to his tailor being all comprehended in the one general direction, to make that what's-a-name a regular bang-up sort of thing. For some years past, the favorite costume of the out-and-out young gentleman has been a rough pilot coat, with 2 gilt hooks and eyes to the velvet collar, buttons somewhat larger than crown pieces, a black or fancy neckerchief, loosely tied, a wide-brimmed hat with a low crown, tightish inexpressibles, and iron-shod boots. Out of doors he sometimes carries a large ash stick, but only on special occasions, for he prefers keeping his hands in his coat pockets. He smokes at all hours, of course, and swears considerably. The out-and-out young gentleman is employed in a city counting-house or solicitor's office, in which he does as little as he possibly can. His chief places of resort are the streets, the taverns, and the theaters. In the streets at evening time, out-and-out young gentlemen have a pleasant custom of walking 6 or 8 abreast, thus driving females and other inoffensive persons into the road, which never fails to afford them the highest satisfaction, especially if there be any immediate danger of their being run over, which enhances the fun of the thing materially. In all places of public resort, the out-and-outers are careful to select each a seat to himself, upon which he lies at full length, and if the weather be very dirty, but not in any other case, he lies with his knees up, and the soles of his boots planted firmly on the cushion, so that if any low fellow should ask him to make room for a lady, he takes ample revenge upon her dress, without going at all out of his way to do it. He always sits with his hat on, and flourishes his stick in the air while the play is proceeding, with a dignified contempt of the performance. If it be possible for 1 or 2 out-and-out young gentlemen to get up a little crowding in the passages, they are quite in their element, squeezing, pushing, whooping, and shouting in the most humorous manner possible. If they can only succeed in irritating the gentleman who has a family of daughters under his charge, they are like to die with laughing, and boast of it among their companions for a week afterwards, adding that 1 or 2 of them were devilish fine girls, and that they really thought the youngest would have fainted, which was the only thing wanted to render the joke complete. If the out-and-out young gentlemen have a mother and sisters, of course he treats them with becoming contempt, inasmuch as they, poor things, having no notion of life or gaiety, are far too weak-spirited and moping for him. Sometimes, however, on a birthday or at Christmas time, he cannot very well help accompanying them to a party at some old friend's, with which view he comes home when they have been dressed an hour or 2, smelling very strongly of tobacco and spirits, and after exchanging his rough coat for some more suitable attire, in which, however, he loses nothing of the out-and-outer, gets into the coach and grumbles all the way at his own good nature. His bitter reflections aggravated by the recollection that Tom Smith has taken the chair at a little impromptu dinner at a fighting man's, and that a set-to was to take place on a dining table between the fighting man and his brother-in-law, which is probably coming off at that very instant. As the out-and-out young gentleman is by no means at his ease in ladies' society, he shrinks into a corner of the drawing-room when they reach the friend's, and unless one of his sisters is kind enough to talk to him, remains there without being much troubled by the attentions of other people, until he espies, lingering outside the door, another gentleman whom he at once knows by his air and manner, for there is a kind of freemasonry in the craft, to be a brother out-and-outer, and towards whom he accordingly makes his way. Conversation being soon opened by some casual remark, the second out-and-outer confidentially informs the first that he is one of the rough sort and hates that kind of thing, only he couldn't very well be off coming. To which the other replies that that's just his case, and I'll tell you what, continues the out-and-outer in a whisper, I should like a glass of warm brandy and water just now, or a pint of stout and a pipe, suggests the other out-and-outer. The discovery is at once made that they are sympathetic souls. Each of them says at the same moment that he sees the other understands what's what. And they become fast friends at once, more especially when it appears that the second out-and-outer is no other than a gentleman, long favorably known to his familiars as Mr. Warmint Blake, who upon divers occasions has distinguished himself in a manner that would not have disgraced the fighting man, and who, having been a pretty long time about town, had the honor of once shaking hands with the celebrated Mr. Thurtell himself. At supper, these gentlemen greatly distinguish themselves, brightening up very much when the ladies leave the table, and proclaiming aloud their intention of beginning to spend the evening, a process which is generally understood to be satisfactorily performed, when a great deal of wine is drunk and a great deal of noise made, both of which feats the out-and-out young gentlemen execute to perfection. Having protracted their sitting until long after the host and the other guests have adjourned to the drawing-room, and finding that they have drained the decanters empty, they follow them thither with complexions rather heightened, and faces rather bloated with wine. And the agitated lady of the house whispers her friends as they waltz together, to the great terror of the whole room, that both Mr. Blake and Mr. Dummins are very nice sort of young men in their way, only they are eccentric persons, and unfortunately rather too wild. The remaining class of out-and-out young gentlemen is composed of persons who, having no money of their own and a soul above earning any, enjoy similar pleasures, nobody knows how. These respectable gentlemen, without aiming quite so much at the out-and-out in external appearance, are distinguished by all the same amiable and attractive characteristics, in an equal or perhaps greater degree, and now and then find their way into society, through the medium of the other class of out-and-out young gentlemen, who will sometimes carry them home, and who usually pay their tavern bills. As they are equally gentlemanly, clever, witty, intelligent, wise, and well-bred, we need scarcely have recommended them to the peculiar consideration of the young ladies, if it were not that some of the gentle creatures whom we hold in such high respect are perhaps a little too apt to confound a great many heavier terms with the light word eccentricity, which we beg them henceforth to take in a strictly Johnsonian sense, without any liberality or latitude of construction. The very friendly young gentleman. We know, and all people know, so many specimens of this class, that in selecting the few heads our limits enable us to take from a great number, we have been induced to give the very friendly young gentleman the preference over many others, to whose claims upon a more cursory view of the question we had felt disposed to assign the priority. The very friendly young gentleman is very friendly to everybody, but he attaches himself particularly to two, or at most to three families, regulating his choice by their dinners, their circle of acquaintance, or some other criterion in which he has an immediate interest. He is of any age between 20 and 40, unmarried of course, must be fond of children, and is expected to make himself generally useful if possible. Let us illustrate our meaning by an example, which is the shortest mode and the clearest. We encountered one day, by chance, an old friend of whom we had lost sight for some years, and who, expressing a strong anxiety to renew our former intimacy, urged us to dine with him on an early day that we might talk over old times. We readily assented, adding that we hoped we should be alone. "Oh, certainly, certainly," said our friend, "not a soul with us but Mincin." "And who is Mincin?" was our natural inquiry. "Oh, don't mind him," replied our friend. "He's a most particular friend of mine, and a very friendly fellow you will find him." And so he left us. We thought no more about Mincin until we duly presented ourselves at the house next day, when, after a hearty welcome, our friend motioned towards a gentleman who had been previously showing his teeth by the fireplace, and gave us to understand that it was Mr. Mincin, of whom he had spoken. It required no great penetration on our part to discover at once that Mr. Mincin was in every respect a very friendly young gentleman. "I am delighted," said Mincin, hastily advancing and pressing our hand warmly between both of his. "I am delighted, I am sure, to make your acquaintance." Here he smiled, very much delighted indeed. Here he exhibited a little emotion. "I assure you that I have looked forward to it anxiously for a very long time." Here he released our hands, and rubbing his own, observed that the day was severe, but that he was delighted to perceive from our appearance that it agreed with us wonderfully. And then went on to observe that, notwithstanding the coldness of the weather, he had that morning seen in the paper an exceedingly curious paragraph, to the effect that there was now in the garden of Mr. Wilkins of Chichester a pumpkin, measuring 4 feet in height and 11 feet 7 inches in circumference, which he looked upon as a very extraordinary piece of intelligence. We ventured to remark that we had a dim recollection of having once or twice before observed a similar paragraph in the public prints, upon which Mr. Mincin took us confidentially by the button, and said, exactly, to be sure, we were very right, and he wondered what the editors meant by putting in such things. Who the deuce, he should like to know, did they suppose cared about them? That struck him as being the best of it. The lady of the house appeared shortly afterwards, and Mr. Mincin's friendliness, as will readily be supposed, suffered no diminution in consequence. He exerted much strength and skill in wheeling a large easy chair up to the fire, and the lady being seated in it, carefully closed the door, stirred the fire, and looked to the windows to see that they admitted no air. Having satisfied himself upon all these points, he expressed himself quite easy in his mind, and begged to know how she found herself today. Upon the lady's replying very well, Mr. Mincin, who it appeared was a medical gentleman, offered some general remarks upon the nature and treatment of colds in the head, which occupied us agreeably until dinner time. During the meal, he devoted himself to complimenting everybody, not forgetting himself, so that we were an uncommonly agreeable quartet. "I'll tell you what, Capper," said Mr. Mincin to our host, as he closed the room door after the lady had retired, "you have very great reason to be fond of your wife. Sweet woman, Mrs. Capper, sir." "Nay, Mincin, I beg," interposed the host, as we were about to reply that Mrs. Capper unquestionably was particularly sweet. "Pray, Mincin, don't." "Why not?" exclaimed Mr. Mincin. "Why not? Why should you feel any delicacy before your old friend, our old friend, if I may be allowed to call you so, sir? Why should you, I ask?" We of course wished to know why he should also, upon which our friend admitted that Mrs. Capper was a very sweet woman, at which admission Mr. Mincin cried, "Bravo," and begged to propose Mrs. Capper with heartfelt enthusiasm, whereupon our host said, "Thank you, Mincin," with deep feeling, and gave us in a low voice to understand that Mincin had saved Mrs. Capper's cousin's life no less than 14 times in a year and a half, which he considered no common circumstance, an opinion to which we most cordially subscribed. Now that we three were left to entertain ourselves with conversation, Mr. Mincin's extreme friendliness became every moment more apparent. He was so amazingly friendly, indeed, that it was impossible to talk about anything in which he had not the chief concern. We happened to allude to some affairs in which our friend and we had been mutually engaged nearly 14 years before, when Mr. Mincin was all at once reminded of a joke which our friend had made on that day 4 years, which he positively must insist upon telling, and which he did tell accordingly, with many pleasant recollections of what he said, and what Mrs. Capper said, and how he well remembered that they had been to the play with orders on the very night previous, and had seen Romeo and Juliet, and the pantomime, and how Mrs. Capper being faint had been led into the lobby, where she smiled, said it was nothing after all, and went back again, with many other interesting and absorbing particulars. After which the friendly young gentleman went on to assure us that our friend had experienced a marvelously prophetic opinion of that same pantomime, which was of such an admirable kind that 2 morning papers took the same view next day. To this our friend replied, with a little triumph, that in that instance he had some reason to think he had been correct, which gave the friendly young gentleman occasion to believe that our friend was always correct. And so we went on, until our friend, filling a bumper, said he must drink 1 glass to his dear friend Mincin, than whom he would say no man saved the lives of his acquaintances more, or had a more friendly heart. Finally, our friend, having emptied his glass, said, "God bless you, Mincin, and Mr. Mincin," and he shook hands across the table with much affection and earnestness. But great as the friendly young gentleman is, in a limited scene like this, he plays the same part on a larger scale with increased eclat. Mr. Mincin is invited to an evening party with his dear friends the Martins, where he meets his dear friends the Cappers, and his dear friends the Watsons, and 100 other dear friends too numerous to mention. He is as much at home with the Martins as with the Cappers, but how exquisitely he balances his attentions and divides them among his dear friends. If he flirts with one of the Miss Watsons, he has one little Martin on the sofa pulling his hair, and the other little Martin on the carpet riding on his foot. He carries Mrs. Watson down to supper on one arm and Miss Martin on the other, and takes wine so judiciously, and in such exact order, that it is impossible for the most punctilious old lady to consider herself neglected. If any young lady, being prevailed upon to sing, become nervous afterwards, Mr. Mincin leads her tenderly into the next room and restores her with port wine, which she must take medicinally. If any gentleman be standing by the piano during the progress of the ballad, Mr. Mincin seizes him by the arm at one point of the melody, and softly beating time the while with his head, expresses in dumb show his intense perception of the delicacy of the passage. If anybody's self-love is to be flattered, Mr. Mincin is at hand. If anybody's overweening vanity is to be pampered, Mr. Mincin will surfeit it. What wonder that people of all stations and ages recognize Mr. Mincin's friendliness, that he is universally allowed to be handsome as amiable, that mothers think him an oracle, daughters a dear, brothers a beau, and fathers a wonder. And who would not have the reputation of the very friendly young gentleman? The military young gentleman. We are rather at a loss to imagine how it has come to pass that military young gentlemen have obtained so much favor in the eyes of the young ladies of this kingdom. We cannot think so lightly of them as to suppose that the mere circumstance of a man's wearing a red coat ensures him a ready passport to their regard. And even if this were the case, it would be no satisfactory explanation of the circumstance, because, although the analogy may in some degree hold good in the case of male coachmen and guards, still general postmen wear red coats, and they are not to our knowledge better received than other men. Nor are firemen either, who wear or used to wear, not only red coats, but very resplendent and massive badges besides, much larger than epaulets. Neither do the twopenny post office boys, if the result of our inquiries be correct, find any peculiar favor in woman's eyes, although they wear very bright red jackets, and have the additional advantage of constantly appearing in public on horseback, which last circumstance may be naturally supposed to be greatly in their favor. We have sometimes thought that this phenomenon may take its rise in the conventional behavior of captains and colonels and other gentlemen in red coats on the stage, where they are invariably represented as fine swaggering fellows, talking of nothing but charming girls, their king and country, their honor, and their debts, and crowing over the inferior classes of the community, whom they occasionally treat with a little gentlemanly swindling, no less to the improvement and pleasure of the audience than to the satisfaction and approval of the choice spirits who consort with them. But we will not devote these pages to our speculations upon the subject, inasmuch as our business at the present moment is not so much with the young ladies who are bewitched by Her Majesty's livery as with the young gentlemen whose heads are turned by it. For heads, we had written brains, but upon consideration, we think the former the more appropriate word of the two. These young gentlemen may be divided into 2 classes, young gentlemen who are actually in the army, and young gentlemen who, having an intense and enthusiastic admiration for all things appertaining to a military life, are compelled by adverse fortune or adverse relations to wear out their existence in some ignoble counting-house. We will take this latter description of military young gentlemen first. The whole heart and soul of the military young gentleman are concentrated in his favorite topic. There is nothing that he is so learned upon as uniforms. He will tell you, without faltering for an instant, what the habiliments of any one regiment are turned up with, what regiment wears stripes down the outside and inside of the leg, and how many buttons the 10th had on their coats. He knows to a fraction how many yards and odd inches of gold lace it takes to make an ensign in the Guards, is deeply read in the comparative merits of different bands and the appareling of trumpeters, and is very luminous indeed in descanting upon crack regiments, and the crack gentlemen who compose them, of whose mightiness and grandeur he is never tired of telling. We were suggesting to a military young gentleman only the other day, after he had related to us several dazzling instances of the profusion of half a dozen honorable ensign somebodies or nobodies in the articles of kid gloves and polished boots, that possibly cracked regiments would be an improvement upon crack, as being a more expressive and appropriate designation, when he suddenly interrupted us by pulling out his watch and observing that he must hurry off to the park in a cab, or he would be too late to hear the band play. Not wishing to interfere with so important an engagement, and being in fact already slightly overwhelmed by the anecdotes of the honorable ensigns aforementioned, we made no attempt to detain the military young gentleman, but parted company with ready goodwill. Some 3 or 4 hours afterwards, we chanced to be walking down Whitehall, on the Admiralty side of the way, when, as we drew near to one of the little stone places in which a couple of horse soldiers mount guard in the daytime, we were attracted by the motionless appearance and eager gaze of a young gentleman, who was devouring both man and horse with his eyes so eagerly that he seemed deaf and blind to all that was passing around him. We were not much surprised at the discovery that it was our friend, the military young gentleman, but we were a little astonished when we returned from a walk to South Lambeth to find him still there, looking on with the same intensity as before. As it was a very windy day, we felt bound to awaken the young gentleman from his reverie, when he inquired of us with great enthusiasm whether that was not a glorious spectacle, and proceeded to give us a detailed account of the weight of every article of the spectacle's trappings, from the man's gloves to the horse's shoes. We have made it a practice since to take the horse guards in our daily walk, and we find it is the custom of military young gentlemen to plant themselves opposite the sentries and contemplate them at leisure, in periods varying from 15 minutes to 50 and averaging 25. We were much struck a day or two since by the behavior of a very promising young butcher who, evincing an interest in the service, which cannot be too strongly commanded or encouraged, after a prolonged inspection of the sentry, proceeded to handle his boots with great curiosity and as much composure and indifference as if the man were waxwork. But the really military young gentleman is waiting all this time, and at the very moment that an apology rises to our lips, he emerges from the barrack gate. He is quartered in a garrison town, and takes the way towards the High Street. He wears his undress uniform, which somewhat mars the glory of his outward man, but still how great, how grand he is. What a happy mixture of ease and ferocity in his gait and carriage, and how lightly he carries that dreadful sword under his arm, making no more ado about it than if it were a silk umbrella. The lion is sleeping. Only think if an enemy were in sight, how soon he'd whip it out of the scabbard, and what a terrible fellow he would be. But he walks on, thinking of nothing less than blood and slaughter, and now he comes in sight of 3 other military young gentlemen arm in arm, who are bearing down towards him, clanking their iron heels on the pavement and clashing their swords with a noise which should cause all peaceful men to quail at heart. They stop to talk. See how the flaxen-haired young gentleman with the weak legs, he who has his pocket-handkerchief thrust into the breast of his coat, glares upon the faint-hearted civilians who linger to look upon his glory. How the next young gentleman elevates his head in the air and majestically places his arms akimbo, while the third stands with his legs very wide apart and clasps his hands behind him. Well may we inquire, not in familiar jest but in respectful earnest, if you call that nothing. Oh, if some encroaching foreign power, the Emperor of Russia, for instance, or any of those deep fellows, could only see those military young gentlemen as they move on together towards the billiard room over the way, wouldn't he tremble a little? And then, at the theater at night, when the performances are by command of Colonel Fitzsawdust and the officers of the garrison, what a splendid sight it is! How sternly the defenders of their country look round the house as if in mute assurance to the audience that they may make themselves comfortable regarding any foreign invasion, for they, the military young gentlemen are keeping a sharp lookout and are ready for anything. And what a contrast between them and that stage box full of gray-headed officers with tokens of many battles about them, who have nothing at all in common with the military young gentlemen, and who, but for an old-fashioned kind of manly dignity in their looks and bearing, might be common hard-working soldiers for anything they take the pains to announce to the contrary. Ah, here is a family just come in who recognize the flaxen-headed young gentleman, and the flaxen-headed young gentleman recognizes them too, only he doesn't care to show it just now. Very well done indeed. He talks louder to the little group of military young gentlemen who are standing by him, and coughs to induce some ladies in the next box, but one to look round, in order that their faces may undergo the same ordeal of criticism to which they have subjected, in not a wholly inaudible tone, the majority of the female portion of the audience. Oh. A gentleman in the same box looks round, as if he were disposed to resent this as an impertinence, and the flaxen-headed young gentleman sees his friends at once, and hurries away to them with the most charming cordiality. 3 young ladies, 1 young man, and the mamma of the party receive the military young gentleman with great warmth and politeness, and in 5 minutes afterwards the military young gentleman, stimulated by the mamma, introduces the 2 other military young gentlemen with whom he was walking in the morning, who take their seats behind the young ladies and commence conversation. Whereat the mamma bestows a triumphant bow upon a rival mamma, who has not succeeded in deking any military young gentleman, and prepares to consider her visitors from that moment 3 of the most elegant and superior young gentlemen in the whole world. The political young gentleman. Once upon a time, not in the days when pigs drank wine, but in a more recent period of our history, it was customary to banish politics when ladies were present. If this usage still prevailed, we should have had no chapter for political young gentlemen, for ladies would have neither known nor cared what kind of monster a political young gentleman was. But as this good custom in common with many others has gone out, and left no word when it is likely to be home again, as political young ladies are by no means rare, and political young gentlemen the very reverse of scarce, we are bound in the strict discharge of our most responsible duty not to neglect this natural division of our subject. If the political young gentleman be resident in a country town, and there are political young gentlemen in country towns sometimes, he is wholly absorbed in his politics. As a pair of purple spectacles communicate the same uniform tint to all objects near and remote, so the political glasses, with which the young gentleman assists his mental vision, give to everything the hue and tinge of party feeling. The political young gentleman would as soon think of being struck with the beauty of a young lady in the opposite interest, as he would dream of marrying his sister to the opposite member. If the political young gentleman be a conservative, he has usually some vague ideas about Ireland and the Pope which he cannot very clearly explain, but which he knows are the right sort of thing, and not to be very easily got over by the other side. He has also some choice sentences regarding church and state, culled from the banners in use at the last election, with which he intersperses his conversation at intervals with surprising effect. But his great topic is the Constitution, upon which he will declaim, by the hour together, with much heat and fury. Not that he has any particular information on the subject, but because he knows that the Constitution is somehow church and state somehow the Constitution, and that the fellows on the other side say it isn't, which is quite a sufficient reason for him to say it is, and to stick to it. Perhaps his greatest topic of all, though, is the people. If a fight takes place in a populous town, in which many noses are broken, and a few windows, the young gentleman throws down the newspaper with a triumphant air, and exclaims, "Here's your precious people." If 6 boys run across the course at race time, when it ought to be kept clear, the young gentleman looks indignantly round, and begs you to observe the conduct of the people. If the gallery demand a hornpipe between the play and the afterpiece, the same young gentleman cries "No" and "Shame" till he is hoarse, and then inquires with a sneer what you think of popular moderation now. In short, the people form a never-failing theme for him. And when the attorney on the side of his candidate dwells upon it with great power of eloquence at election time, as he never fails to do, the young gentleman and his friends, and the body they head, cheer with great violence against the other people. with whom, of course, they have no possible connection. In much the same manner, the audience at a theater never fail to be highly amused with any jokes at the expense of the public, always laughing heartily at some other public, and never at themselves. If the political young gentleman be a radical, he is usually a very profound person indeed, having great store of theoretical questions to put to you, with an infinite variety of possible cases and logical deductions therefrom. If he be of the utilitarian school, too, which is more than probable, he is particularly pleasant company, having many ingenious remarks to offer upon the voluntary principle and various cheerful disquisitions connected with the population of the country, the position of Great Britain in the scale of nations, and the balance of power. Then he is exceedingly well versed in all doctrines of political economy as laid down in the newspapers, and knows a great many parliamentary speeches by heart. Nay, he has a small stock of aphorisms, none of them exceeding a couple of lines in length, which will settle the toughest question and leave you nothing to say. He gives all the young ladies to understand that Miss Martineau is the greatest woman that ever lived, and when they praise the good looks of Mr. Hawkins, the new member, says he's very well for a representative all things considered, but he wants a little calling to account, and he is more than half afraid it will be necessary to bring him down on his knees for that vote on the miscellaneous estimates. At this, the young ladies express much wonderment, and say surely a member of Parliament is not to be brought upon his knees so easily. In reply to which the political young gentleman smiles sternly, and throws out dark hints regarding the speedy arrival of that day, when members of Parliament will be paid salaries, and required to render weekly accounts of their proceedings, at which the young ladies utter many expressions of astonishment and incredulity, while their lady mothers regard the prophecy as little else than blasphemous. It is extremely improving and interesting to hear two political young gentlemen, of diverse opinions, discuss some great question across a dinner table, such as whether, if the public were admitted to Westminster Abbey for nothing, they would or would not convey small chisels and hammers in their pockets, and immediately set about chipping all the noses off the statues. Or whether, if they once got into the Tower for a shilling, they would not insist upon trying the crown on their own heads, and loading and firing off all the small arms in the armory, to the great discomposure of White-Capel and the Minories. Upon these, and many other momentous questions which agitate the public mind in these desperate days, they will discourse with great vehemence and irritation for a considerable time together, both leaving off precisely where they began, and each thoroughly persuaded that he has got the better of the other. In society, at assemblies, balls, and playhouses, these political young gentlemen are perpetually on the watch for a political illusion, or anything which can be tortured or construed into being one, when, thrusting themselves into the very smallest openings for their favorite discourse, they fall upon the unhappy company tooth and nail. They have recently had many favorable opportunities of opening in churches, but as there the clergyman has it all his own way and must not be contradicted, whatever politics he preaches, they are fain to hold their tongues until they reach the outer door, though at the imminent risk of bursting in the effort. As such discussions can please nobody but the talkative parties concerned, we hope they will henceforth take the hint and discontinue them. Otherwise we now give them warning, that the ladies have our advice to discountenance such talkers altogether. The domestic young gentleman. Let us make a slight sketch of our amiable friend, Mr. Felix Nixon. We are strongly disposed to think that if we put him in this place, he will answer our purpose without another word of comment. Felix, then, is a young gentleman who lives at home with his mother, just within the twopenny post office circle of 3 miles from St. Martin-le-Grand. He wears India rubber goloshes when the weather is at all damp, and always has a silk handkerchief neatly folded up in the right-hand pocket of his greatcoat, to tie over his mouth when he goes home at night. Moreover, being rather nearsighted, he carries spectacles for particular occasions, and has a weakish, tremulous voice, of which he makes great use, for he talks as much as any old lady breathing. The two chief subjects of Felix's discourse are himself and his mother, both of whom would appear to be very wonderful and interesting persons. As Felix and his mother are seldom apart in body, so Felix and his mother are scarcely ever separate in spirit. If you ask Felix how he finds himself today, he prefaces his reply with a long and minute bulletin of his mother's state of health. And the good lady in her turn edifies her acquaintance with a circumstantial and alarming account, how he sneezed 4 times and coughed once after being out in the rain the other night. But having his feet promptly put into hot water and his head into a flannel something, which we will not describe more particularly than by this delicate allusion, was happily brought round by the next morning and enabled to go to business as usual. Our friend is not a very adventurous or hot-headed person, but he has passed through many dangers, as his mother can testify. There is one great story in particular, concerning a hackney coachman who wanted to overcharge him one night for bringing them home from the play. Upon which Felix gave the aforesaid coachman a look which his mother thought would have crushed him to the earth, but which did not crush him quite, for he continued to demand another 6pence, notwithstanding that Felix took out his pocketbook, and, with the aid of a flat candle, pointed out the fare in print, which the coachman obstinately disregarding. He shut the street door with a slam which his mother shudders to think of, and then, roused to the most appalling pitch of passion by the coachman knocking a double knock to show that he was by no means convinced, he broke with uncontrollable force from his parent and the servant girl, and running into the street without his hat, actually shook his fist at the coachman, and came back again with a face as white, Mrs. Nixon says, looking about her for a simile, as white as that ceiling. She never will forget his fury that night, never. To this account Felix listens with a solemn face, occasionally looking at you to see how it affects you, and when his mother has made an end of it, adds that he looked at every coachman he met for 3 weeks afterwards, in hopes that he might see the scoundrel, whereupon Mrs. Nixon, with an exclamation of terror, requests to know what he would have done to him if he had seen him, at which Felix, smiling darkly and clenching his right fist, she exclaims, "Goodness gracious!" with a distracted air, and insists upon extorting a promise that he never will on any account do anything so rash, which her dutiful son, it being something more than 3 years since the offense was committed, reluctantly concedes, and his mother, shaking her head prophetically, fears with a sigh that his spirit will lead him into something violent yet. The discourse then, by an easy transition, turns upon the spirit which glows within the bosom of Felix, upon which point Felix himself becomes eloquent, and relates a thrilling anecdote of the time when he used to sit up till 2 o'clock in the morning reading French, and how his mother used to say, "Felix, you will make yourself ill, I know you will," and how he used to say, "Mother, I don't care, I will do it," and how at last his mother privately procured a doctor to come and see him, who declared, the moment he felt his pulse, that if he had gone on reading one night more, only one night more, he must have put a blister on each temple and another between his shoulders, and who, as it was, sat down upon the instant, and writing a prescription for a blue pill, said it must be taken immediately, or he wouldn't answer for the consequences. The recital of these, and many other moving perils of the like nature, constantly harrows up the feelings of Mr. Nixon's friends. Mrs. Nixon has a tolerably extensive circle of female acquaintance, being a good-humored, talkative, bustling little body, and to the unmarried girls among them she is constantly vaunting the virtues of her son, hinting that she will be a very happy person who wins him, but that they must mind their P's and Q's, for he is very particular and terribly severe upon young ladies. At this last caution, the young ladies resident in the same row, who happen to be spending the evening there, put their pocket-handkerchiefs before their mouths, and are troubled with a short cough. Just then Felix knocks at the door, and his mother, drawing the tea-table nearer the fire, calls out to him as he takes off his boots in the back parlor that he needn't mind coming in his slippers, for there are only the 2 Miss Greys and Miss Thompson, and she is quite sure they will excuse him, and nodding to the 2 Miss Greys, she adds, in a whisper, that Julia Thompson is a great favorite with Felix, at which intelligence the short cough comes again. And Miss Thompson in particular is greatly troubled with it, till Felix coming in, very faint for want of his tea, changes the subject of discourse, and enables her to laugh out boldly and tell Amelia Gray not to be so foolish. Here they all 3 laugh, and Mrs. Nixon says they are giddy girls, in which stage of the proceedings Felix, who has by this time refreshened himself with the grateful herb that cheers but not inebriates, removes his cup from his countenance and says with a knowing smile that all girls are. Whereat his admiring mamma pats him on the back and tells him not to be sly, which calls forth a general laugh from the young ladies, and another smile from Felix, who, thinking he looks very sly indeed, is perfectly satisfied. Tea being over, the young ladies resume their work, and Felix insists upon holding a skein of silk while Miss Thompson winds it on a card. This process having been performed to the satisfaction of all parties, he brings down his flute in compliance with a request from the youngest Miss Grey, and plays divers tunes out of a very small music book till supper time, when he is very facetious and talkative indeed. Finally, after half a tumblerful of warm sherry and water, he gallantly puts on his goloshes over his slippers, and telling Miss Thompson's servant to run on first and get the door open, escorts that young lady to her house, 5 doors off. The Miss Greys who live in the next house but one stopping to peep with merry faces from their own door till he comes back again, when they call out, "Very well, Mr. Felix," and trip into the passage with a laugh more musical than any flute that was ever played. Felix is rather prim in his appearance, and perhaps a little priggish about his books and flute, and so forth, which have all their peculiar corners of peculiar shelves in his bedroom. Indeed, all his female acquaintance, and they are good judges, have long ago set him down as a thorough old bachelor. He is a favorite with them, however, in a certain way, as an honest, inoffensive, kind-hearted creature. And as his peculiarities harm nobody, not even himself, we are induced to hope that many who are not personally acquainted with him will take our good word in his behalf, and be content to leave him to a long continuance of his harmless existence. The censorious young gentleman. There is an amiable kind of young gentleman going about in society, upon whom, after much experience of him, and considerable turning over of the subject in our mind, we feel it our duty to affix the above appellation. Young ladies mildly call him a sarcastic young gentleman or a severe young gentleman. We, who know better, beg to acquaint them with the fact that he is merely a censorious young gentleman and nothing else. The censorious young gentleman has the reputation among his familiars of a remarkably clever person, which he maintains by receiving all intelligence and expressing all opinions with a dubious sneer, accompanied with a half-smile expressive of anything you please but good humor. This sets people about thinking what on earth the censorious young gentleman means, and they speedily arrive at the conclusion that he means something very deep indeed. For they reason in this way: this young gentleman looks so very knowing that he must mean something, and as I am by no means a dull individual, what a very deep meaning he must have if I can't find it out. It is extraordinary how soon a censorious young gentleman may make a reputation in his own small circle if he bear this in his mind, and regulate his proceedings accordingly. As young ladies are generally not curious, but laudably desirous to acquire information, the censorious young gentleman is much talked about among them, and many surmises are hazarded regarding him. "I wonder," exclaims the eldest Miss Greenwood, laying down her work to turn up the lamp, "I wonder whether Mr. Fairfax will ever be married." "Bless me, dear," cries Miss Marshall, "whatever made you think of him?" "Really, I hardly know," replies Miss Greenwood. "He is such a very mysterious person that I often wonder about him." "Well, to tell you the truth," replies Miss Marshall, "and so do I hear 2 other young ladies profess that they are constantly doing the like, and all present appear in the same condition except one young lady, who, not scrupling to state that she considers Mr. Fairfax a horror, draws down all the opposition of the others, which having been expressed in a great many ejaculatory passages, such as, 'Well, did I ever?' and 'Lor' Emily, dear.' Ma takes up the subject and gravely states that she must say she does not think Mr. Fairfax by any means a horror, but rather takes him to be a young man of very great ability. And I am quite sure," adds the worthy lady, "he always means a great deal more than he says." The door opens at this point of the disclosure, and who of all people alive walks into the room but the very Mr. Fairfax who has been the subject of conversation. "Well, it really is curious," cries Ma, "we were at that very moment talking about you." "You did me great honor," replies Mr. Fairfax. "May I venture to ask what you were saying?" "Why, if you must know," returns the eldest girl, "we were remarking what a very mysterious man you are." "Aye," observes Mr. Fairfax, "indeed." Now Mr. Fairfax says this aye, and indeed, which are slight words enough in themselves, with so very unfathomable an air, and accompanies them with such a very equivocal smile, that Ma and the young ladies are more than ever convinced that he means an immensity, and so tell him he is a very dangerous man, and seems to be always thinking ill of somebody, which is precisely the sort of character the censorious young gentleman is most desirous to establish. Wherefore he says, "Oh, dear no," in a tone obviously intended to mean, "You have me there," and which gives them to understand that they have hit the right nail on the very center of its head. When the conversation ranges from the mystery overhanging the censorious young gentleman's behavior to the general topics of the day, he sustains his character to admiration. He considers the new tragedy well enough for a new tragedy, but Lord bless us. Well, no matter. He could say a great deal on that point, but he would rather not, lest he should be thought ill-natured, as he knows he would be. But is not Mr. So-and-so's performance truly charming? Inquires a young lady. Charming, replies the censorious young gentleman. Oh dear, yes, certainly, very charming, oh very charming indeed. After this he stirs the fire, smiling contemptuously all the while, and a modest young gentleman who has been a silent listener thinks what a great thing it must be to have such a critical judgment. Of music, pictures, books, and poetry, the censorious young gentleman has an equally fine conception. As to men and women, he can tell all about them at a glance. Now let us hear your opinion of young Mrs. Barker, says some great believer in the powers of Mr. Fairfax, but don't be too severe. I never am severe, replies the censorious young gentleman. Well, never mind that now, she is very ladylike, is she not? Ladylike, repeats the censorious young gentleman, for he always repeats when he is at a loss for anything to say. Did you observe her manner? Bless my heart and soul, Mrs. Thompson, did you observe her manner? That's all I ask. I thought I had done so, rejoins the poor lady, much perplexed. I did not observe it very closely, perhaps. Oh, not very closely, rejoins the censorious young gentleman, triumphantly. Very good, then I did. Let us talk no more about her. The censorious young gentleman purses up his lips and nods his head sagely as he says this. And it is forthwith whispered about that Mr. Fairfax, who, though he is a little prejudiced, must be admitted to be a very excellent judge, has observed something exceedingly odd in Mrs. Barker's manner. The funny young gentleman. As one funny young gentleman will serve as a sample of all funny young gentlemen, we purpose merely to note down the conduct and behavior of an individual specimen of this class, whom we happened to meet at an annual family Christmas party in the course of this very last Christmas that ever came. We were all seated round a blazing fire which crackled pleasantly as the guests talked merrily and the urn steamed cheerily. For being an old-fashioned party, there was an urn and a teapot besides, when there came a postman's knock at the door, so violent and sudden that it startled the whole circle, and actually caused 2 or 3 very interesting and most unaffected young ladies to scream aloud, and to exhibit many afflicting symptoms of terror and distress, until they had been several times assured by their respective adorers that they were in no danger. We were about to remark that it was surely beyond post time, and must have been a runaway knock, when our host, who had hitherto been paralyzed with wonder, sank into a chair in a perfect ecstasy of laughter, and offered to lay £20 that it was that droll dog Griggins. He had no sooner said this than the majority of the company and all the children of the house burst into a roar of laughter too, as if some inimitable joke flashed upon them simultaneously, and gave vent to various exclamations of, to be sure it must be Griggins, and how like him that was, and what spirits he was always in, with many other commendatory remarks of the like nature. Not having the happiness to know Griggins, we became extremely desirous to see so pleasant a fellow, the more especially as a stout gentleman with a powdered head, who was sitting with his breeches buckles almost touching the hob, whispered us he was a wit of the first water, when the door opened, and Mr. Griggins being announced, presented himself, amidst another shout of laughter and a loud clapping of hands from the younger branches. This welcome he acknowledged by sundry contortions of countenance, imitative of the clown in one of the new pantomimes, which were so extremely successful that one stout gentleman rolled upon an ottoman in a paroxysm of delight, protesting, with many gasps, that if somebody didn't make that fellow Griggins leave off, he would be the death of him, he knew. At this the company only laughed more boisterously than before, and as we always like to accommodate our tone and spirit if possible to the humor of any society in which we find ourselves, we laughed with the rest, and exclaimed, "Oh, capital, capital," as loud as any of them. When he had quite exhausted all beholders, Mr. Griggins received the welcomes and congratulations of the circle, and went through the needful introductions with much ease and many puns. This ceremony over, he avowed his intention of sitting in somebody's lap unless the young ladies made room for him on the sofa, which being done, after a great deal of tittering and pleasantry, he squeezed himself among them, and likened his condition to that of love among the roses. At this novel jest we all roared once more. "You should consider yourself highly honored, sir," said we. "Sir," replied Mr. Griggins, "you do me proud." Here everybody laughed again, and the stout gentleman by the fire whispered in our ear that Griggins was making a dead set at us. The tea things having been removed, we all sat down to a round game, and here Mr. Griggins shone forth with peculiar brilliancy, abstracting other people's fish, and looking over their hands in the most comical manner. He made one most excellent joke in snuffing a candle, which was neither more nor less than setting fire to the hair of a pale young gentleman who sat next him, and afterwards begging his pardon with considerable humor. As the young gentleman could not see the joke, however, possibly in consequence of its being on the top of his own head, it did not go off quite as well as it might have done. Indeed, the young gentleman was heard to murmur some general references to impertinence and a rascal, and to state the number of his lodgings in an angry tone, a turn of the conversation which might have been productive of slaughterous consequences if a young lady, betrothed to the young gentleman, had not used her immediate influence to bring about a reconciliation, emphatically declaring in an agitated whisper, intended for his peculiar edification but audible to the whole table, that if he went on in that way, she never would think of him otherwise than as a friend, though as that she must always regard him. At this terrible threat the young gentleman became calm, and the young lady, overcome by the revulsion of feeling, instantaneously fainted. Mr. Griggins's spirits were slightly depressed for a short period by this unlooked-for result of such a harmless pleasantry, but being promptly elevated by the attentions of the host and several glasses of wine, he soon recovered, and became even more vivacious than before, insomuch that the stout gentleman previously referred to assured us that although he had known him since he was that high, something smaller than a nutmeg grater, he had never beheld him in such excellent cue. When the round game and several games at blind man's buff which followed it were all over, and we were going down to supper, the inexhaustible Mr. Griggins produced a small sprig of mistletoe from his waistcoat pocket, and commenced a general kissing of the assembled females, which occasioned great commotion and much excitement. We observed that several young gentlemen, including the young gentleman with the pale countenance, were greatly scandalized at this indecorous proceeding, and talked very big among themselves in corners. And we observed, too, that several young ladies, when remonstrated with by the aforesaid young gentleman, called each other to witness how they had struggled, and protested vehemently that it was very rude, and that they were surprised at Mrs. Brown's allowing it, and that they couldn't bear it, and had no patience with such impertinence. But such is the gentle and forgiving nature of woman, that although we looked very narrowly for it, we could not detect the slightest harshness in the subsequent treatment of Mr. Griggins. Indeed, upon the whole, it struck us that among the ladies he seemed rather more popular than before. To recount all the drollery of Mr. Griggins at supper would fill such a tiny volume as this, to the very bottom of the outside cover. How he drank out of other people's glasses, and ate of other people's bread, how he frightened into screaming convulsions a little boy who was sitting up to supper in a high chair, by sinking below the table and suddenly reappearing with a mask on. How the hostess was really surprised that anybody could find a pleasure in tormenting children, and how the host frowned at the hostess, and felt convinced that Mr. Griggins had done it with the very best intentions. How Mr. Griggins explained, and how everybody's good humor was restored but the child's. To tell these and 100 other things ever so briefly would occupy more of our room and our readers' patience than either they or we can conveniently spare. Therefore, we change the subject, merely observing that we have offered no description of the funny young gentleman's personal appearance, believing that almost every society has a Griggins of its own, and leaving all readers to supply the deficiency, according to the particular circumstances of their particular case. The theatrical young gentleman. All gentlemen who love the drama, and there are few gentlemen who are not attached to the most intellectual and rational of all our amusements, do not come within this definition. As we have no mean relish for theatrical entertainments ourselves, we are disinterestedly anxious that this should be perfectly understood. The theatrical young gentleman has early and important information on all theatrical topics. "Well," says he abruptly when you meet him in the street, "here's a pretty to-do. Flimkins has thrown up his part in the melodrama at the Surrey. And what's to be done?" you inquire with as much gravity as you can counterfeit. "Ah, that's the point," replies the theatrical young gentleman, looking very serious. "Boozle declines it, positively declines it." From all I am told, I should say it was decidedly in Boozle's line, and that he would be very likely to make a great hit in it. But he objects on the ground of Flimkins having been put up in the part first, and says no earthly power shall induce him to take the character. It's a fine part, too, excellent business, I'm told. He has to kill 6 people in the course of the piece, and to fight over a bridge in red fire, which is as safe a card, as can be. Don't mention it, but I hear that the last scene, when he is first poisoned, and then stabbed by Mrs. Flimkins as Venjdora, will be the greatest thing that has been done these many years. With this piece of news, and laying his finger on his lips as a caution for you not to excite the town with it, the theatrical young gentleman hurries away. The theatrical young gentleman, from often frequenting the different theatrical establishments, has pet and familiar names for them all. Thus Covent Garden is the Garden, Drury Lane the Lane, the Victoria the Vic, and the Olympic the Pick. Actresses, too, are always designated by their surnames only, as Taylor, Nisbet, Fawcett, Honey, that talented and ladylike girl sheriff, that clever little creature Horton, and so on. In the same manner he prefixes Christian names when he mentions actors, as Charlie Young, Jimmy Buckstone, Fred Yates, Paul Bedford. When he is at a loss for a Christian name, the word old applied indiscriminately answers quite as well. As old Charlie Matthews at Vestris's, old Harley, and old Braham. He has a great knowledge of the private proceedings of actresses, especially of their getting married, and can tell you in a breath half a dozen who have changed their names without avowing it. Whenever an alteration of this kind is made in the playbills, he will remind you that he let you into the secret 6 months ago. The theatrical young gentleman has a great reverence for all that is connected with the stage department of the different theaters. He would, at any time, prefer going a street or 2 out of his way, to omitting to pass a stage entrance, into which he always looks with a curious and searching eye. If he can only identify a popular actor in the street, he is in a perfect transport of delight, and no sooner meets him than he hurries back and walks a few paces in front of him, so that he can turn round from time to time and have a good stare at his features. He looks upon a theatrical fund dinner as one of the most enchanting festivities ever known, and thinks that to be a member of the Garrick Club and see so many actors in their plain clothes must be one of the highest gratifications the world can bestow. The theatrical young gentleman is a constant half-price visitor at one or other of the theaters, and has an infinite relish for all pieces which display the fullest resources of the establishment. He likes to place implicit reliance upon the playbills when he goes to see a showpiece, and works himself up to such a pitch of enthusiasm as not only to believe, if the bills say so, that there are 375 people on the stage at one time in the last scene, but is highly indignant with you, unless you believe it also. He considers that if the stage be opened from the footlights to the back wall, in any new play, the piece is a triumph of dramatic writing, and applauds accordingly. He has a great notion of trapdoors, too, and thinks any character going down or coming up a trap, no matter whether he be an angel or a demon, they both do it occasionally. One of the most interesting feats in the whole range of scenic illusion. Besides these acquirements, he has several veracious accounts to communicate of the private manners and customs of different actors, which, during the pauses of a quadrille, he usually communicates to his partner, or imparts to his neighbor at a supper table. Thus he is advised that Mr. Liston always had a footman in gorgeous livery waiting at the side scene with a brandy bottle and tumbler, to administer half a pint or so of spirit to him every time he came off, without which assistance he must infallibly have fainted. He knows for a fact that, after an arduous part, Mr. George Bennet is put between 2 feather beds to absorb the perspiration, and is credibly informed that Mr. Baker has, for many years, submitted to a course of lukewarm toast and water, to qualify him to sustain his favorite characters. He looks upon Mr. Fitzball as the principal dramatic genius and poet of the day, but holds that there are great writers extant besides him, in proof whereof he refers you to various dramas and melodramas recently produced, of which he takes in all the sixpenny and threepenny editions as fast as they appear. The theatrical young gentleman is a great advocate for violence of emotion and redundancy of action. If a father has to curse a child upon the stage, he likes to see it done in the thoroughgoing style, with no mistake about it. To which end it is essential that the child should follow the father on her knees, and be knocked violently over on her face by the old gentleman as he goes into a small cottage, and shuts the door behind him. He likes to see a blessing invoked upon the young lady, when the old gentleman repents with equal earnestness, and accompanied by the usual conventional forms, which consist of the old gentleman looking anxiously up into the clouds, as if to see whether it rains, and then spreading an imaginary tablecloth in the air over the young lady's head, soft music playing all the while. Upon these, and other points of a similar kind, the theatrical young gentleman is a great critic indeed. He is likewise very acute in judging of natural expressions of the passions, and knows precisely the frown, wink, nod, or leer, which stands for any one of them, or the means by which it may be converted into any other. As jealousy, with a good stamp of the right foot, becomes anger, or wildness, with the hands clasped before the throat instead of tearing the wig, is passionate love. If you venture to express a doubt of the accuracy of any of these portraitures, the theatrical young gentleman assures you, with a haughty smile, that it always has been done in that way, and he supposes they are not going to change it at this time of day to please you, to which, of course, you meekly reply that you suppose not. There are innumerable disquisitions of this nature, in which the theatrical young gentleman is very profound, especially to ladies whom he is most in the habit of entertaining with them. But as we have no space to recapitulate them at greater length, we must rest content with calling the attention of the young ladies in general to the theatrical young gentlemen of their own acquaintance. The poetical young gentleman. Time was, and not very long ago either, when a singular epidemic raged among the young gentlemen, vast numbers of whom, under the influence of the malady, tore off their neckerchiefs, turned down their shirt collars, and exhibited themselves in the open streets with bare throats and dejected countenances, before the eyes of an astonished public. These were poetical young gentlemen. The custom was gradually found to be inconvenient, as involving the necessity of too much clean linen and too large washing bills, and these outward symptoms have consequently passed away. But we are disposed to think, notwithstanding, that the number of poetical young gentlemen is considerably on the increase. We know a poetical young gentleman, a very poetical young gentleman. We do not mean to say that he is troubled with the gift of poesy in any remarkable degree, but his countenance is of a plaintive and melancholy cast. His manner is abstracted and bespeaks affliction of soul. He seldom has his hair cut, and often talks about being an outcast and wanting a kindred spirit. From which, as well as from many general observations in which he is wont to indulge, concerning mysterious impulses and yearnings of the heart, and the supremacy of intellect gilding all earthly things with the glowing magic of immortal verse, it is clear to all his friends that he has been stricken poetical. The favorite attitude of the poetical young gentleman is lounging on a sofa with his eyes fixed upon the ceiling, or sitting bolt upright in a high-backed chair, staring with very round eyes at the opposite wall. When he is in one of these positions, his mother, who is a worthy, affectionate old soul, will give you a nudge to bespeak your attention without disturbing the abstracted one, and whisper with a shake of the head that John's imagination is at some extraordinary work or other. You may take her word for it. Hereupon John looks more fiercely intent upon vacancy than before, and suddenly snatching a pencil from his pocket, puts down 3 words and a cross on the back of a card, sighs deeply, paces once or twice across the room, inflicts a most unmerciful slap upon his head, and walks moodily up to his dormitory. The poetical young gentleman is apt to acquire peculiar notions of things too, which plain ordinary people, unblessed with a poetical obliquity of vision, would suppose to be rather distorted. For instance, when the sickening murder and mangling of a wretched woman was affording delicious food wherewithal to gorge the insatiable curiosity of the public, our friend the poetical young gentleman was in ecstasies, not of disgust, but admiration. Heavens! Cried the poetical young gentleman. How grand, how great! We ventured deferentially to inquire upon whom these epithets were bestowed, our humble thoughts oscillating between the police officer who found the criminal and the lock-keeper who found the head. Upon whom? Exclaimed the poetical young gentleman in a frenzy of poetry. Upon whom should they be bestowed but upon the murderer? And thereupon it came out, in a fine torrent of eloquence, that the murderer was a great spirit, a bold creature full of daring and nerve, a man of dauntless heart and determined courage, and withal a great casuist and able reasoner, as was fully demonstrated in his philosophical colloquies with the great and noble of the land. We held our peace, and meekly signified our indisposition to controvert these opinions. Firstly, because we were no match at quotation for the poetical young gentleman. And secondly, because we felt it would be of little use our entering into any disputation, if we were, being perfectly convinced that the respectable and immoral hero in question is not the first and will not be the last hanged gentleman upon whom false sympathy or diseased curiosity will be plentifully expended. This was a stern mystic flight of the poetical young gentleman. In his milder and softer moments, he occasionally lays down his neckcloth and pens stanzas, which sometimes find their way into a ladies' magazine or the poet's corner of some country newspaper, or which, in default of either vent for his genius, adorn the rainbow leaves of a lady's album. These are generally written upon some such occasions as contemplating the Bank of England by midnight or beholding St. Paul's in a snowstorm. And when these gloomy objects fail to afford him inspiration, he pours forth his soul in a touching address to a violet or a plaintive lament that he is no longer a child, but has gradually grown up. The poetical young gentleman is fond of quoting passages from his favorite authors, who are all of the gloomy and desponding school. He has a great deal to say, too, about the world, and is much given to opining, especially if he has taken anything strong to drink, that there is nothing in it worth living for. He gives you to understand, however, that for the sake of society, he means to bear his part in the tiresome play, manfully resisting the gratification of his own strong desire to make a premature exit, and consoles himself with the reflection that immortality has some chosen nook for himself and the other great spirits whom earth has chafed and wearied. When the poetical young gentleman makes use of adjectives, they are all superlatives. Everything is of the grandest, greatest, noblest, mightiest, loftiest, or the lowest, meanest, obscurest, vilest, and most pitiful. He knows no medium, for enthusiasm is the soul of poetry, and who so enthusiastic as a poetical young gentleman? Mr. Milkwash, says a young lady as she unlocks her album to receive the young gentleman's original impromptu contribution, how very silent you are. I think you must be in love. Love, cries the poetical young gentleman, starting from his seat by the fire and terrifying the cat who scampers off at full speed. Love, that burning, consuming passion, that ardor of the soul, that fierce glowing of the heart. Love, the withering, blighting influence of hope misplaced and affection slighted. Love, did you say? Ha, ha, ha. With this, the poetical young gentleman laughs a laugh belonging only to poets and Mr. O. Smith of the Adelphi Theatre, and sits down, pen in hand, to throw off a page or two of verse in the biting, semi-atheistical demoniac style, which, like the poetical young gentleman himself, is full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. The throwing off young gentleman. There is a certain kind of impostor, a bragging, vaunting, puffing young gentleman, against whom we are desirous to warn that fairer part of the creation, to whom we more peculiarly devote these our labors. And we are particularly induced to lay especial stress upon this division of our subject, by a little dialogue we held some short time ago with an esteemed young lady of our acquaintance, touching a most gross specimen of this class of men. We had been urging all the absurdities of his conduct and conversation, and dwelling upon the impossibilities he constantly recounted, to which indeed we had not scrupled to prefix a certain hard little word of 1 syllable and 3 letters, when our fair friend, unable to maintain the contest any longer, reluctantly cried, "Well, he certainly has a habit of throwing off, but then—" "What then? Throw him off yourself," said we. And so she did, but not at our instance, for other reasons appeared, and it might have been better if she had done so at first. The throwing off young gentleman has so often a father possessed of vast property in some remote district of Ireland, that we look with some suspicion upon all young gentlemen who volunteer this description of themselves. The deceased grandfather of the throwing-off young gentleman was a man of immense possessions and untold wealth. The throwing-off young gentleman remembers, as well as if it were only yesterday, the deceased baronet's library, with its long rows of scarce and valuable books in superbly embossed bindings, arranged in cases reaching from the lofty ceiling to the oaken floor. And the fine antique chairs and tables, and the noble old castle of Ballakilbabaloo, with its splendid prospect of hill and dale and wood and rich wild scenery, and the fine hunting stables and the spacious courtyards, and everything upon the same magnificent scale, says the throwing-off young gentleman. Princely, quite princely. Ah, and he sighs as if mourning over the fallen fortunes of his noble house. The throwing-off young gentleman is a universal genius. At walking, running, rowing, swimming, and skating, he is unrivaled. At all games of chance or skill, at hunting, shooting, fishing, riding, driving, or amateur theatricals, no one can touch him. That is, could not, because he gives you carefully to understand, lest there should be any opportunity of testing his skill, that he is quite out of practice just now, and has been for some years. If you mention any beautiful girl of your common acquaintance in his hearing, the throwing-off young gentleman starts, smiles, and begs you not to mind him, for it was quite involuntary. People do say indeed that they were once engaged, but no, although she is a very fine girl, he was so situated at that time that he couldn't possibly encourage but it's of no use talking about it, he adds, interrupting himself. She has got over it now, and I firmly hope and trust is happy. With this benevolent aspiration, he nods his head in a mysterious manner, and whistling the first part of some popular air, thinks perhaps it will be better to change the subject. There is another great characteristic of the throwing-off young gentleman, which is that he happens to be acquainted with a most extraordinary variety of people in all parts of the world. Thus, in all disputed questions, when the throwing-off young gentleman has no argument to bring forward, he invariably happens to be acquainted with some distant person, intimately connected with the subject, whose testimony decides the point against you, to the great, may we say it, to the great admiration of 3 young ladies out of every 4, who consider the throwing-off young gentleman a very highly connected young man and a most charming person. Sometimes the throwing-off young gentleman happens to look in upon a little family circle of young ladies who are quietly spending the evening together, and then indeed is he at the very height and summit of his glory. For it is to be observed that he by no means shines to equal advantage in the presence of men as in the society of over-credulous young ladies, which is his proper element. It is delightful to hear the number of pretty things the throwing-off young gentleman gives utterance to during tea, and still more so to observe the ease with which, from long practice and study, he delicately blends one compliment to a lady with 2 for himself. "Did you ever see a more lovely blue than this flower, Mr. Cavedon?" asks a young lady who, truth to tell, is rather smitten with the throwing-off young gentleman. "Never," he replies, bending over the object of admiration, "never but in your eyes." "Oh, Mr. Cavedon," cries the young lady, blushing of course. "Indeed I speak the truth," replies the throwing-off young gentleman. "I never saw any approach to them. I used to think my cousin's blue eyes lovely, but they grow dim and colorless beside yours." "Oh, a beautiful cousin, Mr. Cavedon," replies the young lady with that perfect artlessness which is the distinguishing characteristic of all young ladies. "An affair, of course." "No, indeed you wrong me," rejoins the throwing-off young gentleman with great energy. "I fervently hope that her attachment towards me may be nothing but the natural result of our close intimacy in childhood, and that in change of scene and among new faces she may soon overcome it. I love her. Think not so meanly of me, Miss Lowfield, I beseech, as to suppose that title, lands, riches, and beauty can influence my choice. The heart, Miss Lowfield." Here the throwing-off young gentleman sinks his voice to a still lower whisper, and the young lady duly proclaims to all the other young ladies when they go upstairs, to put their bonnets on, that Mr. Cavedon's relations are all immensely rich, and that he is hopelessly beloved by title, lands, riches, and beauty. We have seen a throwing-off young gentleman who, to our certain knowledge, was innocent of a note of music, and scarcely able to recognize a tune by ear, volunteer a Spanish air upon the guitar when he had previously satisfied himself that there was not such an instrument within a mile of the house. We have heard another throwing-off young gentleman, after striking a note or two upon the piano, and accompanying it correctly by dint of laborious practice, with his voice, assure a circle of wondering listeners that so acute was his ear that he was wholly unable to sing out of tune, let him try as he would. We have lived to witness the unmasking of another throwing-off young gentleman, who went out a-visiting in a military cap with a gold band and tassel, and who, after passing successfully for a captain and being lauded to the skies for his red whiskers, his bravery, his soldierly bearing and his pride, turned out to be the dishonest son of an honest linen draper in a small country town, and whom, if it were not for this fortunate exposure, we should not yet despair of encountering as the fortunate husband of some rich heiress. Ladies, the throwing-off young gentlemen are often swindlers and always fools, so pray you avoid them. The young ladies, young gentlemen. This young gentleman has several titles. Some young ladies consider him a nice young man, others a fine young man, others quite a lady's man, others a handsome man, others a remarkably good-looking young man. With some young ladies he is a perfect angel, and with others quite a love. He is likewise a charming creature, a duck and a deer. The young ladies, young gentleman has usually a fresh color and very white teeth, which latter articles, of course, he displays on every possible opportunity. He has brown or black hair, and whiskers of the same, if possible, but a slight tinge of red, or the hue which is vulgarly known as sandy, is not considered an objection. If his head and face be large, his nose prominent, and his figure square, he is an uncommonly fine young man, and worshipped accordingly. Should his whiskers meet beneath his chin, so much the better, though this is not absolutely insisted on, but he must wear an under waistcoat and smile constantly. There was a great party got up by some party-loving friends of ours last summer, to go and dine in Epping Forest. As we hold that such wild expeditions should never be indulged in, save by people of the smallest means, who have no dinner at home, we should indubitably have excused ourselves from attending, if we had not recollected that the projectors of the excursion were always accompanied on such occasions by a choice sample of the young ladies, young gentlemen, whom we were very anxious to have an opportunity of meeting. This determined us, and we went. We were to make for Chigwell in 4 glass coaches, each with a trifling company of 6 or 8 inside, and a little boy belonging to the projectors on the box, and to start from the residence of the projectors, Woburn Place, Russell Square, at 10:30 precisely. We arrived at the place of rendezvous at the appointed time, and found the glass coaches and the little boys quite ready, and divers young ladies and young gentlemen looking anxiously over the breakfast parlor blinds, who appeared by no means so much gratified by our approach as we might have expected, but evidently wished we had been somebody else. Observing that our arrival in lieu of the unknown occasioned some disappointment, we ventured to inquire who was yet to come, when we found from the hasty reply of a dozen voices that it was no other than the young ladies, young gentlemen. "I cannot imagine," said the mamma, "what has become of Mr. Ballam, always so punctual, always so pleasant and agreeable. I am sure I cannot think." As these last words were uttered in that measured, emphatic manner which painfully announces that the speaker has not quite made up his or her mind what to say, but is determined to talk on nevertheless, the eldest daughter took up the subject, and hoped no accident had happened to Mr. Ballam, upon which there was a general chorus of "Dear Mr. Ballam." And one young lady, more adventurous than the rest, proposed that an express should be straightway sent to dear Mr. Ballam's lodgings. This, however, the papa resolutely opposed, observing, in what a short young lady behind us termed quite a bearish way, that if Mr. Ballam didn't choose to come, he might stop at home. At this all the daughters raised a murmur of "Oh, pa," except one sprightly little girl of 8 or 10 years old, who, taking advantage of a pause in the discourse, remarked that perhaps Mr. Ballam might have been married that morning, for which impertinent suggestion she was summarily ejected from the room by her eldest sister. We were all in a state of great mortification and uneasiness, when one of the little boys, running into the room as airily as little boys usually run who have an unlimited allowance of animal food in the holidays, and keep their hands constantly forced down to the bottoms of very deep trouser pockets when they take exercise, joyfully announced that Mr. Ballam was at that moment coming up the street in a hackney cab. And the intelligence was confirmed beyond all doubt a minute afterwards by the entry of Mr. Ballum himself, who was received with repeated cries of, "Where have you been, you naughty creature?" Whereunto the naughty creature replied that he had been in bed in consequence of a late party the night before and had only just risen. The acknowledgment awakened a variety of agonizing fears that he had taken no breakfast, which appearing after a slight cross-examination to be the real state of the case, breakfast for one was immediately ordered, notwithstanding Mr. Ballum's repeated protestations that he couldn't think of it. He did think of it, though, and thought better of it too, for he made a remarkably good meal when it came, and was assiduously served by a select knot of young ladies. It was quite delightful to see how he ate and drank, while one pair of fair hands poured out his coffee, and another put in the sugar, and another the milk, the rest of the company ever and anon casting angry glances at their watches and the glass coaches, and the little boys looking on in an agony of apprehension lest it should begin to rain before we set out. It might have rained all day, after we were once too far to turn back again, and welcome, for aught they cared. However, the cavalcade moved at length, every coachman being accommodated with a hamper between his legs, something larger than a wheelbarrow, and the company being packed as closely as they possibly could in the carriages, according, as one married lady observed, to the immemorial custom, which was half the diversion of gypsy parties. Thinking it very likely it might be, we have never been able to discover the other half. We submitted to be stowed away with a cheerful aspect, and were fortunate enough to occupy one corner of a coach in which were one old lady, 4 young ladies, and the renowned Mr. Ballum the young ladies, young gentlemen. We were no sooner fairly off than the young ladies, young gentlemen hummed a fragment of an air, which induced a young lady to inquire whether he had danced to that the night before. "By heaven, then, I did," replied the young gentleman, "and with a lovely heiress, a superb creature with 20,000 pounds. "You seem rather struck," observed another young lady. "Gad, she was a sweet creature," returned the young gentleman, arranging his hair. "Of course she was struck too?" inquired the first young lady. "How can you ask, love?" interposed the second. "Could she fail to be?" "Well, honestly, I think she was," observed the young gentleman. At this point of the dialogue, the young lady who had spoken first, and who sat on the young gentleman's right, struck him a severe blow on the arm with a rosebud, and said he was a vain man. Whereupon the young gentleman insisted on having the rosebud, and the young lady appealing for help to the other young ladies. A charming struggle ensued, terminating in the victory of the young gentleman and the capture of the rosebud. This little skirmish over, the married lady, who was the mother of the rosebud, smiled sweetly upon the young gentleman, and accused him of being a flirt. The young gentleman pleading not guilty, a most interesting discussion took place upon the important point whether the young gentleman was a flirt or not, which being an agreeable conversation of a light kind, lasted a considerable time. At length, a short silence occurring, the young ladies on either side of the young gentleman fell suddenly fast asleep, and the young gentleman, winking upon us to preserve silence, won a pair of gloves from each, thereby causing them to wake with equal suddenness and to scream very loud. The lively conversation to which this pleasantry gave rise lasted for the remainder of the ride, and would have eked out a much longer one. We dined rather more comfortably than people usually do under such circumstances, nothing having been left behind but the corkscrew and the bread. The married gentlemen were unusually thirsty, which they attributed to the heat of the weather. The little boys ate to inconvenience. Mammas were very jovial, and their daughters very fascinating, and the attendants being well-behaved men, got exceedingly drunk at a respectful distance. We had our eye on Mr. Ballum at dinner-time, and perceived that he flourished wonderfully, being still surrounded by a little group of young ladies, who listened to him as an oracle, while he ate from their plates and drank from their glasses in a manner truly captivating from its excessive playfulness. His conversation, too, was exceedingly brilliant. In fact, one elderly lady assured us that in the course of a little lively badinage on the subject of ladies' dresses, he had evinced as much knowledge as if he had been born and bred a milliner. As such of the fat people who did not happen to fall asleep after dinner entered upon a most vigorous game at ball, we slipped away alone into a thicker part of the wood, hoping to fall in with Mr. Ballum, the greater part of the young people having dropped off in 2s and 3s, and the young ladies, young gentlemen among them. Nor were we disappointed, for we had not walked far, when, peeping through the trees, we discovered him before us, and truly it was a pleasant thing to contemplate his greatness. The young gentleman was seated upon the ground, at the feet of a few young ladies who were reclining on a bank. He was so profusely decked with scarfs, ribbons, flowers, and other pretty spoils, that he looked like a lamb, or perhaps a calf would be a better simile, adorned for the sacrifice. One young lady supported a parasol over his interesting head, another held his hat, and a third his neckcloth, which in romantic fashion he had thrown off. The young gentleman himself, with his hand upon his breast, and his face molded into an expression of the most honeyed sweetness, was warbling forth some choice specimens of vocal music in praise of female loveliness, in a style so exquisitely perfect that we burst into an involuntary shout of laughter and made a hasty retreat. What charming fellows these young gentlemen are! Ducks, dears, loves, angels are all terms inadequate to express their merit. They are such amazingly, uncommonly, wonderfully nice men. Conclusion. As we have placed before the young ladies so many specimens of young gentlemen, and have also in the dedication of this volume given them to understand how much we reverence and admire their numerous virtues and perfections, as we have given them such strong reasons to treat us with confidence, and to banish, in our case, all that reserve and distrust of the male sex which, as a point of general behavior, they cannot do better than preserve and maintain, we say, as we have done all this, we feel that now, when we have arrived at the close of our task, they may naturally press upon us the inquiry, what particular description of young gentlemen we can conscientiously recommend. Here we are at a loss. We look over our list and can neither recommend the bashful young gentleman, nor the out-and-out young gentleman, nor the very friendly young gentleman, nor the military young gentleman, nor the political young gentleman, nor the domestic young gentleman, nor the censorious young gentleman, nor the funny young gentleman, nor the theatrical young gentleman, nor the poetical young gentleman, nor the throwing-off young gentleman, nor the young ladies, young gentlemen. As there are some good points about many of them, which still are not sufficiently numerous to render anyone among them eligible. As a whole, our respectful advice to the young ladies is to seek for a young gentleman who unites in himself the best qualities of all and the worst weaknesses of none, and to lead him forthwith to the hymeneal altar, whether he will or number, and to the young lady who secures him, we beg to tender one short fragment of matrimonial advice, selected from many sound passages of a similar tendency, to be found in a letter written by Dean Swift to a young lady on her marriage. The grand affair of your life will be to gain and preserve the esteem of your husband. Neither good nature nor virtue will suffer him to esteem you against his judgment, and although he is not capable of using you ill, yet you will in time grow a thing indifferent and perhaps contemptible, unless you can supply the loss of youth and beauty with more durable qualities. You have but a very few years to be young and handsome in the eyes of the world, and as few months to be so in the eyes of a husband who is not a fool. For I hope you do not still dream of charms and raptures, which marriage ever did, and ever will, put a sudden end to. From the anxiety we express for the proper behavior of the fortunate lady after marriage, it may possibly be inferred that the young gentleman to whom we have so delicately alluded is no other than ourself. Without in any way committing ourselves upon this point, we have merely to observe that we are ready to receive sealed offers containing a full specification of age, temper, appearance, and condition, but we beg it to be distinctly understood that we do not pledge ourselves to accept the highest bidder. These offers may be forwarded to the publishers, Messrs. Chapman and Hall, London, to whom all pieces of plate and other testimonials of approbation from the young ladies generally are respectfully requested to be addressed. Sketches of young couples. An urgent remonstrance, and c. To the gentlemen of England, being bachelors or widowers, the remonstrance of their faithful fellow subject. Showeth that Her Most Gracious Majesty, Victoria, by the grace of God of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland Queen, Defender of the Faith, did, on the 23rd day of November last past, declare and pronounce to Her Most Honourable Privy Council Her Majesty's most gracious intention of entering into the bonds of wedlock. That Her Most Gracious Majesty, in so making known her most gracious intention to Her Most Honourable Privy Council as aforesaid, did use and employ the words, It is my intention to ally myself in marriage with Prince Albert of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha. That the present is bisextile, or leap year, in which it is held and considered lawful for any lady to offer and submit proposals of marriage to any gentleman, and to enforce and insist upon acceptance of the same, under pain of a certain fine or penalty. To wit, one silk or satin dress of the first quality, to be chosen by the lady and paid, or owed, for, by the gentleman. That these and other the horrors and dangers with which the said bisextile, or leap year, threatens the gentlemen of England on every occasion of its periodical return, have been greatly aggravated and augmented by the terms of Her Majesty's said most gracious communication, which have filled the heads of divers young ladies in this realm with certain new ideas destructive to the peace of mankind, that never entered their imagination before. That a case has occurred in Camberwell, in which a young lady informed her papa that she intended to ally herself in marriage with Mr. Smith of Stepney, and that another, and a very distressing case, has occurred at Tottenham, in which a young lady not only stated her intention of allying herself in marriage with her cousin John, but, taking violent possession of her said cousin, actually married him. That similar outrages are of constant occurrence, not only in the capital and its neighborhood, but throughout the kingdom, and that unless the excited female populace be speedily checked and restrained in their lawless proceedings, most deplorable results must ensue therefrom, among which may be anticipated a most alarming increase in the population of the country, with which no efforts of the agricultural or manufacturing interest can possibly keep pace. That there is strong reason to suspect the existence of a most extensive plot, conspiracy, or design, secretly contrived by vast numbers of single ladies in the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, and now extending its ramifications in every quarter of the land, the object and intent of which plainly appears to be the holding and solemnizing of an enormous and unprecedented number of marriages, on the day on which the nuptials of her said most gracious Majesty are performed. That such plot, conspiracy, or design strongly savors of popery, as tending to the discomfiture of the clergy of the established church, by entailing upon them great mental and physical exhaustion, and that such popish plots are fomented and encouraged by Her Majesty's ministers, which clearly appears, not only from Her Majesty's principal Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs traitorously getting married while holding office under the Crown, but from Mr. O'Connell having been heard to declare and avow that, if he had a daughter to marry, she should be married on the same day as her said most gracious Majesty. That such arch plots, conspiracies, and designs, besides being fraught with danger to the established church, and consequently to the state, cannot fail to bring ruin and bankruptcy upon a large class of Her Majesty's subjects, as a great and sudden increase in the number of married men occasioning the comparative desertion, for a time, of taverns, hotels, billiard rooms, and gaming houses, will deprive the proprietors of their accustomed profits and returns. And in further proof of the depth and baseness of such designs, it may be here observed that all proprietors of taverns, hotels, billiard rooms, and gaming houses are, especially the last, solemnly devoted to the Protestant religion. For all these reasons, and many others of no less gravity and import, an urgent appeal is made to the gentlemen of England, being bachelors or widowers, to take immediate steps for convening a public meeting, to consider of the best and surest means of averting the dangers with which they are threatened by the recurrence of bisextile or leap year, and the additional sensation created among single ladies by the terms of Her Majesty's most gracious declaration, to take measures, without delay, for resisting the said single ladies and counteracting their evil designs, and to pray Her Majesty to dismiss her present ministers, and to summon to her councils those distinguished gentlemen in various honorable professions, who, by insulting on all occasions the only lady in England who can be insulted with safety, have given a sufficient guarantee to Her Majesty's loving subjects that they, at least, are qualified to make war with women, and are already expert in the use of those weapons which are common to the lowest and most abandoned of the sex. The young couple. There is to be a wedding this morning at the corner house in the terrace. The pastry cook's people have been there half a dozen times already. All day yesterday there was a great stir and bustle, and they were up this morning as soon as it was light. Miss Emma Fielding is going to be married to young Mr. Harvey. Heaven alone can tell in what bright colors this marriage is painted upon the mind of the little housemaid at number 6, who has hardly slept a wink all night with thinking of it, and now stands on the unswept doorsteps leaning upon her broom and looking wistfully towards the enchanted house. Nothing short of omniscience can divine what visions of the baker, or the greengrocer, or the smart and most insinuating butterman are flitting across her mind. What thoughts of how she would dress on such an occasion, if she were a lady, of how she would dress if she were only a bride, of how cook would dress, being bridesmaid, conjointly with her sister in place, at Fulham, and how the clergyman, deeming them so many ladies, would be quite humbled and respectful. What daydreams of hope and happiness, of life being one perpetual holiday, with no master and no mistress to grant or withhold it, of every Sunday being a Sunday out, of pure freedom as to curls and ringlets, and no obligation to hide fine heads of hair in caps. What pictures of happiness, vast and immense to her, but utterly ridiculous to us, bewilder the brain of the little housemaid at number 6, all called into existence by the wedding at the corner. We smile at such things, and so we should, though perhaps for a better reason than commonly presents itself. It should be pleasant to us to know that there are notions of happiness so moderate and limited, since upon those who entertain them, happiness and lightness of heart are very easily bestowed. But the little housemaid is awakened from her reverie, for forth from the door of the magical corner house there runs towards her, all fluttering in smart new dress and streaming ribbons, her friend Jane Addams, who comes all out of breath to redeem a solemn promise of taking her in, under cover of the confusion, to see the breakfast table spread forth in state, and, sight of sights, her young mistress ready dressed for church. And there, in good truth, when they have stolen upstairs on tiptoe and edged themselves in at the chamber door, there is Miss Emma looking like the sweetest picture, in a white chip bonnet and orange flowers, and all other elegancies becoming a bride, with the make, shape, and quality of every article of which the girl is perfectly familiar in one moment and never forgets to her dying day. And there is Miss Emma's mamma in tears, and Miss Emma's papa comforting her, and saying how that of course she has been long looking forward to this, and how happy she ought to be. And there too is Miss Emma's sister with her arms round her neck, and the other bridesmaid all smiles and tears, quieting the children, who would cry more but that they are so finely dressed, and yet sob for fear sister Emma should be taken away. And it is all so affecting that the 2 servant girls cry more than anybody. And Jane Addams, sitting down upon the stairs, when they have crept away, declares that her legs tremble so that she don't know what to do, and that she will say for Miss Emma that she never had a hasty word from her, and that she does hope and pray she may be happy. But Jane soon comes round again, and then surely there never was anything like the breakfast table, glittering with plate and china, and set out with flowers and sweets and long-necked bottles in the most sumptuous and dazzling manner. In the center, too, is the mighty charm, the cake, glistening with frosted sugar and garnished beautifully. They agree that there ought to be a little Cupid under one of the barley sugar temples, or at least 2 hearts and an arrow. But with this exception, there is nothing to wish for, and a table could not be handsomer. As they arrive at this conclusion, who should come in but Mr. John, to whom Jane says that it's only Anne from number 6, and John says he knows, for he's often winked his eye down the area, which causes Anne to blush and look confused. She is going away, indeed, when Mr. John will have it that she must drink a glass of wine, and he says never mind its being early in the morning, it won't hurt her. So they shut the door and pour out the wine, and Anne drinking Lane's health, and adding, "And here's wishing you yours, Mr. John," drinks it in a great many sips, Mr. John all the time making jokes appropriate to the occasion. At last Mr. John, who has waxed bolder by degrees, pleads the usage at weddings, and claims the privilege of a kiss, which he obtains after a great scuffle. And footsteps being now heard on the stairs, they disperse suddenly. By this time a carriage has driven up to convey the bride to church, and Anne of number 6, prolonging the process of cleaning her door, has the satisfaction of beholding the bride and bridesmaids, and the papa and mamma hurry into the same and drive rapidly off. Nor is this all, for soon other carriages begin to arrive with a posse of company all beautifully dressed, at whom she could stand and gaze forever, but having something else to do, is compelled to take one last long look and shut the street door. And now the company have gone down to breakfast, and tears have given place to smiles, for all the corks are out of the long-necked bottles, and their contents are disappearing rapidly. Miss Emma's papa is at the top of the table, Miss Emma's mama at the bottom, and beside the latter are Miss Emma herself and her husband, admitted on all hands to be the handsomest and most interesting young couple ever known. All down both sides of the table, too, are various young ladies, beautiful to see, and various young gentlemen who seem to think so. And there, in a post of honor, is an unmarried aunt of Miss Emma, reported to possess unheard-of riches, and to have expressed vast testamentary intentions respecting her favorite niece and new nephew. This lady has been very liberal and generous already, as the jewels worn by the bride abundantly testify, but that is nothing to what she means to do, or even to what she has done, for she put herself in close communication with the dressmaker 3 months ago and prepared a wardrobe, with some articles worked by her own hands, fit for a princess. People may call her an old maid, and so she may be, but she is neither cross nor ugly for all that. On the contrary, she is very cheerful and pleasant-looking, and very kind and tender-hearted, which is no matter of surprise except to those who yield to popular prejudices without thinking why, and will never grow wiser and never know better. Of all the company, though, none are more pleasant to behold or better pleased with themselves than 2 young children, who, in honor of the day, have seats among the guests. Of these, one is a little fellow of 6 or 8 years old, brother to the bride, and the other a girl of the same age or something younger, whom he calls his wife. The real bride and bridegroom are not more devoted than they. He all love and attention, and she all blushes and fondness, toying with a little bouquet which he gave her this morning, and placing the scattered rose leaves in her bosom with nature's own coquettishness. They have dreamt of each other in their quiet dreams, these children, and their little hearts have been nearly broken when the absent one has been dispraised in jest. When will there come in afterlife a passion so earnest, generous, and true as theirs? What, even in its gentlest realities, can have the grace and charm that hover round such fairy lovers? By this time, the merriment and happiness of the feast have gained their height. Certain ominous looks begin to be exchanged between the bridesmaids, and somehow it gets whispered about that the carriage which is to take the young couple into the country has arrived. Such members of the party as are most disposed to prolong its enjoyments affect to consider this a false alarm, but it turns out too true, being speedily confirmed, first by the retirement of the bride and a select file of intimates who are to prepare her for the journey, and secondly by the withdrawal of the ladies generally. To this there ensues a particularly awkward pause, in which everybody essays to be facetious, and nobody succeeds. At length, the bridegroom makes a mysterious disappearance in obedience to some equally mysterious signal, and the table is deserted. Now, for at least 6 weeks last past, it has been solemnly devised, and settled that the young couple should go away in secret. But they no sooner appear without the door than the drawing-room windows are blocked up with ladies waving their handkerchiefs and kissing their hands, and the dining-room panes with gentlemen's faces beaming farewell in every queer variety of its expression. The hall and steps are crowded with servants in white favors, mixed up with particular friends and relations who have darted out to say goodbye, and foremost in the group are the tiny lovers arm in arm, thinking, with fluttering hearts, what happiness it would be to dash away together in that gallant coach and never part again. The bride has barely time for one hurried glance at her old home, when the steps rattle, the door slams, the horses clatter on the pavement, and they have left it far away. A knot of women servants still remain clustered in the hall, whispering among themselves, and there of course is Anne from number 6, who has made another escape on some plea or other and been an admiring witness of the departure. There are 2 points on which Anne expatiates over and over again, without the smallest appearance of fatigue or intending to leave off. One is, that she never see in all her life such a angel of a gentleman as Mr. Harvey, and the other that she can't tell how it is, but it don't seem a bit like a work-a-day or a Sunday neither. It's all so unsettled and unregular. The formal couple. The formal couple are the most prim, cold, immovable, and unsatisfactory people on the face of the earth. Their faces, voices, dress, house, furniture, walk, and manner are all the essence of formality, unrelieved by one redeeming touch of frankness, heartiness, or nature. Everything with the formal couple resolves itself into a matter of form. They don't call upon you on your account, but their own, not to see how you are, but to show how they are. It is not a ceremony to do honor to you, but to themselves, not due to your position, but to theirs. If one of a friend's children die, the formal couple are as sure and punctual in sending to the house as the undertaker. If a friend's family be increased, the monthly nurse is not more attentive than they. The formal couple, in fact, joyfully seize all occasions of testifying their good breeding and precise observance of the little usages of society. And for you, who are the means to this end, they care as much as a man does for the tailor who has enabled him to cut a figure, or a woman for the milliner who has assisted her to a conquest. Having an extensive connection among that kind of people who make acquaintances and eschew friends, the formal gentleman attends from time to time a great many funerals, to which he is formally invited, and to which he formally goes, as returning a call for the last time. Here his deportment is of the most faultless description. He knows the exact pitch of voice it is proper to assume, the somber look he ought to wear, the melancholy tread which should be his gait for the day. He is perfectly acquainted with all the dreary courtesies to be observed in a mourning coach, knows when to sigh, and when to hide his nose in the white handkerchief, and looks into the grave and shakes his head when the ceremony is concluded, with the sad formality of a mute. "What kind of funeral was it?" says the formal lady when he returns home. "Oh," replies the formal gentleman, "there never was such a gross and disgusting impropriety. There were no feathers." "No feathers," cries the lady, as if on wings of black feathers dead people fly to heaven, and lacking them they must of necessity go elsewhere. Her husband shakes his head, and further adds that they had seed cake instead of plum cake, and that it was all white wine. "All white wine," exclaims his wife. "Nothing but sherry and Madeira," says the husband. "What, no port? Not a drop. No port, no plums, and no feathers." "You will recollect, my dear," says the formal lady, in a voice of stately reproof, "that when we first met this poor man who is now dead and gone, and he took that very strange course of addressing me at dinner without being previously introduced, I ventured to express my opinion that the family were quite ignorant of etiquette and very imperfectly acquainted with the decencies of life. You have now had a good opportunity of judging for yourself, and all I have to say is that I trust you will never go to a funeral there again." "My dear," replies the formal gentleman, "I never will." So the informal deceased is cut in his grave, and the formal couple, when they tell the story of the funeral, shake their heads and wonder what some people's feelings are made of and what their notions of propriety can be. If the formal couple have a family, which they sometimes have, they are not children, but little, pale, sour, sharp-nosed men and women, and so exquisitely brought up that they might be very old dwarfs for anything that appeareth to the contrary. Indeed, they are so acquainted with forms and conventionalities, and conduct themselves with such strict decorum, that to see the little girl break a looking-glass in some wild outbreak, or the little boy kick his parents, would be to any visitor an unspeakable relief and consolation. The formal couple are always sticklers for what is rigidly proper, and have a great readiness in detecting hidden impropriety of speech or thought, which by less scrupulous people would be wholly unsuspected. Thus, if they pay a visit to the theatre, they sit all night in a perfect agony lest anything improper or immoral should proceed from the stage. And if anything should happen to be said which admits of a double construction, they never fail to take it up directly, and to express by their looks the great outrage which their feelings have sustained. Perhaps this is their chief reason for absenting themselves almost entirely from places of public amusement. They go sometimes to the exhibition of the Royal Academy, but that is often more shocking than the stage itself, and the formal lady thinks that it really is high time Mr. Eddy was prosecuted and made a public example of. We made one at a christening party not long since, where there were amongst the guests a formal couple who suffered the acutest torture from certain jokes, incidental to such an occasion, cut, and very likely dried also, by one of the godfathers, a red-faced elderly gentleman, who, being highly popular with the rest of the company, had it all his own way, and was in great spirits. It was at supper time that this gentleman came out in full force. We, being of a grave and quiet demeanor, had been chosen to escort the formal lady downstairs, and, sitting beside her, had a favorable opportunity of observing her emotions. We have a shrewd suspicion that, in the very beginning, and in the first blush, literally the first blush of the matter, the formal lady had not felt quite certain whether the being present at such a ceremony, and encouraging, as it were, the public exhibition of a baby, was not an act involving some degree of indelicacy and impropriety. But certain we are that when that baby's health was drunk, and allusions were made, by a gray-headed gentleman proposing it, to the time when he had dandled in his arms the young Christian's mother, certain we are that then the formal lady took the alarm, and recoiled from the old gentleman as from a hoary profligate. Still she bore it. She fanned herself with an indignant air, but still she bore it. A comic song was sung, involving a confession from some imaginary gentleman that he had kissed a female, and yet the formal lady bore it. But when at last, the health of the godfather before mentioned being drunk, the godfather rose to return thanks, and in the course of his observations darkly hinted at babies yet unborn, and even contemplated the possibility of the subject of that festival having brothers and sisters, the formal lady could endure no more, but, bowing slightly round, and sweeping haughtily past the offender, left the room in tears, under the protection of the formal gentleman. The loving couple. There cannot be a better practical illustration of the wise saw and ancient instance that there may be too much of a good thing than is presented by a loving couple. Undoubtedly, it is meet and proper that two persons joined together in holy matrimony should be loving, and unquestionably it is pleasant to know and see that they are so. But there is a time for all things, and the couple who happen to be always in a loving state before company are well nigh intolerable. And in taking up this position, we would have it distinctly understood that we do not seek alone the sympathy of bachelors, in whose objection to loving couples we recognize interested motives and personal considerations. We grant that to that unfortunate class of society there may be something very irritating, tantalizing, and provoking in being compelled to witness those gentle endearments and chaste interchanges which to loving couples are quite the ordinary business of life. But while we recognize the natural character of the prejudice to which these unhappy men are subject, we can neither receive their biased evidence nor address ourselves to their inflamed and angered minds. Dispassionate experience is our only guide, and in these moral essays we seek no less to reform hymeneal offenders than to hold out a timely warning to all rising couples, and even to those who have not yet set forth upon their pilgrimage towards the matrimonial market. Let all couples, present or to come, therefore profit by the example of Mr. and Mrs. Lever, themselves a loving couple in the first degree. Mr. and Mrs. Lever are pronounced by Mrs. Starling, a widow lady who lost her husband when she was young and lost herself about the same time, for by her own count she has never since grown 5 years older, to be a perfect model of wedded felicity. You would suppose, says the romantic lady, that they were lovers only just now engaged, never with such happiness. They are so tender, so affectionate, so attached to each other, so enamored, that positively nothing can be more charming. Augusta, my soul, says Mr. Lever. Augustus, my life, replies Mrs. Lever. Sing some little ballad, darling, quoth Mr. Lever. I couldn't indeed, dearest, returns Mrs. Lever. Do, my dove, says Mr. Lever. I couldn't possibly, my love, replies Mrs. Lever, and it's very naughty of you to ask me. Naughty, darling, cries Mr. Lever. Yes, very naughty and very cruel, returns Mrs. Lever, for you know I have a sore throat, and that to sing would give me great pain. You're a monster and I hate you. Go away. Mrs. Lever has said, go away, because Mr. Lever has tapped her under the chin, Mr. Lever not doing as he is bid, but on the contrary, sitting down beside her Mrs. Lever slaps Mr. Lever. And Mr. Lever in return slaps Mrs. Lever, and it being now time for all persons present to look the other way, they look the other way, and hear a still small sound as of kissing, at which Mrs. Starling is thoroughly enraptured, and whispers her neighbor that if all married couples were like that, what a heaven this earth would be. The loving couple are at home when this occurs, and maybe only 3 or 4 friends are present, but unaccustomed to reserve upon this interesting point, they are pretty much the same abroad. Indeed, upon some occasions, such as a picnic or a water party, their lovingness is even more developed, as we had an opportunity last summer of observing in person. There was a great water party made up to go to Twickenham and dine, and afterwards dance in an empty villa by the riverside, hired expressly for the purpose. Mr. and Mrs. Lever were of the company, and it was our fortune to have a seat in the same boat, which was an A-towed galley, manned by amateurs, with a blue striped awning of the same pattern as their Guernsey shirts, and a dingy red flag of the same shade as the whiskers of the stroke oar. A coxswain being appointed, and all other matters adjusted, the 8 gentlemen threw themselves into strong paroxysms, and pulled up with the tide, stimulated by the compassionate remarks of the ladies, who one and all exclaimed that it seemed an immense exertion, as indeed it did. At first we raced the other boat, which came alongside in gallant style. But this being found an unpleasant amusement, as giving rise to a great quantity of splashing, and rendering the cold pies and other viands very moist, it was unanimously voted down, and we were suffered to shoot ahead, while the second boat followed ingloriously in our wake. It was at this time that we first recognized Mr. Lever. There were 2 firemen-watermen in the boat, lying by until somebody was exhausted, and one of them, who had taken upon himself the direction of affairs, was heard to cry in a gruff voice, "Pull away, number 2, give it her, number 2, take a longer reach, number 2 now, number 2, sir, think you're winning a boat." The greater part of the company had no doubt begun to wonder which of the striped Guernseys it might be that stood in need of such encouragement, when a stifled shriek from Mrs. Lever confirmed the doubtful and informed the ignorant. And Mr. Lever, still further disguised in a straw hat and no neckcloth, was observed to be in a fearful perspiration, and failing visibly. Nor was the general consternation diminished at this instant by the same gentleman, in the performance of an accidental aquatic feat, termed catching a crab, plunging suddenly backward, and displaying nothing of himself to the company but 2 violently struggling legs. Mrs. Lever shrieked again several times and cried piteously, "Is he dead? Tell me the worst. Is he dead?" Now, a moment's reflection might have convinced the loving wife that unless her husband were endowed with some most surprising powers of muscular action, he never could be dead while he kicked so hard. But still Mrs. Lever cried, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" And still everybody else cried, "No, no, no," until such time as Mr. Lever was replaced in a sitting posture, and his oar, which had been going through all kinds of wrong-headed performances on its own account, was once more put in his hand, by the exertions of the 2 firemen-watermen. Mr. Lever then exclaimed, "Augustus, my child, come to me." And Mr. Lever said, "Augusta, my love, compose yourself, I am not injured." But Mrs. Lever cried again more piteously than before, "Augustus, my child, come to me." And now the company generally, who seemed to be apprehensive that if Mr. Lever remained where he was, he might contribute more than his proper share towards the drowning of the party, disinterestedly took part with Mrs. Lever, and said he really ought to go, and that he was not strong enough for such violent exercise, and ought never to have undertaken it. Reluctantly, Mr. Lever went and laid himself down at Mrs. Lever's feet, and Mrs. Lever, stooping over him, said, "Oh, Augustus, how could you terrify me so?" And Mr. Lever said, "Augusta, my sweet, I never meant to terrify you." And Mrs. Lever said, "You are faint, my dear." And Mr. Lever said, "I am rather so, my love." And they were very loving indeed under Mrs. Lever's veil, until at length Mr. Lever came forth again, and pleasantly asked if he had not heard something said about bottled stout and sandwiches. Mrs. Starling, who was one of the party, was perfectly delighted with this scene, and frequently murmured half aside, "What a loving couple you are!" or "How delightful it is to see man and wife so happy together." To us she was quite poetical, for we are a kind of cousins, observing that hearts beating in unison like that made life a paradise of sweets, and that when kindred creatures were drawn together by sympathies so fine and delicate, what more than mortal happiness did not our souls partake? To all this we answered certainly, or very true, or merely sighed, as the case might be. At every new act of the loving couple, the widow's admiration broke out afresh, and when Mrs. Lever would not permit Mr. Lever to keep his hat off, lest the sun should strike to his head and give him a brain fever, Mrs. Starling actually shed tears and said it reminded her of Adam and Eve. The loving couple were thus loving all the way to Twickenham, but when we arrived there, by which time the amateur crew looked very thirsty and vicious, they were more playful than ever, for Mrs. Lever threw stones at Mr. Lever, and Mr. Lever ran after Mrs. Lever on the grass in a most innocent and enchanting manner. At dinner, too, Mr. Lever would steal Mrs. Lever's tongue, and Mrs. Lever would retaliate upon Mr. Lever's fowl. And when Mrs. Lever was going to take some lobster salad, Mr. Lever wouldn't let her have any, saying that it made her ill, and she was always sorry for it afterwards, which afforded Mrs. Lever an opportunity of pretending to be cross and showing many other prettinesses. But this was merely the smiling surface of their loves, not the mighty depths of the stream, down to which the company, to say the truth, dived rather unexpectedly from the following accident. It chanced that Mr. Lever took upon himself to propose the bachelors who had first originated the notion of that entertainment, in doing which, he affected to regret that he was no longer of their body himself, and pretended grievously to lament his fallen state. This Mrs. Lever's feelings could not brook, even in jest, and consequently, exclaiming aloud, "He loves me not, he loves me not," she fell in a very pitiable state into the arms of Mrs. Starling, and, directly becoming insensible, was conveyed by that lady and her husband into another room. Presently Mr. Lever came running back to know if there was a medical gentleman in company, and as there was, in what company is there not? Both Mr. Lever and the medical gentleman hurried away together. The medical gentleman was the first who returned, and among his intimate friends he was observed to laugh and wink and look as unmedical as might be. But when Mr. Lever came back, he was very solemn, and in answer to all inquiries, shook his head, and remarked that Augusta was far too sensitive to be trifled with, an opinion which the widow subsequently confirmed. Finding that she was in no imminent peril, however, the rest of the party betook themselves to dancing on the green, and very merry and happy they were, and a vast quantity of flirtation there was, the last circumstance being no doubt attributable, partly to the fineness of the weather, and partly to the locality, which is well known to be favorable to all harmless recreations. In the bustle of the scene, Mr. and Mrs. Lever stole down to the boat, and disposed themselves under the awning, Mrs. Lever reclining her head upon Mr. Lever's shoulder, and Mr. Lever grasping her hand with great fervor, and looking in her face from time to time with a melancholy and sympathetic aspect. The widow sat apart, feigning to be occupied with a book, but stealthily observing them from behind her fan, and the two firemen-watermen, smoking their pipes on the bank hard by, nudged each other and grinned in enjoyment of the joke. Very few of the party missed the loving couple, and the few who did heartily congratulated each other on their disappearance. The Contradictory Couple. One would suppose that two people who are to pass their whole lives together, and must necessarily be very often alone with each other, could find little pleasure in mutual contradiction. And yet, what is more common than a contradictory couple? The contradictory couple agree in nothing but contradiction. They return home from Mrs. Bluebottle's dinner party, each in an opposite corner of the coach, and do not exchange a syllable until they have been seated for at least 20 minutes by the fireside at home, when the gentleman, raising his eyes from the stove, all at once breaks silence. "What a very extraordinary thing it is," says he, "that you will contradict Charlotte." "I contradict," cries the lady, "but that's just like you." "What's like me?" says the gentleman sharply. "Saying that I contradict you," replies the lady. "Do you mean to say that you do not contradict me?" retorts the gentleman. "Do you mean to say that you have not been contradicting me the whole of this day? Do you mean to tell me now that you have not?" "I mean to tell you nothing of the kind," replies the lady quietly. "When you are wrong, of course I shall contradict you." During this dialogue, the gentleman has been taking his brandy and water on one side of the fire, and the lady, with her dressing case on the table, has been curling her hair on the other. She now lets down her back hair and proceeds to brush it, preserving at the same time an air of conscious rectitude and suffering virtue, which is intended to exasperate the gentleman, and does so. "I do believe," he says, taking the spoon out of his glass and tossing it on the table, "that of all the obstinate, positive, wrong-headed creatures that were ever born, you are the most so, Charlotte." "Certainly, certainly, have it your own way, pray. You see how much I contradict you," rejoins the lady. "Of course, you didn't contradict me at dinner time." "Oh no, not you," says the gentleman. "Yes, I did," says the lady. "Oh, you did," cries the gentleman, "you admit that." "If you call that contradiction, I do," the lady answers. "And I say again, Edward, that when I know you are wrong, I will contradict you. I am not your slave." "Not my slave," repeats the gentleman bitterly. "And you still mean to say that in the Blackburns' new house there are not more than 14 doors, including the door of the wine cellar?" "I mean to say," retorts the lady, beating time with her hairbrush on the palm of her hand, "that in that house there are 14 doors and no more." "Well then," cries the gentleman, rising in despair and pacing the room with rapid strides. By G, this is enough to destroy a man's intellect and drive him mad. By and by the gentleman comes, to a little, and passing his hand gloomily across his forehead, reseats himself in his former chair. There is a long silence, and this time the lady begins. I appealed to Mr. Jenkins, who sat next to me on the sofa in the drawing-room during tea. Morgan, you mean, interrupts the gentleman. I do not mean anything of the kind, answers the lady. Now, by all that is aggravating and impossible to bear, cries the gentleman, clenching his hands and looking upwards in agony, she is going to insist upon it that Morgan is Jenkins. Do you take me for a perfect fool? Exclaims the lady. Do you suppose I don't know the one from the other? Do you suppose I don't know that the man in the blue coat was Mr. Jenkins? Jenkins in a blue coat, cries the gentleman with a groan. Jenkins in a blue coat. A man who would suffer death rather than wear anything but brown. Do you dare to charge me with telling an untruth? Demands the lady, bursting into tears. I charge you, ma'am, retorts the gentleman, starting up, with being a monster of contradiction, a monster of aggravation, a Jenkins in a blue coat. What have I done that I should be doomed to hear such statements? Expressing himself with great scorn and anguish, the gentleman takes up his candle and stalks off to bed, where feigning to be fast asleep when the lady comes upstairs drowned in tears, murmuring lamentations over her hard fate and indistinct intentions of consulting her brothers, he undergoes the secret torture of hearing her exclaim between whiles, I know there are only 14 doors in the house. I know it was Mr. Jenkins. I know he had a blue coat on. And I would say it as positively as I do now, if they were the last words I had to speak. If the contradictory couple are blessed with children, they are not the less contradictory on that account. Master James and Miss Charlotte present themselves after dinner, and being in perfect good humor, and finding their parents in the same amiable state, augur from these appearances half a glass of wine apiece and other extraordinary indulgences. But unfortunately Master James, growing talkative upon such prospects, asks his mamma how tall Mrs. Parsons is, and whether she is not 6 feet high, to which his mamma replies, yes, she should think she was, for Mrs. Parsons is a very tall lady indeed, quite a giantess. For heaven's sake, Charlotte, cries her husband, do not tell the child such preposterous nonsense. 6 feet high. Well, replies the lady, surely I may be permitted to have an opinion. My opinion is that she is 6 feet high, at least 6 feet. Now you know, Charlotte, retorts the gentleman sternly, that is not your opinion, that you have no such idea, and that you only say this for the sake of contradiction. You are exceedingly polite, his wife replies. To be wrong about such a paltry question as anybody's height would be no great crime. But I say again that I believe Mrs. Parsons to be 6 feet, more than 6 feet. Nay, I believe you know her to be full 6 feet, and only say she is not because I say she is. This taunt disposes the gentleman to become violent, but he cheeks himself, and is content to mutter in a haughty tone, 6 feet? Ha, ha, Mrs. Parsons 6 feet. And the lady answers, yes, 6 feet. I am sure I am glad you are amused, and I'll say it again, 6 feet. Thus the subject gradually drops off, and the contradiction begins to be forgotten, when Master James, with some undefined notion of making himself agreeable, and putting things to rights again, unfortunately asks his mamma what the moon's made of, which gives her occasion to say that he had better not ask her, for she is always wrong and never can be right, that he only exposes her to contradiction by asking any question of her, and that he had better ask his papa, who is infallible and never can be wrong. Papa, smarting under this attack, gives a terrible pull at the bell and says that if the conversation is to proceed in this way, the children had better be removed. Removed they are, after a few tears and many struggles, and Pa, having looked at Ma sideways for a minute or two, with a baleful eye, draws his pocket handkerchief over his face, and composes himself for his after-dinner nap. The friends of the contradictory couple often deplore their frequent disputes, though they rather make light of them at the same time, observing that there is no doubt they are very much attached to each other, and that they never quarrel except about trifles. But neither the friends of the contradictory couple, nor the contradictory couple themselves, reflect that as the most stupendous objects in nature are but vast collections of minute particles, so the slightest and least considered trifles make up the sum of human happiness or misery. The couple who dote upon their children. The couple who dote upon their children have usually a great many of them, 6 or 8 at least. The children are either the healthiest in all the world or the most unfortunate in existence. In either case, they are equally the theme of their doting parents, and equally a source of mental anguish and irritation to their doting parents' friends. The couple who dote upon their children recognize no dates, but those connected with their births, accidents, illnesses, or remarkable deeds. They keep a mental almanac with a vast number of innocence days, all in red letters. They recollect the last coronation, because on that day little Tom fell down the kitchen stairs, the anniversary of the gunpowder plot, because it was on the 5th of November that Ned asked whether wooden legs were made in heaven and cocked hats grew in gardens. Mrs. Whiffler will never cease to recollect the last day of the old year as long as she lives, for it was on that day that the baby had the 4 red spots on its nose which they took for measles. Nor Christmas Day, for 21 days after Christmas Day the twins were born, nor Good Friday, for it was on a Good Friday that she was frightened by the donkey cart when she was in the family way with Georgiana. The movable feasts have no motion for Mr. and Mrs. Whiffler, but remain pinned down tight and fast to the shoulders of some small child, from whom they can never be separated any more. Time was made, according to their creed, not for slaves but for girls and boys. The restless sands in his glass are but little children at play. As we have already intimated, the children of this couple can know no medium. They are either prodigies of good health or prodigies of bad health. Whatever they are, they must be prodigies. Mr. Whiffler must have to describe at his office such excruciating agonies constantly undergone by his eldest boy, as nobody else's eldest boy ever underwent. Or he must be able to declare that there never was a child endowed with such amazing health, such an indomitable constitution, and such a cast-iron frame as his child. His children must be, in some respect or other, above and beyond the children of all other people. To such an extent is this feeling pushed, that we were once slightly acquainted with a lady and gentleman who carried their heads so high and became so proud after their youngest child fell out of a 2-pair-of-stairs window without hurting himself much, that the greater part of their friends were obliged to forgo their acquaintance. But perhaps this may be an extreme case, and one not justly entitled to be considered as a precedent of general application. If a friend happen to dine in a friendly way with one of these couples who dote upon their children, it is nearly impossible for him to divert the conversation from their favorite topic. Everything reminds Mr. Whiffler of Ned, or Mrs. Whiffler of Mary Ann, or of the time before Ned was born, or the time before Mary Ann was thought of. The slightest remark, however harmless in itself, will awaken slumbering recollections of the twins. It is impossible to steer clear of them. They will come uppermost, let the poor man do what he may. Ned has been known to be lost sight of for half an hour, Dick has been forgotten, the name of Mary Ann has not been mentioned, but the twins will out, nothing can keep down the twins. "It's a very extraordinary thing, Saunders," says Mr. Whiffler to the visitor, "but you have seen our little babies, the twins?" The friend's heart sinks within him as he answers, "Oh, yes, often." "You're talking of the pyramids," says Mr. Whiffler, "quite as a matter of course, reminds me of the twins. It's a very extraordinary thing about those babies. What color should you say their eyes were?" "Upon my word," the friend stammers, "I hardly know how to answer, the fact being that except as the friend does not remember to have heard of any departure from the ordinary course of nature in the instance of these twins, they might have no eyes at all for aught he has observed to the contrary." "You wouldn't say they were red, I suppose?" says Mr. Whiffler. The friend hesitates and rather thinks they are, but inferring from the expression of Mr. Whiffler's face that red is not the color, smiles with some confidence and says, "No, no, very different from that." "What should you say to blue?" says Mr. Whiffler. The friend glances at him and, observing a different expression in his face, ventures to say, "I should say they were blue, a decided blue." "To be sure," cries Mr. Whiffler triumphantly, "I knew you would." "But what should you say if I was to tell you that the boy's eyes are blue and the girl's hazel, eh?" "Impossible!" exclaims the friend, not at all knowing why it should be impossible. "A fact, notwithstanding," cries Mr. Whiffler. "And let me tell you, Saunders, that's not a common thing in twins or a circumstance that'll happen every day." In this dialogue, Mrs. Whiffler, as being deeply responsible for the twins, their charms and singularities, has taken no share. But she now relates, in broken English, a witticism of little Dick's bearing upon the subject just discussed, which delights Mr. Whiffler beyond measure, and causes him to declare that he would have sworn that was Dick's if he had heard it anywhere. Then he requests that Mrs. Whiffler will tell Saunders what Tom said about mad bulls. And Mrs. Whiffler relating the anecdote, a discussion ensues upon the different character of Tom's wit and Dick's wit, from which it appears that Dick's humor is of a lively turn, while Tom's style is the dry and caustic. This discussion, being enlivened by various illustrations, lasts a long time, and is only stopped by Mrs. Whiffler instructing the footman to ring the nursery bell, as the children were promised that they should come down and taste the pudding. The friend turns pale when this order is given, and paler still when it is followed up by a great pattering on the staircase, not unlike the sound of rain upon a skylight, a violent bursting open of the dining-room door, and the tumultuous appearance of 6 small children, closely succeeded by a strong nursery maid with a twin in each arm. As the whole 8 are screaming, shouting, or kicking, some influenced by a ravenous appetite, some by a horror of the stranger, and some by a conflict of the two feelings, a pretty long space elapses before all their heads can be ranged round the table and anything like order restored, in bringing about which happy state of things both the nurse and footman are severely scratched. At length Mrs. Whiffler is heard to say, "Mr. Saunders, shall I give you some pudding?" A breathless silence ensues, and 16 small eyes are fixed upon the guest in expectation of his reply. A wild shout of joy proclaims that he has said, "No, thank you." Spoons are waved in the air, legs appear above the tablecloth in uncontrollable ecstasy, and 80 short fingers dabble in damson syrup. While the pudding is being disposed of, Mr. and Mrs. Whiffler look on with beaming countenances, and Mr. Whiffler, nudging his friend Saunders, begs him to take notice of Tom's eyes, or Dick's chin, or Ned's nose, or Mary Ann's hair, or Emily's figure, or little Bob's calves, or Fanny's mouth, or Carrie's head, as the case may be. Whatever the attention of Mr. Saunders is called to, Mr. Saunders admires, of course, though he is rather confused about the sex of the youngest branches and looks at the wrong children, turning to a girl when Mr. Whiffler directs his attention to a boy, and falling into raptures with a boy when he ought to be enchanted with a girl. Then the dessert comes, and there is a vast deal of scrambling after fruit, and sudden spurting forth of juice out of tight oranges into infant eyes, and much screeching and wailing in consequence. At length it becomes time for Mrs. Whiffler to retire, and all the children are by force of arms compelled to kiss and love Mr. Saunders before going upstairs, except Tom, who, lying on his back in the hall, proclaims that Mr. Saunders is a naughty beast, and Dick, who, having drunk his father's wine when he was looking another way, is found to be intoxicated and is carried out, very limp and helpless. Mr. Whiffler and his friend are left alone together, but Mr. Whiffler's thoughts are still with his family if his family are not with him. "Saunders," says he after a short silence, "if you please, we'll drink Mrs. Whiffler and the children." Mr. Saunders feels this to be a reproach against himself for not proposing the same sentiment and drinks it in some confusion. "Ah," Mr. Whiffler sighs, "these children, Saunders, make one quite an old man." Mr. Saunders thinks that if they were his, they would make him a very old man, but he says nothing. "And yet," pursues Mr. Whiffler, "what can equal domestic happiness? What can equal the engaging ways of children? Saunders, why don't you get married?" Now, this is an embarrassing question, because Mr. Saunders has been thinking that if he had at any time entertained matrimonial designs, the revelation of that day would surely have rooted them forever. "I am glad, however," says Mr. Whiffler, "that you are a bachelor. Glad on one account, Saunders, a selfish one, I admit. Will you do Mrs. Whiffler and myself a favor?" Mr. Saunders is surprised, evidently surprised, but he replies with the greatest pleasure. "Then will you, Saunders," says Mr. Whiffler in an impressive manner, "will you cement and consolidate our friendship by coming into the family, so to speak, as a godfather?" "I shall be proud and delighted," replies Mr. Saunders. "Which of the children is it? Really, I thought they were all christened." Or, "Saunders," Mr. Whiffler interposes, "they are all christened, you are right. The fact is that Mrs. Whiffler is, in short, we expect another." "Not a ninth," cries the friend, all aghast at the idea. "Yes, Saunders," rejoins Mr. Whiffler solemnly, "a ninth. Did we drink Mrs. Whiffler's health? Let us drink it again, Saunders, and wish her well over it." Dr. Johnson used to tell a story of a man who had but one idea, which was a wrong one. The couple who dote upon their children are in the same predicament. At home or abroad, at all times, and in all places, their thoughts are bound up in this one subject, and have no sphere beyond. They relate the clever things their offspring say or do, and weary every company with their prolixity and absurdity. Mr. Whiffler takes a friend by the button at a street corner on a windy day to tell him a bon mot of his youngest boy, S. And Mrs. Whiffler, calling to see a sick acquaintance, entertains her with a cheerful account of all her own past sufferings and present expectations. In such cases, the sins of the fathers indeed descend upon the children, for people soon come to regard them as predestined little bores. The couple who dote upon their children cannot be said to be actuated by a general love for these engaging little people, which would be a great excuse, for they are apt to underrate and entertain a jealousy of any children but their own. If they examined their own hearts, they would, perhaps, find at the bottom of all this more self-love and egotism than they think of. Self-love and egotism are bad qualities, of which the unrestrained exhibition, though it may be sometimes amusing, never fails to be wearisome and unpleasant. Couples who dote upon their children, therefore, are best avoided. The cool couple. There is an old-fashioned weather glass representing a house with two doorways, in one of which is the figure of a gentleman, in the other the figure of a lady. When the weather is to be fine, the lady comes out and the gentleman goes in. When wet, the gentleman comes out and the lady goes in. They never seek each other's society, are never elevated and depressed by the same cause, and have nothing in common. They are the model of a cool couple, except that there is something of politeness and consideration about the behavior of the gentleman in the weather glass, in which neither of the cool couple can be said to participate. The cool couple are seldom alone together, and when they are, nothing can exceed their apathy and dullness, the gentleman being for the most part drowsy and the lady silent. If they enter into conversation, it is usually of an ironical or recriminatory nature. Thus, when the gentleman has indulged in a very long yawn and settled himself more snugly in his easy chair, the lady will perhaps remark, "Well, I am sure, Charles, I hope you're comfortable." To which the gentleman replies, "Oh yes, he's quite comfortable, quite. There are not many married men, I hope," returns the lady, "who seek comfort in such selfish gratifications as you do. Nor many wives who seek comfort in such selfish gratifications as you do, I hope," retorts the gentleman. "Whose fault is that?" demands the lady. The gentleman, becoming more sleepy, returns no answer. "Whose fault is that?" the lady repeats. The gentleman still returning no answer, she goes on to say that she believes there never was in all this world anybody so attached to her home, so thoroughly domestic, so unwilling to seek a moment's gratification or pleasure beyond her own fireside as she. God knows that before she was married, she never thought or dreamt of such a thing, and she remembers that her poor papa used to say again and again, almost every day of his life, "Oh, my dear Louisa, if you only marry a man who understands you, and takes the trouble to consider your happiness and accommodate himself a very little to your disposition, what a treasure he will find in you." She supposes her papa knew what her disposition was. He had known her long enough. He ought to have been acquainted with it, but what can she do? If her home is always dull and lonely, and her husband is always absent and finds no pleasure in her society, she is naturally sometimes driven, seldom enough, she is sure to seek a little recreation elsewhere. She is not expected to pine and mope to death, she hopes. "Then come, Louisa," says the gentleman, waking up as suddenly as he fell asleep. "Stop at home this evening, and so will I." "I should be sorry to suppose, Charles, that you took a pleasure in aggravating me," replies the lady. "But you know as well as I do that I am particularly engaged to Mrs. Mortimer, and that it would be an act of the grossest rudeness and ill-breeding, after accepting a seat in her box and preventing her from inviting anybody else, not to go." "Ah, there it is," says the gentleman, shrugging his shoulders. "I knew that perfectly well. I knew you couldn't devote an evening to your own home. Now all I have to say, Louisa, is this. Recollect that I was quite willing to stay at home, and that it's no fault of mine we are not oftener together." With that, the gentleman goes away to keep an old appointment at his club, and the lady hurries off to dress for Mrs. Mortimer's, and neither thinks of the other until by some odd chance they find themselves alone again. But it must not be supposed that the cool couple are habitually a quarrelsome one. Quite the contrary. These differences are only occasions for a little self-excuse, nothing more. In general, they are as easy and careless, and dispute as seldom, as any common acquaintances may, for it is neither worth their while to put each other out of the way, nor to ruffle themselves. When they meet in society, the cool couple are the best-bred people in existence. The lady is seated in a corner among a little knot of lady friends, one of whom exclaims, "Why, I vow and declare there is your husband, my dear." "Whose?" "Mine," she says carelessly. "I, yours, and coming this way too." "How very odd," says the lady in a languid tone. "I thought he had been at Dover." The gentleman coming up and speaking to all the other ladies and nodding slightly to his wife, it turns out that he has been at Dover and has just now returned. "What a strange creature you are," cries his wife, "and what on earth brought you here, I wonder?" "I came to look after you, of course," rejoins her husband. This is so pleasant a jest that the lady is mightily amused, as are all the other ladies similarly situated who are within hearing. And while they are enjoying it to the full, the gentleman nods again, turns upon his heel, and saunters away. There are times, however, when his company is not so agreeable, though equally unexpected, such as when the lady has invited one or two particular friends to tea and scandal, and he happens to come home in the very midst of their diversion. It is 100 chances to 1 that he remains in the house half an hour, but the lady is rather disturbed by the intrusion, notwithstanding, and reasons within herself. "I am sure I never interfere with him, and why should he interfere with me? It can scarcely be accidental. It never happens that I have a particular reason for not wishing him to come home, but he always comes. It's very provoking and tiresome, and I am sure when he leaves me so much alone for his own pleasure, the least he could do would be to do as much for mine." Observing what passes in her mind, the gentleman, who has come home for his own accommodation, makes a merit of it with himself, arrives at the conclusion that it is the very last place in which he can hope to be comfortable, and determines, as he takes up his hat and cane, never to be so virtuous again. Thus a great many cool couples go on until they are cold couples, and the grave has closed over their folly and indifference. Loss of name, station, character, life itself, has ensued from causes as slight as these, before now. And when gossips tell such tales, and aggravate their deformities, they elevate their hands and eyebrows, and call each other to witness what a cool couple Mr. and Mrs. So-and-so always were, even in the best of times. The Plausible Couple. The plausible couple have many titles. They are a delightful couple, an affectionate couple, a most agreeable couple, a good-hearted couple, and the best-natured couple in existence. The truth is that the plausible couple are people of the world, and either the way of pleasing the world has grown much easier than it was in the days of the old man and his ass, or the old man was but a bad hand at it and knew very little of the trade. But is it really possible to please the world? Says some doubting reader. It is indeed. Nay, it is not only very possible but very easy. The ways are crooked and sometimes foul and low. What then? A man need but crawl upon his hands and knees, know when to close his eyes and when his ears, when to stoop and when to stand upright. And if by the world is meant that atom of it in which he moves himself, he shall please it, never fear. Now it will be readily seen that if a plausible man or woman have an easy means of pleasing the world by an adaptation of self to all its twistings and twinings, a plausible man and woman, or, in other words, a plausible couple, playing into each other's hands, and acting in concert, have a manifest advantage. Hence it is that plausible couples scarcely ever fail of success on a pretty large scale. And hence it is that if the reader, laying down this unwieldy volume at the next full stop, will have the goodness to review his or her circle of acquaintance, and to search particularly for some man and wife with a large connection and a good name, not easily referable to their abilities or their wealth, he or she, that is, the male or female reader, will certainly find that gentleman or lady, on a very short reflection, to be a plausible couple. The plausible couple are the most ecstatic people living, the most sensitive people to merit on the face of the earth. Nothing clever or virtuous escapes them. They have microscopic eyes for such endowments and can find them anywhere. The plausible couple never fawn, oh no, they don't even scruple to tell their friends of their faults. One is too generous, another too candid. A third has a tendency to think all people like himself and to regard mankind as a company of angels. A fourth is kind-hearted to a fault. "We never flatter, my dear Mrs. Jackson," say the plausible couple. "We speak our minds. Neither you nor Mr. Jackson have faults enough. It may sound strangely, but it is true. You have not faults enough. You know our way, we must speak out and always do. Quarrel with us for saying so, if you will, but we repeat it, you have not faults enough. The plausible couple are no less plausible to each other than to third parties. They are always loving and harmonious. The plausible gentleman calls his wife darling, and the plausible lady addresses him as dearest. If it be Mr. and Mrs. Bobtail Widger, Mrs. Widger is Lavinia, darling, and Mr. Widger is Bobtail, dearest. Speaking of each other, they observe the same tender form. Mrs. Widger relates what Bobtail said, and Mr. Widger recounts what darling thought and did. If you sit next to the plausible lady at a dinner table, she takes the earliest opportunity of expressing her belief that you are acquainted with the Clickets. She is sure she has heard the Clickets speak of you. She must not tell you in what terms, or you will take her for a flatterer. You admit a knowledge of the Clickets. The plausible lady immediately launches out in their praise. She quite loves the Clickets. Were there ever such true-hearted, hospitable, excellent people? Such a gentle, interesting little woman as Mrs. Clicket, or such a frank, unaffected creature as Mr. Clicket? Were there ever two people, in short, so little spoiled by the world as they are? As who, darling? Cries Mr. Widger from the opposite side of the table. The Clickets, dearest, replies Mrs. Widger. Indeed you are right, darling, Mr. Widger rejoins. The Clickets are a very high-minded, worthy, estimable couple. Mrs. Widger remarking that Bobtail always grows quite eloquent upon this subject, Mr. Widger admits that he feels very strongly whenever such people as the Clickets and some other friends of his, here he glances at the host and hostess, are mentioned, for they are an honor to human nature and do one good to think of. You know the Clickets, Mrs. Jackson, he says, addressing the lady of the house. No, indeed, we have not that pleasure, she replies. You astonish me. Exclaims Mr. Widger. Not know the Clickets. Why, you are the very people of all others who ought to be their bosom friends. You are kindred beings, you are one and the same thing. Not know the Clickets. Now will you know the Clickets? Will you make a point of knowing them? Will you meet them in a friendly way at our house one evening and be acquainted with them? Mrs. Jackson will be quite delighted. Nothing would give her more pleasure. Then, Lavinia, my darling, says Mr. Widger, mind you don't lose sight of that. Now pray take care that Mr. and Mrs. Jackson know the Clickets without loss of time. Such people ought not to be strangers to each other. Mrs. Widger books both families as the center of attraction for her next party, and Mr. Widger, going on to expatiate upon the virtues of the Clickets, adds to their other moral qualities, that they keep one of the neatest phaetons in town and have 2,000 a year. As the plausible couple never laud the merits of any absent person, without dexterously contriving that their praises shall reflect upon somebody who is present, so they never depreciate anything or anybody, without turning their depreciation to the same account. Their friend Mr. Slummery, say they, is unquestionably a clever painter, and would no doubt be very popular, and sell his pictures at a very high price, if that cruel Mr. Fithers had not forestalled him in his department of art, and made it thoroughly and completely his own. Fithers, it is to be observed, being present and within hearing, and Slummery elsewhere. Is Mrs. Tabblewick really as beautiful as people say? Why, there indeed you ask them a very puzzling question, because there is no doubt that she is a very charming woman, and they have long known her intimately. She is no doubt beautiful, very beautiful. They once thought her the most beautiful woman ever seen. Still, if you press them for an honest answer, they are bound to say that this was before they had ever seen our lovely friend on the sofa. The sofa is hard by, and our lovely friend can't help hearing the whispers in which this is said. Since that time, perhaps, they have been hardly fair judges. Mrs. Tabblewick is no doubt extremely handsome, very like our friend in fact in the form of the features, but in point of expression and soul and figure and air altogether, oh dear. But while the plausible couple depreciate, they are still careful to preserve their character for amiability and kind feeling. Indeed, the depreciation itself is often made to grow out of their excessive sympathy and goodwill. The plausible lady calls on a lady who dotes upon her children, and is sitting with a little girl upon her knee, enraptured by her artless replies, and protesting that there is nothing she delights in so much as conversing with these fairies, when the other lady inquires if she has seen young Mrs. Finching lately, and whether the baby has turned out a finer one than it promised to be. Oh dear! Cries the plausible lady, you cannot think how often Bobtail and I have talked about poor Mrs. Finching. She is such a dear soul, and was so anxious that the baby should be a fine child, and very naturally, because she was very much here at one time, and there is, a natural emulation among mothers, that it is impossible to tell you how much we have felt for her. Is it weak or plain or what? Inquires the other. Weak or plain, my love, returns the plausible lady. It's a fright, a perfect little fright. You never saw such a miserable creature in all your days. Positively, you must not let her see one of these beautiful dears again, or you'll break her heart, you will indeed. Heaven bless this child, see how she is looking in my face. Can you conceive anything prettier than that? If poor Mrs. Finching could only hope. But that's impossible, and the gifts of Providence, what did I do with my pocket handkerchief? What prompts the mother, who dotes upon her children, to comment to her lord that evening on the plausible lady's engaging qualities and feeling heart? And what is it that procures Mr. and Mrs. Bobtail Widger an immediate invitation to dinner? The nice little couple. A custom once prevailed in old-fashioned circles, that when a lady or gentleman was unable to sing a song, he or she should enliven the company with a story. As we find ourselves in the predicament of not being able to describe, to our own satisfaction, nice little couples in the abstract, we purpose telling in this place a little story about a nice little couple of our acquaintance. Mr. and Mrs. Cheerup are the nice little couple in question. Mr. Cheerup has the smartness and something of the brisk, quick manner of a small bird. Mrs. Cheerup is the prettiest of all little women and has the prettiest little figure conceivable. She has the neatest little foot and the softest little voice and the pleasantest little smile and the tidiest little curls and the brightest little eyes and the quietest little manner, and is, in short, altogether one of the most engaging of all little women, dead or alive. She is a condensation of all the domestic virtues, a pocket edition of the young man's best companion, a little woman at a very high pressure, with an amazing quantity of goodness and usefulness in an exceedingly small space. Little as she is, Mrs. Cheerup might furnish forth matter for the moral equipment of a score of housewives, 6 feet high in their stockings, if in the presence of ladies we may be allowed the expression, and of corresponding robustness. Nobody knows all this better than Mr. Cheerup, though he rather takes on that he don't. Accordingly, he is very proud of his better half, and evidently considers himself, as all other people consider him, rather fortunate in having her to wife. We say evidently, because Mr. Cheerup is a warm-hearted little fellow. And if you catch his eye when he has been slyly glancing at Mrs. Cheerup in company, there is a certain complacent twinkle in it, accompanied, perhaps, by a half-expressed toss of the head, which as clearly indicates what has been passing in his mind as if he had put it into words and shouted it out through a speaking trumpet. Moreover, Mr. Cheerup has a particularly mild and bird-like manner of calling Mrs. Cheerup, my dear. And for he is of a jocose turn, of cutting little witticisms upon her, and making her the subject of various harmless pleasantries, which nobody enjoys more thoroughly than Mrs. Cheerup herself. Mr. Cheerup, too, now and then affects to deplore his bachelor days, and to bemoan, with a marvelously contented and smirking face, the loss of his freedom, and the sorrow of his heart at having been taken captive by Mrs. Cheerup, all of which circumstances combine to show the secret triumph and satisfaction of Mr. Cheerup's soul. We have already had occasion to observe that Mrs. Cheerup is an incomparable housewife. In all the arts of domestic arrangement and management, in all the mysteries of confectionery making, pickling, and preserving, never was such a thorough adept as that nice little body. She is, besides, a cunning worker in muslin and fine linen, and a special hand at marketing to the very best advantage. But if there be one branch of housekeeping in which she excels to an utterly unparalleled and unprecedented extent, it is in the important one of carving. A roast goose is universally allowed to be the great stumbling block in the way of young aspirants to perfection in this department of science. Many promising carvers, beginning with legs of mutton, and preserving a good reputation through fillets of veal, sirloins of beef, quarters of lamb, fowls, and even ducks, have sunk before a roast goose, and lost caste and character forever. To Mrs. Cheerup, the resolving a goose into its smallest component parts is a pleasant pastime, a practical joke, a thing to be done in a minute or so, without the smallest interruption to the conversation of the time. No handing the dish over to an unfortunate man upon her right or left, no wild sharpening of the knife, no hacking and sawing at an unruly joint, no noise, no splash, no heat, no leaving off in despair. All is confidence and cheerfulness. The dish is set upon the table, the cover is removed. For an instant, and only an instant, you observe that Mrs. Cheerup's attention is distracted. She smiles, but heareth not. You proceed with your story. Meanwhile, the glittering knife is slowly upraised. Both Mrs. Cheerup's wrists are slightly but not ungracefully agitated. She compresses her lips for an instant, then breaks into a smile, and all is over. The legs of the bird slide gently down into a pool of gravy. The wings seem to melt from the body. The breast separates into a row of juicy slices. The smaller and more complicated parts of his anatomy are perfectly developed. A cavern of stuffing is revealed, and the goose is gone. To dine with Mr. and Mrs. Cheerup is one of the pleasantest things in the world. Mr. Cheerup has a bachelor friend who lived with him in his own days of single blessedness, and to whom he is mightily attached. Contrary to the usual custom, this bachelor friend is no less a friend of Mrs. Cheerup's, and, consequently, whenever you dine with Mr. and Mrs. Cheerup, you meet the bachelor friend. It would put any reasonably conditioned mortal into good humor to observe the entire unanimity which subsists between these three. But there is a quiet welcome dimpling in Mrs. Cheerup's face, a bustling hospitality oozing as it were out of the waistcoat pockets of Mr. Cheerup, and a patronizing enjoyment of their cordiality and satisfaction on the part of the bachelor friend, which is quite delightful. On these occasions, Mr. Cheerup usually takes an opportunity of rallying the friend on being single, and the friend retorts on Mr. Cheerup for being married, at which moment some single young ladies present are like to die of laughter. And we have more than once observed them bestow looks upon the friend, which convinces us that his position is by no means a safe one, as, indeed, we hold no bachelors to be who visits married friends and cracks jokes on wedlock. For certain it is that such men walk among traps and nets and pitfalls innumerable, and often find themselves down upon their knees at the altar rails, taking M or N for their wedded wives, before they know anything about the matter. However, this is no business of Mr. Cheerup's, who talks and laughs, and drinks his wine and laughs again and talks more, until it is time to repair to the drawing-room, where, coffee served and over, Mrs. Cheerup prepares for a round game by sorting the nicest possible little fish into the nicest possible little pools, and calling Mr. Cheerup to assist her, which Mr. Cheerup does. As they stand side by side, you find that Mr. Cheerup is the least possible shadow of a shade taller than Mrs. Cheerup, and that they are the neatest and best-matched little couple that can be, which the chances are 10 to 1 against your observing with such effect at any other time, unless you see them in the street arm-in-arm, or meet them some rainy day trotting along under a very small umbrella. The round game, at which Mr. Cheerup is the merriest of the party, being done and over, in course of time a nice little tray appears, on which is a nice little supper. And when that is finished likewise, and you have said good night, you find yourself repeating a dozen times, as you ride home, that there never was such a nice little couple as Mr. and Mrs. Cheerup. Whether it is that pleasant qualities, being packed more closely in small bodies than in large, come more readily to hand than when they are diffused over a wider space, and have to be gathered together for use, we don't know, but as a general rule, strengthened like all other rules by its exceptions, we hold that little people are sprightly and good-natured. The more sprightly and good-natured people we have, the better. Therefore, let us wish well to all nice little couples, and hope that they may increase and multiply. The egotistical couple. Egotism in couples is of two kinds. It is our purpose to show this by two examples. The egotistical couple may be young, old, middle-aged, well-to-do, or ill-to-do. They may have a small family, a large family, or no family at all. There is no outward sign by which an egotistical couple may be known and avoided. They come upon you unawares, there is no guarding against them. No man can of himself be forewarned or forearmed against an egotistical couple. The egotistical couple have undergone every calamity and experienced every pleasurable and painful sensation of which our nature is susceptible. You cannot by possibility tell the egotistical couple anything they don't know, or describe to them anything they have not felt. They have been everything but dead. Sometimes we are tempted to wish they had been even that, but only in our uncharitable moments, which are few and far between. We happened the other day, in the course of a morning call, to encounter an egotistical couple, nor were we suffered to remain long in ignorance of the fact, for our very first inquiry of the lady of the house brought them into active and vigorous operation. The inquiry was of course touching the lady's health, and the answer happened to be that she had not been very well. "Oh, my dear," said the egotistical lady, "don't talk of not being well. We have been in such a state since we saw you last." The lady of the house happening to remark that her lord had not been well either, the egotistical gentleman struck in. "Never let Briggs complain of not being well, never let Briggs complain, my dear Mrs. Briggs, after what I have undergone within these 6 weeks. He doesn't know what it is to be ill, he hasn't the least idea of it, not the faintest conception." "My dear," interposed his wife smiling, "you talk as if it were almost a crime in Mr. Briggs not to have been as ill as we have been, instead of feeling thankful to Providence that both he and our dear Mrs. Briggs are in such blissful ignorance of real suffering." "My love," returned the egotistical gentleman in a low and pious voice, "you mistake me. I feel grateful, very grateful. I trust our friends may never purchase their experience as dearly as we have bought ours. I hope they never may." Having put down Mrs. Briggs upon this theme, and settled the question thus, the egotistical gentleman turned to us, and, after a few preliminary remarks, all tending towards and leading up to the point he had in his mind, inquired if we happened to be acquainted with the Dowager Lady Snorfleurer. On our replying in the negative, he presumed we had often met Lord Slang, or beyond all doubt, that we were on intimate terms with Sir Chipkins Glogwog. Finding that we were equally unable to lay claim to either of these distinctions, he expressed great astonishment, and turning to his wife with a retrospective smile, inquired who it was that had told that capital story about the mashed potatoes. "Who, my dear?" returned the egotistical lady. "Why, Sir Chipkins, of course. How can you ask? Don't you remember his applying it to our cook, and saying that you and I were so like the prince and princess that he could almost have sworn we were they?" "To be sure, I remember that," said the egotistical gentleman, "but are you quite certain that didn't apply to the other anecdote about the Emperor of Austria and the pump?" "Upon my word, then, I think it did," replied his wife. "To be sure it did," said the egotistical gentleman. "It was Slang's story, I remember now perfectly." However, it turned out, a few seconds afterwards, that the egotistical gentleman's memory was rather treacherous, as he began to have a misgiving that the story had been told by the Dowager Lady Snorfleurer the very last time they dined there. But there appearing, on further consideration, strong circumstantial evidence tending to show that this couldn't be, inasmuch as the Dowager Lady Snorfleurer had been, on the occasion in question, wholly engrossed by the egotistical lady, the egotistical gentleman recanted this opinion, and after laying the story at the doors of a great many great people, happily left it at last with the Duke of Scuttlewig, observing that it was not extraordinary he had forgotten his grace hitherto, as it often happened that the names of those with whom we were upon the most familiar footing were the very last to present themselves to our thoughts. It not only appeared that the egotistical couple knew everybody, but that scarcely any event of importance or notoriety had occurred for many years with which they had not been in some way or other connected. Thus we learned that, when the well-known attempt upon the life of George III was made by Hatfield in Drury Lane Theatre, the egotistical gentleman's grandfather sat upon his right hand and was the first man who collared him, and that the egotistical lady's aunt, sitting within a few boxes of the royal party, was the only person in the audience who heard His Majesty exclaim, "Charlotte, Charlotte, don't be frightened, don't be frightened. They're letting off squibs, they are letting off squibs." When the fire broke out, which ended in the destruction of the 2 Houses of Parliament, the egotistical couple, being at the time at a drawing-room window on Blackheath, then and there simultaneously exclaimed, to the astonishment of a whole party, "It's the House of Lords." Nor was this a solitary instance of their peculiar discernment, for chancing to be, as by a comparison of dates and circumstances they afterwards found, in the same omnibus with Mr. Greenacre, when he carried his victim's head about town in a blue bag, they both remarked a singular twitching in the muscles of his countenance. And walking down Fish Street Hill, a few weeks since, the egotistical gentleman said to his lady, slightly casting up his eyes to the top of the monument, "There's a boy up there, my dear, reading a Bible. It's very strange. I don't like it." "In 5 seconds afterwards, sir," says the egotistical gentleman, bringing his hands together with one violent clap, "the lad was over." diversifying these topics by the introduction of many others of the same kind, and entertaining us between whiles with a minute account of what weather and diet agreed with them, and what weather and diet disagreed with them, and at what time they usually got up, and at what time went to bed, with many other particulars of their domestic economy too numerous to mention. The egotistical couple at length took their leave, and afforded us an opportunity of doing the same. Mr. and Mrs. Sliverstone are an egotistical couple of another class, for all the lady's egotism is about her husband, and all the gentleman's about his wife. For example, Mr. Sliverstone is a clerical gentleman, and occasionally writes sermons, as clerical gentlemen do. If you happen to obtain admission at the street door while he is so engaged, Mrs. Sliverstone appears on tiptoe, and speaking in a solemn whisper, as if there were at least 3 or 4 particular friends upstairs, all upon the point of death, implores you to be very silent. For Mr. Sliverstone is composing, and she need not say how very important it is that he should not be disturbed. Unwilling to interrupt anything so serious, you hasten to withdraw with many apologies. But this Mrs. Sliverstone will by no means allow, observing that she knows you would like to see him, as it is very natural you should, and that she is determined to make a trial for you, as you are a great favorite. So you are led upstairs, still on tiptoe to the door of a little back room, in which, as the lady informs you in a whisper, Mr. Sliverstone always writes. No answer being returned to a couple of soft taps, the lady opens the door, and there, sure enough, is Mr. Sliverstone, with disheveled hair, powdering away with pen, ink, and paper, at a rate which, if he has any power of sustaining it, would settle the longest sermon in no time. At first he is too much absorbed to be roused by this intrusion, but presently looking up, says faintly, "Ah," and pointing to his desk with a weary and languid smile, extends his hand, and hopes you'll forgive him. Then Mrs. Sliverstone sits down beside him, and taking his hand in hers, tells you how that Mr. Sliverstone has been shut up there ever since 9 o'clock in the morning. It is by this time 12 at noon, and how she knows it cannot be good for his health, and is very uneasy about it. Unto this Mr. Sliverstone replies firmly that it must be done, which agonizes Mrs. Sliverstone still more, and she goes on to tell you that such were Mr. Sliverstone's labors last week, what with the buryings, marryings, churchings, christenings, and all together, that when he was going up the pulpit stairs on Sunday evening, he was obliged to hold on by the rails, or he would certainly have fallen over into his own pew. Mr. Sliverstone, who has been listening and smiling meekly, says, "Not quite so bad as that, not quite so bad." He admits, though, on cross-examination, that he was very near falling upon the verger who was following him up to bolt the door, but adds that it was his duty as a Christian to fall upon him, if need were, and that he, Mr. Sliverstone, and possibly the verger too, ought to glory in it. This sentiment communicates new impulse to Mrs. Sliverstone, who launches into new praises of Mr. Sliverstone's worth and excellence, to which he listens in the same meek silence, save when he puts in a word of self-denial relative to some question of fact, as not 72 christenings that week, my dear. Only 71, only 71. At length his lady has quite concluded, and then he says, why should he repine, why should he give way, why should he suffer his heart to sink within him? Is it he alone who toils and suffers? What has she gone through, he should like to know? What does she go through every day for him and for society? With such an exordium Mr. Sliverstone launches out into glowing praises of the conduct of Mrs. Sliverstone in the production of 8 young children, and the subsequent rearing and fostering of the same. And thus the husband magnifies the wife, and the wife the husband. This would be well enough if Mr. and Mrs. Sliverstone kept it to themselves, or even to themselves and a friend or two, but they do not. The more hearers they have, the more egotistical the couple become, and the more anxious they are to make believers in their merits. Perhaps this is the worst kind of egotism. It has not even the poor excuse of being spontaneous, but is the result of a deliberate system and malice aforethought. Mere empty-headed conceit excites our pity, but ostentatious hypocrisy awakens our disgust. The couple who coddle themselves. Mrs. Merriwinkle's maiden name was Chopper. She was the only child of Mr. and Mrs. Chopper. Her father died when she was, as the playbooks express it, yet an infant. And so old Mrs. Chopper, when her daughter married, made the house of her son-in-law her home from that time henceforth, and set up her staff of rest with Mr. and Mrs. Merriwinkle. Mr. and Mrs. Merriwinkle are a couple who coddle themselves, and the venerable Mrs. Chopper is an aider and abettor in the same. Mr. Merriwinkle is a rather lean and long-necked gentleman, middle-aged and middle-sized, and usually troubled with a cold in the head. Mrs. Merriwinkle is a delicate-looking lady, with very light hair, and is exceedingly subject to the same unpleasant disorder. The venerable Mrs. Chopper, who is strictly entitled to the appellation, her daughter not being very young otherwise than by courtesy at the time of her marriage, which was some years ago, is a mysterious old lady who lurks behind a pair of spectacles, and is afflicted with a chronic disease, respecting which she has taken a vast deal of medical advice, and referred to a vast number of medical books, without meeting any definition of symptoms that at all suits her, or enables her to say, "That's my complaint." Indeed, the absence of authentic information upon the subject of this complaint would seem to be Mrs. Chopper's greatest ill, as in all other respects she is an uncommonly hale and hearty gentlewoman. Both Mr. and Mrs. Chopper wear an extraordinary quantity of flannel, and have a habit of putting their feet in hot water to an unnatural extent. They likewise indulge in chamomile tea and such-like compounds, and rub themselves on the slightest provocation with camphorated spirits and other lotions applicable to mumps, sore throat, rheumatism, or lumbago. Mr. Merriwinkle's leaving home to go to business on a damp or wet morning is a very elaborate affair. He puts on wash-leather socks over his stockings and india-rubber shoes above his boots, and wears under his waistcoat a cuirass of hareskin. Besides these precautions, he winds a thick shawl round his throat, and blocks up his mouth with a large silk handkerchief. Thus accoutred and furnished besides with a great coat and umbrella, he braves the dangers of the streets, traveling in severe weather at a gentle trot, the better to preserve the circulation, and bringing his mouth to the surface to take breath, but very seldom and with the utmost caution. His office door opened, he shoots past his clerk at the same pace, and diving into his own private room, closes the door, examines the window fastenings, and gradually unrobes himself. Hanging his pocket handkerchief on the fender to air, and determining to write to the newspapers about the fog, which, he says, has really got to that pitch that it is quite unbearable. In this last opinion Mrs. Merriwinkle and her respected mother fully concur, for though not present, their thoughts and tongues are occupied with the same subject, which is their constant theme all day. If anybody happens to call, Mrs. Merriwinkle opines that they must assuredly be mad, and her first salutation is, "Why, what in the name of goodness can bring you out in such weather? You know you must catch your death." This assurance is corroborated by Mrs. Chopper, who adds, in further confirmation, a dismal legend concerning an individual of her acquaintance, who, making a call under precisely parallel circumstances, and being then in the best health and spirits, expired in 48 hours afterwards of a complication of inflammatory disorders. The visitor, rendered not altogether comfortable perhaps by this and other precedents, inquires very affectionately after Mr. Merriwinkle, but by so doing brings about no change of the subject. For Mr. Merriwinkle's name is inseparably connected with his complaints, and his complaints are inseparably connected with Mrs. Merriwinkle's. And when these are done with, Mrs. Chopper, who has been biding her time, cuts in with the chronic disorder, a subject upon which the amiable old lady never leaves off speaking until she is left alone, and very often not then. But Mr. Merriwinkle comes home to dinner. He is received by Mrs. Merriwinkle and Mrs. Chopper, who, on his remarking that he thinks his feet are damp, turn pale as ashes and drag him upstairs, imploring him to have them rubbed directly with a dry coarse towel. Rubbed they are, one by Mrs. Merriwinkle and one by Mrs. Chopper, until the friction causes Mr. Merriwinkle to make horrible faces, and look as if he had been smelling very powerful onions, when they desist, and the patient, provided for his better security with thick worsted stockings and list slippers, is borne downstairs to dinner. Now, the dinner is always a good one, the appetites of the diners being delicate, and requiring a little of what Mrs. Merriwinkle calls titivation, the secret of which is understood to lie in good cookery and tasteful spices, and which process is so successfully performed in the present instance, that both Mr. and Mrs. Merriwinkle eat a remarkably good dinner, and even the afflicted Mrs. Chopper wields her knife and fork with much of the spirit and elasticity of youth. But Mr. Merriwinkle, in his desire to gratify his appetite, is not unmindful of his health, for he has a bottle of carbonate of soda with which to qualify his porter, and a little pair of scales in which to weigh it out. Neither in his anxiety to take care of his body is he unmindful of the welfare of his immortal part, as he always prays that for what he is going to receive, he may be made truly thankful. And in order that he may be as thankful as possible, eats and drinks to the utmost. Either from eating and drinking so much, or from being the victim of this constitutional infirmity, among others, Mr. Merriwinkle, after 2 or 3 glasses of wine, falls fast asleep, and he has scarcely closed his eyes when Mrs. Merriwinkle and Mrs. Chopper fall asleep likewise. It is on awakening at tea-time that their most alarming symptoms prevail. For then Mr. Merriwinkle feels as if his temples were tightly bound round with the chain of the street door, and Mrs. Merriwinkle as if she had made a hearty dinner of half-hundredweights, and Mrs. Chopper as if cold water were running down her back, and oyster knives with sharp points were plunging of their own accord into her ribs. Symptoms like these are enough to make people peevish, and no wonder that they remain so until supper-time, doing little more than doze and complain, unless Mr. Merriwinkle calls out very loudly to a servant to keep that draught out, or rushes into the passage to flourish his fist in the countenance of the twopenny postman, for daring to give such a knock as he had just performed at the door of a private gentleman with nerves. Supper, coming after dinner, should consist of some gentle provocative, and therefore the titivating art is again in requisition, and again, done honor to by Mr. and Mrs. Merriwinkle, still comforted and abetted by Mrs. Chopper. After supper, it is 10 to 1, but the last-named old lady becomes worse, and is led off to bed with the chronic complaint in full vigor. Mr. and Mrs. Merriwinkle, having administered to her a warm cordial, which is something of the strongest, then repair to their own room, where Mr. Merriwinkle, with his legs and feet in hot water, superintends the mulling of some wine which he is to drink at the very moment he plunges into bed, while Mrs. Merriwinkle, in garments whose nature is unknown to and unimagined by all but married men, takes 4 small pills with a spasmodic look between each, and finally comes to something hot and fragrant out of another little saucepan, which serves as her composing draught for the night. There is another kind of couple who coddle themselves, and who do so at a cheaper rate and on more spare diet, because they are niggardly and parsimonious, for which reason they are kind enough to coddle their visitors too. It is unnecessary to describe them, for our readers may rest assured of the accuracy of these general principles: that all couples who coddle themselves are selfish and slothful, that they charge upon every wind that blows, every rain that falls, and every vapor that hangs in the air, the evils which arise from their own imprudence or the gloom which is engendered in their own tempers, and that all men and women, in couples or otherwise, who fall into exclusive habits of self-indulgence, and forget their natural sympathy and close connection with everybody and everything in the world around them, not only neglect the first duty of life, but, by a happy retributive justice, deprive themselves of its truest and best enjoyment. The old couple. They are grandfather and grandmother to a dozen grown people and have great-grandchildren besides. Their bodies are bent, their hair is gray, their step tottering and infirm. Is this the lightsome pair whose wedding was so merry, and have the young couple indeed grown old so soon? It seems but yesterday, and yet what a host of cares and griefs are crowded into the intervening time, which, reckoned by them, lengthens out into a century. How many new associations have wreathed themselves about their hearts since then? The old time is gone, and a new time has come for others, not for them. They are but the rusting link that feebly joins the two, and is silently loosening its hold and dropping asunder. It seems but yesterday, and yet 3 of their children have sunk into the grave, and the tree that shades it has grown quite old. One was an infant, they wept for him, the next a girl, a slight young thing too delicate for earth, her loss was hard indeed to bear. The third a man, that was the worst of all, but even that grief is softened now. It seems but yesterday, and yet how the gay and laughing faces of that bright morning have changed and vanished from above ground. Faint likenesses of some remain about them yet, but they are very faint and scarcely to be traced. The rest are only seen in dreams, and even they are unlike what they were, in eyes so old and dim. 1 or 2 dresses from the bridal wardrobe are yet preserved. They are of a quaint and antique fashion, and seldom seen except in pictures, white has turned yellow and brighter hues have faded. Do you wonder, child? The wrinkled face was once as smooth as yours, the eyes as bright, the shriveled skin as fair and delicate. It is the work of hands that have been dust these many years. Where are the fairy lovers of that happy day whose annual return comes upon the old man and his wife, like the echo of some village bell which has long been silent? Let yonder peevish bachelor, racked by rheumatic pains and quarreling with the world, let him answer to the question. He recollects something of a favorite playmate. Her name was Lucy, so they tell him. He is not sure whether she was married or went abroad or died. It is a long while ago, and he don't remember. Is nothing as it used to be? Does no one feel or think or act as in days of yore? Yes. There is an aged woman who once lived servant with the old lady's father and is sheltered in an almshouse not far off. She is still attached to the family and loves them all. She nursed the children in her lap and tended in their sickness those who are no more. Her old mistress has still something of youth in her eyes. The young ladies are like what she was, but not quite so handsome, nor are the gentlemen as stately as Mr. Harvey used to be. She has seen a great deal of trouble. Her husband and her son died long ago, but she has got over that and is happy now, quite happy. If ever her attachment to her old protectors were disturbed by fresher cares and hopes, it has long since resumed its former current. It has filled the void in the poor creature's heart and replaced the love of kindred. Death has not left her alone, and this, with a roof above her head and a warm hearth to sit by, makes her cheerful and contented. Does she remember the marriage of great-grandmamma? Aye, that she does as well, as if it was only yesterday. You wouldn't think it to look at her now, and perhaps she ought not to say so of herself, but she was as smart a young girl then as you'd wish to see. She recollects she took a friend of hers upstairs to see Miss Emma dressed for church. Her name was… She forgets the name, but she remembers that she was a very pretty girl, and that she married not long afterwards and lived. It has quite passed out of her mind where she lived, but she knows she had a bad husband who used her ill, and that she died in Lambeth workhouse. Dear, in Lambeth workhouse. And the old couple, have they no comfort or enjoyment of existence? See them among their grandchildren and great-grandchildren. How garrulous they are, how they compare one with another, and insist on likenesses which no one else can see. How gently the old lady lectures the girls on points of breeding and decorum, and points the moral by anecdotes of herself in her young days. How the old gentleman chuckles over boyish feats and roguish tricks, and tells long stories of a barring-out achieved at the school he went to. Which was very wrong, he tells the boys, and never to be imitated, of course, but which he cannot help letting them know was very pleasant too, especially when he kissed the master's niece. This last, however, is a point on which the old lady is very tender, for she considers it a shocking and indelicate thing to talk about, and always says so whenever it is mentioned, never failing to observe that he ought to be very penitent for having been so sinful. So the old gentleman gets no further, and what the schoolmaster's niece said afterwards, which he is always going to tell, is lost to posterity. The old gentleman is 80 years old today, 80 years old, Crofts, and never had a headache, he tells the barber who shaves him, the barber being a young fellow and very subject to that complaint. That's a great age, Crofts, says the old gentleman. I don't think it's such a worry great age, sir, replied the barber. Crofts, rejoins the old gentleman, you're talking nonsense to me. 80 not a great age. It's a worry great age, sir, for a gentleman to be as healthy and active as you are, returns the barber, but my grandfather, sir, he was 94. You don't mean that, Crofts, says the old gentleman. I do indeed, sir, retorts the barber, and as vigorous as Julius Caesar my grandfather was. The old gentleman muses a little time and then says, What did he die of, Crofts? He died accidentally, sir, returns the barber. He didn't mean to do it. He always would go a-running about the streets. Walking never satisfied his spirit, and he run against a post and died of a hurt in his chest. The old gentleman says no more until the shaving is concluded, and then he gives Crofts half a crown to drink his health. He is a little doubtful of the barber's veracity afterwards, and telling the anecdote to the old lady affects to make very light of it, though to be sure, he adds, there was old Parr, and in some parts of England 95 or so is a common age, quite a common age. This morning the old couple are cheerful but serious, recalling old times as well as they can remember them, and dwelling upon many passages in their past lives which the day brings to mind. The old lady reads aloud, in a tremulous voice, out of a great Bible, and the old gentleman with his hand to his ear listens with profound respect. When the book is closed, they sit silent for a short space, and afterwards resume their conversation, with a reference perhaps to their dead children, as a subject not unsuited to that they have just left. By degrees, they are led to consider which of those who survive are the most like those dearly remembered objects, and so they fall into a less solemn strain and become cheerful again. How many people in all, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and one or two intimate friends of the family, dine together today at the eldest son's to congratulate the old couple, and wish them many happy returns, is a calculation beyond our powers. But this we know, that the old couple no sooner present themselves, very sprucely and carefully attired, than there is a violent shouting and rushing forward of the younger branches with all manner of presents, such as pocket-books, pencil cases, pen wipers, watch papers, pin cushions, sleeve buckles, work slippers, watch guards, and even a nutmeg grater. The latter article being presented by a very chubby and very little boy, who exhibits it in great triumph as an extraordinary variety. The old couple's emotion at these tokens of remembrance occasions quite a pathetic scene, of which the chief ingredients are a vast quantity of kissing and hugging, and repeated wipings of small eyes and noses with small square pocket handkerchiefs, which don't come at all easily out of small pockets. Even the peevish bachelor is moved, and he says, as he presents the old gentleman with a queer sort of antique ring from his own finger, that he'll be dead if he doesn't think he looks younger than he did 10 years ago. But the great time is after dinner, when the dessert and wine are on the table, which is pushed back to make plenty of room, and they are all gathered in a large circle round the fire. For it is then, the glasses being filled and everybody ready to drink the toast, that two great-grandchildren rush out at a given signal and presently return, dragging an old Jane Addams leaning upon her crutch stick and trembling with age and pleasure. Who so popular as poor old Jane, nurse and story-teller in ordinary to 2 generations, and who so happy as she, striving to bend her stiff limbs into a curtsy, while tears of pleasure steal down her withered cheeks. The old couple sit side by side, and the old time seems like yesterday indeed. Looking back upon the path they have traveled, its dust and ashes disappear. The flowers that withered long ago show brightly again upon its borders, and they grow young once more in the youth of those about them. Conclusion. We have taken for the subjects of the foregoing moral essays 12 samples of married couples, carefully selected from a large stock on hand, open to the inspection of all comers. These samples are intended for the benefit of the rising generation of both sexes, and, for their more easy and pleasant information, have been separately ticketed and labeled in the manner they have seen. We have purposely excluded from consideration the couple in which the lady reigns paramount and supreme, holding such cases to be of a very unnatural kind, and like hideous births and other monstrous deformities, only to be discreetly and sparingly exhibited. And here our self-imposed task would have ended, but that to those young ladies and gentlemen who are yet revolving singly round the church, awaiting the advent of that time when the mysterious laws of attraction shall draw them towards it in couples, we are desirous of addressing a few last words. Before marriage and afterwards, let them learn to center all their hopes of real and lasting happiness in their own fireside. Let them cherish the faith that in home, and all the English virtues which the love of home engenders, lies the only true source of domestic felicity. Let them believe that round the household gods, contentment and tranquility cluster in their gentlest and most graceful forms. And that many weary hunters of happiness through the noisy world have learnt this truth too late, and found a cheerful spirit and a quiet mind only at home at last. How much may depend on the education of daughters and the conduct of mothers? How much of the brightest part of our old national character may be perpetuated by their wisdom or frittered away by their folly? How much of it may have been lost already, and how much more in danger of vanishing every day, are questions too weighty for discussion here, but well deserving a little serious consideration from all young couples nevertheless. To that one young couple on whose bright destiny the thoughts of nations are fixed, may the youth of England look, and not in vain, for an example. From that one young couple, blessed and favored as they are, may they learn that even the glare and glitter of a court, the splendor of a palace, and the pomp and glory of a throne, yield in their power of conferring happiness to domestic worth and virtue. From that one young couple may they learn that the crown of a great empire, costly and jeweled though it be, gives place in the estimation of a queen to the plain gold ring that links her woman's nature to that of tens of thousands of her humble subjects, and guards in her woman's heart one secret store of tenderness, whose proudest boast shall be that it knows no royalty save nature's own, and no pride of birth but being the child of heaven. So shall the highest young couple in the land for once hear the truth, when men throw up their caps and cry with loving shouts, "God bless them." The Mudfog and Other Sketches. Public Life of Mr. Tulrumble, once mayor of Mudfog. Mudfog is a pleasant town, a remarkably pleasant town, situated in a charming hollow by the side of a river, from which river Mudfog derives an agreeable scent of pitch, tar, coals, and rope yarn, a roving population in oilskin hats, a pretty steady influx of drunken bargemen, and a great many other maritime advantages. There is a good deal of water about Mudfog, and yet it is not exactly the sort of town for a watering place, either. Water is a perverse sort of element at the best of times, and in Mudfog it is particularly so. In winter, it comes oozing down the streets and tumbling over the fields, nay, rushes into the very cellars and kitchens of the houses, with a lavish prodigality that might well be dispensed with. But in the hot summer weather it will dry up and turn green, and, although green is a very good color in its way, especially in grass, still, it certainly is not becoming to water, and it cannot be denied that the beauty of Mudfog is rather impaired, even by this trifling circumstance. Mudfog is a healthy place, very healthy. Damp, perhaps, but none the worse for that. It's quite a mistake to suppose that damp is unwholesome. Plants thrive best in damp situations, and why shouldn't men? The inhabitants of Mudfog are unanimous in asserting that there exists not a finer race of people on the face of the earth. Here we have an indisputable and veracious contradiction of the vulgar error at once. So, admitting Mudfog to be damp, we distinctly state that it is salubrious. The town of Mudfog is extremely picturesque. Limehouse and Ratcliffe Highway are both something like it, but they give you a very faint idea of Mudfog. There are a great many more public houses in Mudfog, more than in Ratcliffe Highway and Limehouse put together. The public buildings, too, are very imposing. We consider the town hall one of the finest specimens of shed architecture, extant. It is a combination of the pigsty and tea garden box orders, and the simplicity of its design is of surpassing beauty. The idea of placing a large window on one side of the door and a small one on the other is particularly happy. There is a fine old Doric beauty, too, about the padlock and scraper, which is strictly in keeping with the general effect. In this room do the mayor and corporation of Mudfog assemble together in solemn council for the public weal. Seated on the massive wooden benches, which, with the table in the center, form the only furniture of the whitewashed apartment, the sage men of Mudfog spend hour after hour in grave deliberation. Here they settle at what hour of the night the public houses shall be closed, at what hour of the morning they shall be permitted to open, how soon it shall be lawful for people to eat their dinner on church days, and other great political questions. And sometimes, long after silence has fallen on the town, and the distant lights from the shops and houses have ceased to twinkle like far-off stars to the sight of the boatmen on the river, the illumination in the two unequal-sized windows of the town hall warns the inhabitants of Mudfog that its little body of legislators, like a larger and better-known body of the same genus, a great deal more noisy, and not a whit more profound, are patriotically dozing away in company, far into the night, for their country's good. Among this knot of sage and learned men, no one was so eminently distinguished during many years for the quiet modesty of his appearance and demeanor as Nicholas Tulrumble, the well-known coal dealer. However exciting the subject of discussion, however animated the tone of the debate, or however warm the personalities exchanged, and even in Mudfog we get personal sometimes, Nicholas Tulrumble was always the same. To say truth, Nicholas, being an industrious man and always up betimes, was apt to fall asleep when a debate began, and to remain asleep till it was over, when he would wake up very much refreshed and give his vote with the greatest complacency. The fact was that Nicholas Tulrumble, knowing that everybody there had made up his mind beforehand, considered the talking as just a long botheration about nothing at all. And to the present hour it remains a question, whether, On this point at all events, Nicholas Tulrumble was not pretty near right. Time, which strews a man's head with silver, sometimes fills his pockets with gold. As he gradually performed one good office for Nicholas Tulrumble, he was obliging enough not to omit the other. Nicholas began life in a wooden tenement of 4 feet square, with a capital of 2 and 9pence, and a stock in trade of 3 bushels and a half of coals, exclusive of the large lump which hung, by way of signboard, outside. Then he enlarged the shed and kept a truck. Then he left the shed and the truck too, and started a donkey and a Mrs. Tulrumble. Then he moved again and set up a cart. The cart was soon afterwards exchanged for a wagon. And so he went on like his great predecessor Whittington, only without a cat for a partner, increasing in wealth and fame, until at last he gave up business altogether, and retired with Mrs. Tulrumble and family to Mudfog Hall, which he had himself erected, on something which he attempted to delude himself into the belief was a hill, about 1/4 of a mile distant from the town of Mudfog. About this time, it began to be murmured in Mudfog that Nicholas Tulrumble was growing vain and haughty, that prosperity and success had corrupted the simplicity of his manners and tainted the natural goodness of his heart. In short, that he was setting up for a public character and a great gentleman, and affected to look down upon his old companions with compassion and contempt. Whether these reports were at the time well-founded or not, certain it is that Mrs. Tulrumble very shortly afterwards started a 4-wheel chaise, driven by a tall postilion in a yellow cap. That Mr. Tulrumble Jr. took to smoking cigars, and calling the footman a feller, and that Mr. Tulrumble from that time forth was no more seen in his old seat in the chimney corner of the Lighterman's Arms at night. This looked bad, but more than this, it began to be observed that Mr. Nicholas Tulrumble attended the corporation meetings more frequently than heretofore. And he no longer went to sleep as he had done for so many years, but propped his eyelids open with his 2 forefingers, that he read the newspapers by himself at home, and that he was in the habit of indulging abroad in distant and mysterious allusions to masses of people, and the property of the country, and productive power, and the moneyed interest, all of which denoted and proved that Nicholas Tulrumble was either mad or worse, and it puzzled the good people of Mudfog amazingly. At length, about the middle of the month of October, Mr. Tulrumble and family went up to London, the middle of October being, as Mrs. Tulrumble informed her acquaintance in Mudfog, the very height of the fashionable season. Somehow or other, just about this time, despite the health-preserving air of Mudfog, the mayor died. It was a most extraordinary circumstance. He had lived in Mudfog for 85 years. The corporation didn't understand it at all. Indeed, it was with great difficulty that one old gentleman, who was a great stickler for forms, was dissuaded from proposing a vote of censure on such unaccountable conduct. Strange as it was, however, die he did, without taking the slightest notice of the corporation, and the corporation were imperatively called upon to elect his successor. So, they met for the purpose, and being very full of Nicholas Tulrumble just then, and Nicholas Tulrumble being a very important man, they elected him, and rode off to London by the very next post to acquaint Nicholas Tulrumble with his new elevation. Now, it being November time, and Mr. Nicholas Tulrumble being in the capital, it fell out that he was present at the Lord Mayor's show and dinner, at sight of the glory and splendor whereof he, Mr. Tulrumble, was greatly mortified, inasmuch as the reflection would force itself on his mind, that, had he been born in London instead of in Mudfog, he might have been a Lord Mayor too, and have patronized the judges, and been affable to the Lord Chancellor, and friendly with the Premier, and coldly condescending to the Secretary to the Treasury, and have dined with a flag behind his back, and done a great many other acts and deeds which unto Lord Mayors of London peculiarly appertain. The more he thought of the Lord Mayor, the more enviable a personage he seemed. To be a king was all very well, but what was the king to the Lord Mayor? When the king made a speech, everybody knew it was somebody else's writing. Whereas here was the Lord Mayor, talking away for half an hour all out of his own head, amidst the enthusiastic applause of the whole company, while it was notorious that the king might talk to his parliament till he was black in the face without getting so much as a single cheer. As all these reflections passed through the mind of Mr. Nicholas Tulrumble, the Lord Mayor of London appeared to him the greatest sovereign on the face of the earth. beating the Emperor of Russia all to nothing, and leaving the great mogul immeasurably behind. Mr. Nicholas Tulrumble was pondering over these things, and inwardly cursing the fate which had pitched his coal shed in Mudfog, when the letter of the corporation was put into his hand. A crimson flush mantled over his face as he read it, for visions of brightness were already dancing before his imagination. "My dear," said Mr. Tulrumble to his wife, "they have elected me mayor of Mudfog." "Lorimussy," said Mrs. Tulrumble, "why, what's become of old Sniggs?" "The late Mr. Sniggs, Mrs. Tulrumble," said Mr. Tulrumble sharply, for he by no means approved of the notion of unceremoniously designating a gentleman who filled the high office of mayor as old Sniggs. "The late Mr. Sniggs, Mrs. Tulrumble, is dead." The communication was very unexpected, but Mrs. Tulrumble only ejaculated, "Lorimussy," once again, as if a mayor were a mere ordinary Christian, at which Mr. Tulrumble frowned gloomily. "What a pity 'tan't in London, ain't it?" said Mrs. Tulrumble, after a short pause. "What a pity 'tan't in London, where you might have had a show." "I might have a show in Mudfog, if I thought proper, I apprehend," said Mr. Tulrumble mysteriously. "Lor, so you might, I declare," replied Mrs. Tulrumble. "And a good one, too," said Mr. Tulrumble. "Delightful," exclaimed Mrs. Tulrumble. "One which would rather astonish the ignorant people down there," said Mr. Tulrumble. "It would kill them with envy," said Mrs. Tulrumble. So it was agreed that His Majesty's lieges in Mudfog should be astonished with splendor, and slaughtered with envy, and that such a show should take place as had never been seen in that town, or in any other town before. No, not even in London itself. On the very next day after the receipt of the letter, down came the tall postilion in a post-chaise, not upon one of the horses, but inside, actually inside the chaise, and, driving up to the very door of the town hall, where the corporation were assembled, delivered a letter, written by the Lord knows who, and signed by Nicholas Tulrumble, in which Nicholas said, all through 4 sides of closely written, gilt-edged, hot-pressed, Bath post letter paper, that he responded to the call of his fellow townsmen with feelings of heartfelt delight, that he accepted the arduous office which their confidence had imposed upon him, that they would never find him shrinking from the discharge of his duty, that he would endeavor to execute his functions with all that dignity which their magnitude and importance demanded, and a great deal more to the same effect. But even this was not all. The tall postilion produced from his right-hand top-boot a damp copy of that afternoon's number of the county paper. And there, in large type, running the whole length of the very first column, was a long address from Nicholas Tulrumble to the inhabitants of Mudfog, in which he said that he cheerfully complied with their requisition, and, in short, as if to prevent any mistake about the matter, told them over again what a grand fellow he meant to be, in very much the same terms as those in which he had already told them all about the matter in his letter. The corporation stared at one another very hard at all this, and then looked as if for explanation to the tall postilion. But as the tall postilion was intently contemplating the gold tassel on the top of his yellow cap, and could have afforded no explanation whatever, even if his thoughts had been entirely disengaged, they contented themselves with coughing very dubiously and looking very grave. The tall postilion then delivered another letter, in which Nicholas Tulrumble informed the corporation that he intended repairing to the town hall in grand state and gorgeous procession on the Monday afternoon next ensuing. At this the corporation looked still more solemn, but as the epistle wound up with a formal invitation to the whole body to dine with the mayor on that day, at Mudfog Hall, Mudfog Hill, Mudfog, they began to see the fun of the thing directly, and sent back their compliments, and they'd be sure to come. Now there happened to be in Mudfog, as somehow or other there does happen to be in almost every town in the British dominions, and perhaps in foreign dominions too, we think it very likely, but being no great traveler cannot distinctly say, there happened to be in Mudfog a merry-tempered, pleasant-faced, good-for-nothing sort of vagabond with an invincible dislike to manual labor and an unconquerable attachment to strong beer and spirits, whom everybody knew and nobody, except his wife, took the trouble to quarrel with, who inherited from his ancestors the appellation of Edward Twigger, and rejoiced in the sobriquet of Bottle-nosed Ned. He was drunk upon the average once a day, and penitent upon an equally fair calculation once a month, and when he was penitent, he was invariably in the very last stage of maudlin intoxication. He was a ragged, roving, roaring kind of fellow, with a burly form, a sharp wit, and a ready head, and could turn his hand to anything when he chose to do it. He was by no means opposed to hard labor on principle, for he would work away at a cricket match by the day together, running and catching and batting and bowling, and reveling in toil which would exhaust a galley slave. He would have been invaluable to a fire office. Never was a man with such a natural taste for pumping engines, running up ladders, and throwing furniture out of 2 pair of stairs, windows. Nor was this the only element in which he was at home. He was a humane society in himself, a portable drag, an animated life-preserver, and had saved more people, in his time, from drowning than the Plymouth lifeboat or Captain Manby's apparatus. With all these qualifications, notwithstanding his dissipation, Bottle-nosed Ned was a general favorite, and the authorities of Mudfog, remembering his numerous services to the population, allowed him in return to get drunk in his own way, without the fear of stocks, fine, or imprisonment. He had a general license, and he showed his sense of the compliment by making the most of it. We have been thus particular in describing the character and avocations of Bottle-nosed Ned, because it enables us to introduce a fact politely, without hauling it into the reader's presence with indecent haste by the head and shoulders, and brings us very naturally to relate that on the very same evening on which Mr. Nicholas Tulrumble and family returned to Mudfog, Mr. Tulrumble's new secretary, just imported from London, with a pale face and light whiskers, thrust his head down to the very bottom of his neckcloth tie, in at the tap-room door of the Lighterman's Arms, and inquiring whether one Ned Twigger was luxuriating within, announced himself as the bearer of a message from Nicholas Tulrumble, Esquire, requiring Mr. Twigger's immediate attendance at the hall, on private and particular business. It being by no means Mr. Twigger's interest to affront the mayor, he rose from the fireplace with a slight sigh, and followed the light-whiskered secretary through the dirt and wet of Mudfog streets, up to Mudfog Hall, without further ado. Mr. Nicholas Tulrumble was seated in a small cavern with a skylight, which he called his library, sketching out a plan of the procession on a large sheet of paper, and into the cavern the secretary ushered Ned Twigger. "Well, Twigger," said Nicholas Tulrumble condescendingly. There was a time when Twigger would have replied, "Well, Nick," but that was in the days of the truck and a couple of years before the donkey, so he only bowed. "I want you to go into training, Twigger," said Mr. Tulrumble. "What for, sir?" inquired Ned with a stare. "Hush, hush, Twigger," said the mayor. "Shut the door, Mr. Jennings. Look here, Twigger." As the mayor said this, he unlocked a high closet and disclosed a complete suit of brass armor of gigantic dimensions. "I want you to wear this next Monday, Twigger," said the mayor. "Bless your heart and soul, sir," replied Ned. "You might as well ask me to wear a 74-pounder or a cast-iron boiler." "Nonsense, Twigger, nonsense," said the mayor. "I couldn't stand under it, sir," said Twigger. "It would make mashed potatoes of me if I attempted it." "Pooh, pooh, Twigger," returned the mayor. "I tell you I have seen it done with my own eyes in London, and the man wasn't half such a man as you are either." "I should as soon have thought of a man's wearing the case of an 8-day clock to save his linen," said Twigger, casting a look of apprehension at the brass suit. "It's the easiest thing in the world," rejoined the mayor. "It's nothing," said Mr. Jennings. "When you're used to it," added Ned. "You do it by degrees," said the mayor. "You would begin with 1 piece tomorrow and 2 the next day, and so on till you had got it all on. Mr. Jennings, give Twigger a glass of rum. Just try the breastplate, Twigger. Stay, take another glass of rum first. Help me to lift it, Mr. Jennings. Stand firm, Twigger. There. It isn't half as heavy as it looks, is it?" Twigger was a good, strong, stout fellow, so, after a great deal of staggering, he managed to keep himself up under the breastplate, and even contrived, with the aid of another glass of rum, to walk about in it, and the gauntlets into the bargain. He made a trial of the helmet, but was not equally successful, inasmuch as he tipped over instantly, an accident which Mr. Tulrumble clearly demonstrated to be occasioned by his not having a counteracting weight of brass on his legs. "Now wear that with grace and propriety on Monday next," said Tulrumble, "and I'll make your fortune." "I'll try what I can do, sir," said Twigger. "It must be kept a profound secret," said Tulrumble. "Of course, sir," replied Twigger. "And you must be sober," said Tulrumble. "Perfectly sober." Mr. Twigger at once solemnly pledged himself to be as sober as a judge, and Nicholas Tulrumble was satisfied, although, had we been Nicholas, we should certainly have exacted some promise of a more specific nature, inasmuch as, having attended the Mudfog assizes in the evening more than once, we can solemnly testify to having seen judges with very strong symptoms of dinner under their wigs. However, that's neither here nor there. The next day, and the day following, and the day after that, Ned Twigger was securely locked up in the small cavern with the skylight, hard at work at the armor. With every additional piece he could manage to stand upright in, he had an additional glass of rum. And at last, after many partial suffocations, he contrived to get on the whole suit, and to stagger up and down the room in it, like an intoxicated effigy from Westminster Abbey. Never was man so delighted as Nicholas Tulrumble, never was woman so charmed as Nicholas Tulrumble's wife. Here was a sight for the common people of Mudfog, a live man in brass armor. Why, they would go wild with wonder. The Monday, arrived. If the morning had been made to order, it couldn't have been better adapted to the purpose. They never showed a better fog in London on Lord Mayor's Day than enwrapped the town of Mudfog on that eventful occasion. It had risen slowly and surely from the green and stagnant water with the first light of morning, until it reached a little above the lamp-post tops, and there it had stopped, with a sleepy, sluggish obstinacy, which bade defiance to the sun, who had got up very bloodshot about the eyes, as if he had been at a drinking party overnight, and was doing his day's work with the worst possible grace. The thick damp mist hung over the town like a huge gauze curtain. All was dim and dismal. The church steeples had bidden a temporary adieu to the world below, and every object of lesser importance, houses, barns, hedges, trees, and barges, had all taken the veil. The church clock struck 1. A cracked trumpet from the front garden of Mudfog Hall produced a feeble flourish, as if some asthmatic person had coughed into it accidentally. The gate flew open, and out came a gentleman on a moist sugar-colored charger, intended to represent a herald, but bearing a much stronger resemblance to a court card on horseback. This was one of the circus people, who always came down to Mudfog at that time of the year, and who had been engaged by Nicholas Tulrumble expressly for the occasion. There was the horse, whisking his tail about, balancing himself on his hind legs, and flourishing away with his 4 feet, in a manner which would have gone to the hearts and souls of any reasonable crowd. But a Mudfog crowd never was a reasonable one, and in all probability never will be. Instead of scattering the very fog with their shouts, as they ought most indubitably to have done, and were fully intended to do, by Nicholas Tulrumble, they no sooner recognized the herald than they began to growl forth the most unqualified disapprobation at the bare notion of his riding like any other man. If he had come out on his head indeed, or jumping through a hoop, or flying through a red-hot drum, or even standing on one leg with his other foot in his mouth, they might have had something to say to him. But for a professional gentleman to sit astride in the saddle, with his feet in the stirrups, was rather too good a joke. So, the herald was a decided failure, and the crowd hooted with great energy as he pranced ingloriously away. On the procession came. We are afraid to say how many supernumeraries there were, in striped shirts and black velvet caps, to imitate the London watermen, or how many base imitations of running footmen, or how many banners, which, owing to the heaviness of the atmosphere, could by no means be prevailed on to display their inscriptions. Still less do we feel disposed to relate how the men who played the wind instruments, looking up into the sky, we mean the fog with musical fervor, walked through pools of water and hillocks of mud, till they covered the powdered heads of the running footmen aforesaid with splashes that looked curious, but not ornamental. Or how the barrel organ performer put on the wrong stop and played one tune while the band played another. Or how the horses, being used to the arena and not to the streets, would stand still and dance, instead of going on and prancing. All of which are matters which might be dilated upon to great advantage, but which we have not the least intention of dilating upon, notwithstanding. Oh, it was a grand and beautiful sight to behold a corporation in glass coaches, provided at the sole cost and charge of Nicholas Tulrumble, coming rolling along, like a funeral out of mourning, and to watch the attempts the corporation made to look great and solemn, when Nicholas Tulrumble himself, in the 4-wheel chaise, with the tall postilion, rolled out after them, with Mr. Jennings on one side to look like a chaplain and a supernumerary on the other, with an old lifeguardsman's saber. To imitate the sword-bearer, and to see the tears rolling down the faces of the mob as they screamed with merriment, this was beautiful. And so was the appearance of Mrs. Tulrumble and Son, as they bowed with grave dignity out of their coach window to all the dirty faces that were laughing around them. But it is not even with this that we have to do, but with the sudden stopping of the procession at another blast of the trumpet, whereat, and whereupon, a profound silence ensued, and all eyes were turned towards Mudfog Hall in the confident anticipation of some new wonder. "They won't laugh now, Mr. Jennings," said Nicholas Tulrumble. "I think not, sir," said Mr. Jennings. "See how eager they look," said Nicholas Tulrumble. "Aha, the laugh will be on our side now, eh, Mr. Jennings?" "No doubt of that, sir," replied Mr. Jennings, and Nicholas Tulrumble, in a state of pleasurable excitement, stood up in the four-wheel chaise and telegraphed gratification to the mayoress behind. While all this was going forward, Ned Twigger had descended into the kitchen of Mudfog Hall for the purpose of indulging the servants with a private view of the curiosity that was to burst upon the town. And, somehow or other, the footman was so companionable, and the housemaid so kind, and the cook so friendly, that he could not resist the offer of the first-mentioned to sit down and take something, just to drink success to master in. So, down Ned Twigger sat himself in his brass livery on the top of the kitchen table, and in a mug of something strong, paid for by the unconscious Nicholas Tulrumble, and provided by the companionable footman, drank success to the mayor and his procession. And, as Ned laid by his helmet to imbibe the something strong, the companionable footman put it on his own head, to the immeasurable and unrecordable delight of the cook and housemaid. The companionable footman was very facetious to Ned, and Ned was very gallant to the cook and housemaid by turns. They were all very cozy and comfortable, and the something strong went briskly round. At last Ned Twigger was loudly called for, by the procession people, and, having had his helmet fixed on in a very complicated manner, by the companionable footman, and the kind housemaid, and the friendly cook, he walked gravely forth, and appeared before the multitude. The crowd roared. It was not with wonder, it was not with surprise. It was most decidedly and unquestionably with laughter. "What?" said Mr. Tulrumble, starting up in the four-wheel chaise. "Laughing? If they laugh at a man in real brass armor, they'd laugh when their own fathers were dying. Why doesn't he go into his place, Mr. Jennings? What's he rolling down towards us for? He has no business here." "I am afraid, sir," faltered Mr. Jennings. "Afraid of what, sir?" said Nicholas Tulrumble, looking up into the secretary's face. "I am afraid he's drunk, sir," replied Mr. Jennings. Nicholas Tulrumble took one look at the extraordinary figure that was bearing down upon them, and then, clasping his secretary by the arm, uttered an audible groan in anguish of spirit. It is a melancholy fact that Mr. Twigger, having full license to demand a single glass of rum on the putting on of every piece of the armor, got, by some means or other, rather out of his calculation in the hurry and confusion of preparation, and drank about 4 glasses to a piece instead of one, not to mention the something strong which went on the top of it. Whether the brass armor checked the natural flow of perspiration, and thus prevented the spirit from evaporating, we are not scientific enough to know. But whatever the cause was, Mr. Twigger no sooner found himself outside the gate of Mudfog Hall than he also found himself in a very considerable state of intoxication, and hence his extraordinary style of progressing. This was bad enough, but, as if fate and fortune had conspired against Nicholas Tulrumble, Mr. Twigger, not having been penitent for a good calendar month, took it into his head to be most especially and particularly sentimental, just when his repentance could have been most conveniently dispensed with. Immense tears were rolling down his cheeks, and he was vainly endeavoring to conceal his grief by applying to his eyes a blue cotton pocket handkerchief with white spots, an article not strictly in keeping with a suit of armor some 300 years old, or thereabouts. "Twigger, you villain," said Nicholas Tulrumble, quite forgetting his dignity, "go back." "Never," said Ned. "I'm a miserable wretch, I'll never leave you." The bystanders, of course, received this declaration with acclamations of "That's right, Ned, do." "I don't intend it," said Ned, with all the obstinacy of a very tipsy man. "I'm very unhappy. I'm the wretched father of an unfortunate family, but I am very faithful, sir. I'll never leave you." Having reiterated this obliging promise, Ned proceeded in broken words to harangue the crowd upon the number of years he had lived in Mudfog, the excessive respectability of his character, and other topics of the like nature. "Here, will anybody lead him away?" said Nicholas. "If they'll call on me afterwards, I'll reward them well." 2 or 3 men stepped forward, with the view of bearing Ned off, when the secretary interposed. Take care," said Mr. Jennings. "I beg your pardon, sir, but they'd better not go too near him, because, if he falls over, he'll certainly crush somebody." At this hint the crowd retired on all sides to a very respectful distance, and left Ned, like the Duke of Devonshire, in a little circle of his own. "But Mr. Jennings," said Nicholas Tulrumble, "he'll be suffocated." "I'm very sorry for it, sir," replied Mr. Jennings, "but nobody can get that armor off without his own assistance. I'm quite certain of it from the way he put it on." Here Ned wept dolefully, and shook his helmeted head in a manner that might have touched a heart of stone. But the crowd had not hearts of stone, and they laughed heartily. "Dear me, Mr. Jennings," said Nicholas, turning pale at the possibility of Ned's being smothered in his antique costume. "Dear me, Mr. Jennings, can nothing be done with him?" "Nothing at all," replied Ned, "nothing at all. Gentlemen, I'm an unhappy wretch. I'm a bawdy gentleman in a brass coffin." At this poetical idea of his own conjuring up, Ned cried so much that the people began to get sympathetic, and to ask what Nicholas Tulrumble meant by putting a man into such a machine as that. And one individual in a hairy waistcoat like the top of a trunk, who had previously expressed his opinion that if Ned hadn't been a poor man, Nicholas wouldn't have dared do it, hinted at the propriety of breaking the 4-wheel chaise, or Nicholas's head, or both. Which last compound proposition the crowd seemed to consider a very good notion. It was not acted upon, however, for it had hardly been broached, when Ned Twigger's wife made her appearance abruptly in the little circle before noticed, and Ned no sooner caught a glimpse of her face and form, than from the mere force of habit he set off towards his home just as fast as his legs could carry him. And that was not very quick in the present instance either, for, however ready they might have been to carry him, they couldn't get on very well under the brass armor. So, Mrs. Twigger had plenty of time to denounce Nicholas Tulrumble to his face, to express her opinion that he was a decided monster, and to intimate that, if her ill-used husband sustained any personal damage from the brass armor, she would have the law of Nicholas Tulrumble for manslaughter. When she had said all this with due vehemence, she posted after Ned, who was dragging himself along as best he could, and deploring his unhappiness in most dismal tones. What a wailing and screaming Ned's children raised when he got home at last. Mrs. Twigger tried to undo the armor, first in one place, and then in another, but she couldn't manage it. So she tumbled Ned into bed, helmet, armor, gauntlets, and all. Such a creaking as the bedstead made, under Ned's weight in his new suit. It didn't break down, though, and there Ned lay, like the anonymous vessel in the Bay of Biscay, till next day, drinking barley water and looking miserable, and every time he groaned, his good lady said it served him right, which was all the consolation Ned Twigger got. Nicholas Tulrumble and the gorgeous procession went on together to the town hall, amid the hisses and groans of all the spectators, who had suddenly taken it into their heads to consider poor Ned a martyr. Nicholas was formally installed in his new office, in acknowledgment of which ceremony he delivered himself of a speech, composed by the secretary, which was very long, and no doubt very good. Only the noise of the people outside prevented anybody from hearing it, but Nicholas Tulrumble himself. After which, the procession got back to Mudfog Hall anyhow it could, and Nicholas and the corporation sat down to dinner. But the dinner was flat, and Nicholas was disappointed. They were such dull, sleepy old fellows, that corporation. Nicholas made quite as long speeches as the Lord Mayor of London had done, nay, he said the very same things that the Lord Mayor of London had said, and the deuce a cheer the corporation gave him. There was only one man in the party who was thoroughly awake, and he was insolent and called him Nick. Nick. What would be the consequence, thought Nicholas, of anybody presuming to call the Lord Mayor of London Nick? He should like to know what the sword-bearer would say to that, or the recorder, or the toastmaster, or any other of the great officers of the city. They'd nick him. But these were not the worst of Nicholas Tulrumble's doings. If they had been, he might have remained a mayor to this day, and have talked till he lost his voice. He contracted a relish for statistics and got philosophical, and the statistics and the philosophy together led him into an act which increased his unpopularity and hastened his downfall. At the very end of the Mudfog High Street, and abutting on the riverside, stands the Jolly Boatman, an old-fashioned low-roofed, bay-windowed house, with a bar, kitchen, and taproom all in one, and a large fireplace with a kettle to correspond, round which the working men have congregated time out of mind on a winter's night, refreshed by draughts of good strong beer, and cheered by the sounds of a fiddle and tambourine. The Jolly Boatman having been duly licensed by the mayor and corporation, to scrape the fiddle and thumb the tambourine from time, whereof the memory of the oldest inhabitants goeth not to the contrary. Now Nicholas Tulrumble had been reading pamphlets on crime and parliamentary reports, or had made the secretary read them to him, which is the same thing in effect. And he at once perceived that this fiddle and tambourine must have done more to demoralize Mudfog than any other operating causes that ingenuity could imagine. So he read up for the subject, and determined to come out on the corporation with a burst the very next time the license was applied for. The licensing day came, and the red-faced landlord of the Jolly Boatman walked into the town hall, looking as jolly as need be, having actually put on an extra fiddle for that night to commemorate the anniversary of the Jolly Boatman's music license. It was applied for in due form, and was just about to be granted as a matter of course, when up rose Nicholas Tulrumble, and drowned the astonished corporation in a torrent of eloquence. He descanted in glowing terms upon the increasing depravity of his native town of Mudfog, and the excesses committed by its population. Then he related how shocked he had been to see barrels of beer sliding down into the cellar of the Jolly Boatman week after week, and how he had sat at a window opposite the Jolly Boatman for 2 days together, to count the people who went in for beer between the hours of 12 and 1 o'clock alone, which, by the by, was the time at which the great majority of the Mudfog people dined. Then he went on to state how the number of people who came out with beer jugs averaged 21 in 5 minutes, which, being multiplied by 12, gave 252 people with beer jugs in an hour, and multiplied again by 15, the number of hours during which the house was open daily, yielded 3,780 people with beer jugs per day, or 26,460 people with beer jugs per week. Then he proceeded to show that a tambourine and moral degradation were synonymous terms, and a fiddle and vicious propensities wholly inseparable. All these arguments he strengthened and demonstrated by frequent references to a large book with a blue cover and sundry quotations from the Middlesex magistrates. And in the end, the corporation, who were posed with the figures and sleepy with the speech, and sadly in want of dinner into the bargain, yielded the palm to Nicholas Tulrumble, and refused the music license to the Jolly Boatman. But although Nicholas triumphed, his triumph was short. He carried on the war against beer jugs and fiddles, forgetting the time when he was glad to drink out of the one, and to dance to the other till the people hated and his old friends shunned him. He grew tired of the lonely magnificence of Mudfog Hall, and his heart yearned towards the lighterman's arms. He wished he had never set up as a public man, and sighed for the good old times of the coal shop and the chimney corner. At length old Nicholas, being thoroughly miserable, took heart of grace, paid the secretary a quarter's wages in advance, and packed him off to London by the next coach. Having taken this step, he put his hat on his head and his pride in his pocket, and walked down to the old room at the Lighterman's Arms. There were only 2 of the old fellows there, and they looked coldly on Nicholas as he proffered his hand. "Are you going to put down pipes, Mr. Tulrumble?" said one. "Or trace the progress of crime to bacca?" growled another. "Neither," replied Nicholas Tulrumble, shaking hands with them both, whether they would or not. "I've come down to say that I'm very sorry for having made a fool of myself, and that I hope you'll give me up the old chair again." The old fellows opened their eyes, and 3 or 4 more old fellows opened the door, to whom Nicholas, with tears in his eyes, thrust out his hand too, and told the same story. They raised a shout of joy that made the bells in the ancient church tower vibrate again, and wheeling the old chair into the warm corner, thrust old Nicholas down into it, and ordered in the very largest-sized bowl of hot punch with an unlimited number of pipes directly. The next day, the Jolly Boatman got the license, and the next night, old Nicholas and Ned Twigger's wife led off a dance to the music of the fiddle and tambourine, the tone of which seemed mightily improved by a little rest, for they never had played so merrily before. Ned Twigger was in the very height of his glory, and he danced hornpipes, and balanced chairs on his chin and straws on his nose, till the whole company, including the corporation, were in raptures of admiration at the brilliancy of his acquirements. Mr. Tulrumble, Jr., couldn't make up his mind to be anything but magnificent, so he went up to London and drew bills on his father. And when he had overdrawn and got into debt, he grew penitent and came home again. As to old Nicholas, he kept his word, and having had 6 weeks of public life, never tried it any more. He went to sleep in the town hall at the very next meeting, and, in full proof of his sincerity, has requested us to write this faithful narrative. We wish it could have the effect of reminding the Tulrumbles of another sphere, that puffed-up conceit is not dignity, and that snarling at the little pleasures they were once glad to enjoy, because they would rather forget the times when they were of lower station, renders them objects of contempt and ridicule. This is the first time we have published any of our gleanings from this particular source. Perhaps, at some future period, we may venture to open the chronicles of Mudfog. Full report of the first meeting of the Mudfog Association, for the advancement of everything. We have made the most unparalleled and extraordinary exertions to place before our readers a complete and accurate account of the proceedings at the late grand meeting of the Mudfog Association, holden in the town of Mudfog. It affords us great happiness to lay the result before them, in the shape of various communications received from our able, talented, and graphic correspondent, expressly sent down for the purpose, who has immortalized us, himself, Mudfog, and the association all at one and the same time. We have been, indeed, for some days unable to determine who will transmit the greatest name to posterity, ourselves, who sent our correspondent down, our correspondent, who wrote an account of the matter, or the association, who gave our correspondent something to write about. We rather incline to the opinion that we are the greatest man of the party, inasmuch as the notion of an exclusive and authentic report originated with us. This may be prejudice. It may arise from a prepossession on our part in our own favor. Be it so. We have no doubt that every gentleman concerned in this mighty assemblage is troubled with the same complaint in a greater or less degree. And it is a consolation to us to know that we have at least this feeling in common with the great scientific stars, the brilliant and extraordinary luminaries, whose speculations we record. We give our correspondents' letters in the order in which they reached us. Any attempt at amalgamating them into one beautiful whole would only destroy that glowing tone, that dash of wildness, and rich vein of picturesque interest which pervade them throughout. Mudfog, Monday night, 7 o'clock. We are in a state of great excitement here. Nothing is spoken of but the approaching meeting of the association. The indoors are thronged with waiters anxiously looking for the expected arrivals, and the numerous bills which are wafered up in the windows of private houses, intimating that there are beds to let within, give the streets a very animated and cheerful appearance, the wafers being of a great variety of colors, and the monotony of printed inscriptions being relieved by every possible size and style of handwriting. It is confidently rumored that Professors Snore, Doze, and Wheezy have engaged 3 beds and a sitting room at the Pig and Tinderbox. I give you the rumor as it has reached me, but I cannot, as yet, vouch for its accuracy. The moment I have been enabled to obtain any certain information upon this interesting point, you may depend upon receiving it. 7:30. I have just returned from a personal interview with the landlord of the Pig and Tinderbox. He speaks confidently of the probability of Professors Snore, Doze, and Wheezy taking up their residence at his house during the sitting of the association, but denies that the beds have been yet engaged, in which representation he is confirmed by the chambermaid, a girl of artless manners and interesting appearance. The Boots denies that it is at all likely that Professors Snore, Doze, and Wheezy will put up here, but I have reason to believe that this man has been suborned by the proprietor of the original Pig, which is the Opposition Hotel. Amidst such conflicting testimony, it is difficult to arrive at the real truth, but you may depend upon receiving authentic information upon this point the moment the fact is ascertained. The excitement still continues. A boy fell through the window of the pastry cook's shop at the corner of the High Street about half an hour ago, which has occasioned much confusion. The general impression is that it was an accident. Pray heaven it may prove so. Tuesday noon. At an early hour this morning, the bells of all the churches struck 7 o'clock, the effect of which, in the present lively state of the town, was extremely singular. While I was at breakfast, a yellow gig drawn by a dark gray horse, with a patch of white over his right eyelid, proceeded at a rapid pace in the direction of the original pig stables. It is currently reported that this gentleman has arrived here for the purpose of attending the association, and, from what I have heard, I consider it extremely probable, although nothing decisive is yet known regarding him. You may conceive the anxiety with which we are all looking forward to the arrival of the 4 o'clock coach this afternoon. Notwithstanding the excited state of the populace, no outrage has yet been committed, owing to the admirable discipline and discretion of the police, who are nowhere to be seen. A barrel organ is playing opposite my window, and groups of people, offering fish and vegetables for sale, parade the streets. With these exceptions, everything is quiet, and I trust will continue so. 5 o'clock. It is now ascertained, beyond all doubt, that Professors Snore, Doze, and Wheezy will not repair to the Pig and Tinderbox, but have actually engaged apartments at the original Pig. This intelligence is exclusive, and I leave you and your readers to draw their own inferences from it. Why Professor Wheezy, of all people in the world, should repair to the original Pig in preference to the Pig and Tinderbox, it is not easy to conceive. The professor is a man who should be above all such petty feelings. Some people here openly impute treachery and a distinct breach of faith to Professors Snore and Doze, while others, again, are disposed to acquit them of any culpability in the transaction, and to insinuate that the blame rests solely with Professor Wheezy. I own that I incline to the latter opinion, and although it gives me great pain to speak in terms of censure or disapprobation of a man of such transcendent genius and acquirements, still I am bound to say that, if my suspicions be well-founded, and if all the reports which have reached my ears be true, I really do not well know what to make of the matter. Mr. Slug, so celebrated for his statistical researches, arrived this afternoon by the 4 o'clock stage. His complexion is a dark purple, and he has a habit of sighing constantly. He looked extremely well, and appeared in high health and spirits. Mr. Woodensconce also came down in the same conveyance. The distinguished gentleman was fast asleep on his arrival, and I am informed by the guard that he had been so the whole way. He was, no doubt, preparing for his approaching fatigues. But what gigantic visions must those be that flit through the brain of such a man when his body is in a state of torpidity? The influx of visitors increases every moment. I am told, I know not how truly, that 2 postchaises have arrived at the original Pig within the last half hour, and I myself observed a wheelbarrow, containing 3 carpet bags and a bundle, entering the yard of the Pig and Tinderbox no longer ago than 5 minutes since. The people are still quietly pursuing their ordinary occupations, but there is a wildness in their eyes and an unwonted rigidity in the muscles of their countenances, which shows to the observant spectator that their expectations are strained to the very utmost pitch. I fear, unless some very extraordinary arrivals take place tonight, that consequences may arise from this popular ferment, which every man of sense and feeling would deplore. 20 minutes past 6. I have just heard that the boy who fell through the pastry cook's window last night has died of the fright. He was suddenly called upon to pay 3 and 6pence for the damage done, and his constitution, it seems, was not strong enough to bear up against the shock. The inquest, it is said, will be held tomorrow. 7:75. Professors Muff and No-Go have just driven up to the hotel door. They at once ordered dinner with great condescension. We are all very much delighted with the urbanity of their manners, and the ease with which they adapt themselves to the forms and ceremonies of ordinary life. Immediately on their arrival, they sent for the head waiter, and privately requested him to purchase a live dog, as cheap a one as he could meet with, and to send him up after dinner, with a pie board, a knife and fork, and a clean plate. It is conjectured that some experiments will be tried upon the dog tonight. If any particulars should transpire, I will forward them by express. 8:30. The animal has been procured. He is a pug dog, of rather intelligent appearance, in good condition, and with very short legs. He has been tied to a curtain peg in a dark room and is howling dreadfully. 10 minutes to 9. The dog has just been rung for. With an instinct which would appear almost the result of reason, the sagacious animal seized the waiter by the calf of the leg when he approached to take him, and made a desperate, though ineffectual, resistance. I have not been able to procure admission to the apartment occupied by the scientific gentleman. But, judging from the sounds which reached my ears when I stood upon the landing place outside the door, just now, I should be disposed to say that the dog had retreated growling beneath some article of furniture, and was keeping the professors at bay. This conjecture is confirmed by the testimony of the ostler, who, after peeping through the keyhole, assures me that he distinctly saw Professor No-Go on his knees, holding forth a small bottle of prussic acid, to which the animal, who was crouched beneath an armchair, obstinately declined to smell. You cannot imagine the feverish state of irritation we are in, lest the interests of science should be sacrificed to the prejudices of a brute creature, who is not endowed with sufficient sense to foresee the incalculable benefits which the whole human race may derive from so very slight a concession on his part. 9 o'clock. The dog's tail and ears have been sent downstairs to be washed, from which circumstance we infer that the animal is no more. His forelegs have been delivered to the boots to be brushed, which strengthens the supposition. 10:30. My feelings are so overpowered by what has taken place in the course of the last hour and a half, that I have scarcely strength to detail the rapid succession of events which have quite bewildered all those who are cognizant of their occurrence. It appears that the pug dog mentioned in my last was surreptitiously obtained, stolen, in fact, by some person attached to the stable department, from an unmarried lady resident in this town. Frantic on discovering the loss of her favorite, the lady rushed distractedly into the street, calling in the most heart-rending and pathetic manner upon the passengers to restore her Augustus. For so the deceased was named, in affectionate remembrance of a former lover of his mistress, to whom he bore a striking personal resemblance, which renders the circumstances additionally affecting. I am not yet in a condition to inform you what circumstance induced the bereaved lady to direct her steps to the hotel which had witnessed the last struggles of her protégé. I can only state that she arrived there, at the very instant when his detached members were passing through the passage on a small tray. Her shrieks still reverberate in my ears. I grieve to say that the expressive features of Professor Muff were much scratched and lacerated by the injured lady, and that Professor No-Go, besides sustaining several severe bites, has lost some handfuls of hair from the same cause. It must be some consolation to these gentlemen to know that their ardent attachment to scientific pursuits has alone occasioned these unpleasant consequences, for which the sympathy of a grateful country will sufficiently reward them. The unfortunate lady remains at the Pig and Tinder box, and up to this time is reported in a very precarious state. I need scarcely tell you that this unlooked-for catastrophe has cast a damp and gloom upon us in the midst of our exhilaration, natural in any case, but greatly enhanced in this by the amiable qualities of the deceased animal, who appears to have been much and deservedly respected by the whole of his acquaintance. 12 o'clock. I take the last opportunity, before sealing my parcel, to inform you that the boy who fell through the pasture cook's window is not dead, as was universally believed, but alive and well. The report appears to have had its origin in his mysterious disappearance. He was found half an hour since on the premises of a sweetstuff maker, where a raffle had been announced for a second-hand sealskin cap and a tambourine, and where, a sufficient number of members not having been obtained at first, he had patiently waited until the list was completed. This fortunate discovery has in some degree restored our gaiety and cheerfulness. It is proposed to get up a subscription for him without delay. Everybody is nervously anxious to see what tomorrow will bring forth. If anyone should arrive in the course of the night, I have left strict directions to be called immediately. I should have sat up indeed, but the agitating events of this day have been too much for me. No news yet of either of the professors Snore, Doze, or Wheezy. It is very strange. Wednesday afternoon. All is now over, and, upon one point at least, I am at length enabled to set the minds of your readers at rest. The three professors arrived at 10 minutes after 2 o'clock, and, instead of taking up their quarters at the original pig, as it was universally understood in the course of yesterday that they would assuredly have done, drove straight to the pig and tinderbox, where they threw off the mask at once and openly announced their intention of remaining. Professor Wheezy may reconcile this very extraordinary conduct with his notions of fair and equitable dealing, but I would recommend Professor Wheezy to be cautious how he presumes too far upon his well-earned reputation. How such a man as Professor Snore, or, which is still more extraordinary, such an individual as Professor Doze, can quietly allow himself to be mixed up with such proceedings as these, you will naturally inquire. Upon this head, rumor is silent. I have my speculations, but forbear to give utterance to them just now. 4 o'clock. The town is filling fast. 18 has been offered for a bed and refused. Several gentlemen were under the necessity last night of sleeping in the brickfields and on the steps of doors, for which they were taken before the magistrates in a body this morning, and committed to prison as vagrants for various terms. One of these persons I understand to be a highly respectable tinker, of great practical skill, who had forwarded a paper to the president of Section 500. Mechanical science, on the construction of pipkins with copper bottoms and safety values, of which report speaks highly. The incarceration of this gentleman is greatly to be regretted, as his absence will preclude any discussion on the subject. The bills are being taken down in all directions, and lodgings are being secured on almost any terms. I have heard of 15 shillings a week for 2 rooms, exclusive of coals and attendance, but I can scarcely believe it. The excitement is dreadful. I was informed this morning that the civil authorities, apprehensive of some outbreak of popular feeling, had commanded a recruiting sergeant and 2 corporals to be under arms, and that, with the view of not irritating the people unnecessarily by their presence, they had been requested to take up their position before daybreak in a turnpike, distant about a quarter of a mile from the town. The vigor and promptness of these measures cannot be too highly extolled. Intelligence has just been brought me that an elderly female in a state of inebriety has declared in the open street her intention to do for Mr. Slug. Some statistical returns compiled by that gentleman relative to the consumption of raw spirituous liquors in this place are supposed to be the cause of the wretch's animosity. It is added that this declaration was loudly cheered by a crowd of persons who had assembled on the spot, and that one man had the boldness to designate Mr. Slug aloud by the opprobrious epithet of stick-in-the-mud. It is earnestly to be hoped that now, when the moment has arrived for their interference, the magistrates will not shrink from the exercise of that power which is vested in them by the Constitution of our common country. 10:30. The disturbance, I am happy to inform you, has been completely quelled, and the ringleader taken into custody. She had a pail of cold water thrown over her, previous to being locked up, and expresses great contrition and uneasiness. We are all in a fever of anticipation about tomorrow, but now that we are within a few hours of the meeting of the association, and at last enjoy the proud consciousness of having its illustrious members amongst us, I trust and hope everything may go off peaceably. I shall send you a full report of tomorrow's proceedings by the night coach. 11 o'clock. I open my letter to say that nothing whatever has occurred since I folded it up. Thursday. The sun rose this morning at the usual hour. I did not observe anything particular in the aspect of the glorious planet, except that he appeared to me, it might have been a delusion of my heightened fancy, to shine with more than common brilliancy, and to shed a refulgent luster upon the town, such as I had never observed before. This is the more extraordinary, as the sky was perfectly cloudless, and the atmosphere peculiarly fine. At 9:30 the General Committee assembled, with the last year's president in the chair. The report of the council was read, and one passage, which stated that the council had corresponded with no less than 3,571 persons, all of whom paid their own postage, on no fewer than 7,243 topics, was received with a degree of enthusiasm which no efforts could suppress. The various committees and sections having been appointed, and the more formal business transacted, the great proceedings of the meeting commenced at 11 o'clock precisely. I had the happiness of occupying a most eligible position at that time, in Section A, Zoology and Botany, Great Room, Pig and Tinderbox. President, Professor Snore. Vice Presidents, Professors Doze and Wheezy. The scene at this moment was particularly striking. The sun streamed through the windows of the apartments and tinted the whole scene with its brilliant rays, bringing out in strong relief the noble visages of the professors and scientific gentlemen, who, some with bald heads, some with red heads, some with brown heads, some with gray heads, some with black heads, some with block heads, presented a coup d'oeil which no eyewitness will readily forget. In front of these gentlemen were papers and inkstands, and round the room, on elevated benches extending as far as the forms could reach, were assembled a brilliant concourse of those lovely and elegant women for which Mudfog is justly acknowledged to be without a rival in the whole world. The contrast between their fair faces and the dark coats and trousers of the scientific gentlemen I shall never cease to remember while memory holds her seat. Time having been allowed for a slight confusion, occasioned by the falling down of the greater part of the platforms, to subside, the president called on one of the secretaries to read a communication entitled, "Some Remarks on the Industrious Fleas, with Considerations on the Importance of Establishing Infant Schools among that numerous class of society, of directing their industry to useful and practical ends, and of applying the surplus fruits thereof towards providing for them a comfortable and respectable maintenance in their old age." The author stated that, having long turned his attention to the moral and social condition of these interesting animals, he had been induced to visit an exhibition in Regent Street, London, commonly known by the designation of the industrious fleas. He had there seen many fleas, occupied certainly in various pursuits and avocations, but occupied, he was bound to add, in a manner which no man of well-regulated mind could fail to regard with sorrow and regret. One flea, reduced to the level of a beast of burden, was drawing about a miniature gig, containing a particularly small effigy of his Grace the Duke of Wellington, while another was staggering beneath the weight of a golden model of his great adversary Napoleon Bonaparte. Some, brought up as mountebanks and ballet dancers, were performing a figure dance. He regretted to observe that, of the fleas so employed, several were females. Others were in training in a small cardboard box for pedestrians, mere sporting characters, and 2 were actually engaged in the cold-blooded and barbarous occupation of dueling, a pursuit from which humanity recoiled with horror and disgust. He suggested that measures should be immediately taken to employ the labor of these fleas as part and parcel of the productive power of the country, which might easily be done by the establishment among them of infant schools and houses of industry, in which a system of virtuous education, based upon sound principles, should be observed, and moral precepts strictly inculcated. He proposed that every flea who presumed to exhibit, for hire, music, or dancing, or any species of theatrical entertainment, without a license, should be considered a vagabond and treated accordingly, in which respect he only placed him upon a level with the rest of mankind. He would further suggest that their labor should be placed under the control and regulation of the state, who should set apart from the profits a fund for the support of superannuated or disabled fleas, their widows and orphans. With this view, he proposed that liberal premiums should be offered for the 3 best designs for a general almshouse, from which, as insect architecture was well known to be in a very advanced and perfect state, we might possibly derive many valuable hints for the improvement of our metropolitan universities, national galleries, and other public edifices. The president wished to be informed how the ingenious gentleman proposed to open a communication with fleas generally, in the first instance, so that they might be thoroughly imbued with a sense of the advantages they must necessarily derive from changing their mode of life and applying themselves to honest labor. This appeared to him the only difficulty. The author submitted that this difficulty was easily overcome, or rather that there was no difficulty at all in the case. Obviously, the course to be pursued, if Her Majesty's government could be prevailed upon to take up the plan, would be to secure at a remunerative salary the individual to whom he had alluded as presiding over the exhibition in Regent Street at the period of his visit. That gentleman would at once be able to put himself in communication with the mass of the fleas, and to instruct them in pursuance of some general plan of education, to be sanctioned by Parliament, until such time as the more intelligent among them were advanced enough to officiate as teachers to the rest. The president and several members of the section highly complimented the author of the paper last read on his most ingenious and important treatise. It was determined that the subject should be recommended to the immediate consideration of the council. Mr. Wigsby produced a cauliflower somewhat larger than a chaise umbrella, which had been raised by no other artificial means than the simple application of highly carbonated soda water as manure. He explained that by scooping out the head, which would afford a new and delicious species of nourishment for the poor. A parachute, in principle something similar to that constructed by M. Garnerin, was at once obtained, the stock of course being kept downwards. He added that he was perfectly willing to make a descent from a height of not less than 3 miles and a quarter, and had in fact already proposed the same to the proprietors of Vauxhall Gardens, who in the handsomest manner at once consented to his wishes, and appointed an early day next summer for the undertaking, merely stipulating that the rim of the cauliflower should be previously broken in 3 or 4 places to ensure the safety of the descent. The president congratulated the public on the grand gala in store for them, and warmly eulogized the proprietors of the establishment alluded to for their love of science and regard for the safety of human life, both of which did them the highest honor. A member wished to know how many thousand additional lamps the royal property would be illuminated with on the night after the descent. Mr. Wigsby replied that the point was not yet finally decided, but he believed it was proposed, over and above the ordinary illuminations, to exhibit in various devices 8 millions and a half of additional lamps. The member expressed himself much gratified with this announcement. Mr. Blunderham delighted the section with a most interesting and valuable paper on the last moments of the learned pig, which produced a very strong impression on the assembly, the account being compiled from the personal recollections of his favorite attendant. The account stated in the most emphatic terms that the animal's name was not Toby, but Solomon, and distinctly proved that he could have no near relatives in the profession, as many designing persons had falsely stated, inasmuch as his father, mother, brothers, and sisters had all fallen victims to the butcher at different times. An uncle of his, indeed, had with very great labor been traced to a sty in Somers Town, but as he was in a very infirm state at the time, being afflicted with measles, and shortly afterwards disappeared, there appeared too much reason to conjecture that he had been converted into sausages. The disorder of the learned pig was originally a severe cold, which, being aggravated by excessive trough indulgence, finally settled upon the lungs and terminated in a general decay of the constitution. A melancholy instance of a presentiment entertained by the animal of his approaching dissolution was recorded. After gratifying a numerous and fashionable company with his performances, in which no falling off whatever was visible, he fixed his eyes on the biographer, and, turning to the watch which lay on the floor, and on which he was accustomed to point out the hour, deliberately passed his snout twice round the dial. In precisely 24 hours from that time, he had ceased to exist. Professor Wheezy inquired whether, previous to his demise, the animal had expressed, by signs or otherwise, any wishes regarding the disposal of his little property. Mr. Blunderham replied that, when the biographer took up the pack of cards at the conclusion of the performance, the animal grunted several times in a significant manner, and nodding his head as he was accustomed to do when gratified. From these gestures, it was understood that he wished the attendant to keep the cards, which he had ever since done. He had not expressed any wish relative to his watch, which had accordingly been pawned by the same individual. The president wished to know whether any member of the section had ever seen or conversed with the pig-faced lady, who was reported to have worn a black velvet mask, and to have taken her meals from a golden trough. After some hesitation, a member replied that the pig-faced lady was his mother-in-law, and that he trusted the president would not violate the sanctity of private life. The president begged pardon. He had considered the pig-faced lady a public character. Would the honorable member object to state, with a view to the advancement of science, whether she was in any way connected with the learned pig? The member replied in the same low tone, that, as the question appeared to involve a suspicion that the learned pig might be his half-brother, he must decline answering it. Section B, Anatomy and Medicine, coach house, pig, and tinderbox. President Dr. Torrell, Vice Presidents Professors Muff and Nogo. Dr. Cutingcumogen of Moscow read to the section a report of a case which had occurred within his own practice, strikingly illustrative of the power of medicine, as exemplified in his successful treatment of a virulent disorder. He had been called in to visit the patient on the 1st of April, 1837. He was then laboring under symptoms peculiarly alarming to any medical man. His frame was stout and muscular, his step firm and elastic, his cheeks plump and red, his voice loud, his appetite good, his pulse full and round. He was in the constant habit of eating 3 meals per diem, and of drinking at least 1 bottle of wine and 1 glass of spirituous liquors diluted with water in the course of the 24 hours. He laughed constantly, and in so hearty a manner that it was terrible to hear him. By dint of powerful medicine, low diet, and bleeding, the symptoms in the course of 3 days perceptibly decreased. A rigid perseverance in the same course of treatment for only 1 week, accompanied with small doses of water gruel, weak broth, and barley water, led to their entire disappearance. In the course of a month, he was sufficiently recovered to be carried downstairs by 2 nurses, and to enjoy an airing in a close carriage, supported by soft pillows. At the present moment, he was restored so far as to walk about, with the slight assistance of a crutch and a boy. It would perhaps be gratifying to the section to learn that he ate little, drank little, slept little, and was never heard to laugh by any accident whatever. Dr. W.R. Fee, in complimenting the honorable member upon the triumphant cure he had effected, begged to ask whether the patient still bled freely. Dr. Cutingcumogen replied in the affirmative. Dr. W.R. Fee, and you found that he bled freely during the whole course of the disorder. Dr. Cutingcumogen, oh dear, yes, most freely. Dr. Neeshotz supposed that if the patient had not submitted to be bled with great readiness and perseverance, so extraordinary a cure could never, in fact, have been accomplished. Dr. Cutingcumogen rejoined, certainly not. Mr. Knight Bell, M.R.C.S., exhibited a wax preparation of the interior of a gentleman who in early life had inadvertently swallowed a door key. It was a curious fact that a medical student of dissipated habits, being present at the post-mortem examination, found means to escape unobserved from the room, with that portion of the coats of the stomach upon which an exact model of the instrument was distinctly impressed, with which he hastened to a locksmith of doubtful character, who made a new key from the pattern so shown to him. With this key, the medical student entered the house of the deceased gentleman and committed a burglary to a large amount, for which he was subsequently tried and executed. The president wished to know what became of the original key after the lapse of years. Mr. Knight Bell replied that the gentleman was always much accustomed to punch, and it was supposed the acid had gradually devoured it. Dr. Neeshotz and several of the members were of opinion that the key must have lain very cold and heavy upon the gentleman's stomach. Mr. Knight Bell believed it did at first. It was worthy of remark, perhaps, that for some years the gentleman was troubled with a nightmare, under the influence of which he always imagined himself a wine-cellar door. Professor Muff related a very extraordinary and convincing proof of the wonderful efficacy of the system of infinitesimal doses, which the section were doubtless aware was based upon the theory that the very minutest amount of any given drug, properly dispersed through the human frame, would be productive of precisely the same result as a very large dose administered in the usual manner. Thus, the 40th part of a grain of calomel was supposed to be equal to a 5-grain calomel pill, and so on in proportion throughout the whole range of medicine. He had tried the experiment in a curious manner upon a publican who had been brought into the hospital with a broken head, and was cured upon the infinitesimal system in the incredibly short space of 3 months. This man was a hard drinker. He, Professor Muff, had dispersed 3 drops of rum through a bucket of water and requested the man to drink the whole. What was the result? Before he had drunk a quart, he was in a state of beastly intoxication, and 5 other men were made dead drunk with the remainder. The president wished to know whether an infinitesimal dose of soda water would have recovered them. Professor Muff replied that the 25th part of a teaspoonful, properly administered to each patient, would have sobered him immediately. The president remarked that this was a most important discovery, and he hoped the Lord Mayor and Court of Aldermen would patronize it immediately. A member begged to be informed whether it would be possible to administer, say, the 20th part of a grain of bread and cheese to all grown-up paupers, and the 40th part to children, with the same satisfying effect as their present allowance. Professor Muff was willing to stake his professional reputation on the perfect adequacy of such a quantity of food to the support of human life. In workhouses, the addition of the 15th part of a grain of pudding twice a week would render it a high diet. Professor Nogo called the attention of the section to a very extraordinary case of animal magnetism. A private watchman, being merely looked at by the operator from the opposite side of a wide street, was at once observed to be in a very drowsy and languid state. He was followed to his box, and being once slightly rubbed on the palms of the hands, fell into a sound sleep, in which he continued without intermission for 10 hours. C. 100 Tion 100. Statistics, Hayloft, Original Pig. President, Mr. Woodensconce. Vice Presidents, Mr. Leadbrain and Mr. Timbird. Mr. Slug stated to the section the result of some calculations he had made with great difficulty and labor, regarding the state of infant education among the middle classes of London. He found that, within a circle of 3 miles from the Elephant and Castle, the following were the names and numbers of children's books principally in circulation. Jack the Giant Killer, 7,943. Ditto and Beanstalk, 8,621. Ditto and 11 Brothers, 2,845. Ditto and Jill, 1,998. Total, 21,407. He found that the proportion of Robinson Crusoes to Philip Quarles was as 4.5 to 1, and that the preponderance of Valentine and Orsons over Goody Two-Shoeses was as 3 1/8 of the former to 1/2 1 of the latter. A comparison of 7 champions with Simple Simons gave the same result. The ignorance that prevailed was lamentable. One child, on being asked whether he would rather be St. George of England or a respectable tallow chandler, instantly replied, "Taint George of Ingling." Another, a little boy of 8 years old, was found to be firmly impressed with a belief in the existence of dragons, and openly stated that it was his intention when he grew up to rush forth sword in hand for the deliverance of captive princesses and the promiscuous slaughter of giants. Not one child among the number interrogated had ever heard of Mungo Park, some inquiring whether he was at all connected with the black man that swept the crossing, and others whether he was in any way related to the Regent's Park. They had not the slightest conception of the commonest principles of mathematics, and considered Sinbad the Sailor the most enterprising voyager that the world had ever produced. A member strongly deprecating the use of all the other books mentioned, suggested that Jack and Jill might perhaps be exempted from the general censure, inasmuch as the hero and heroine, in the very outset of the tale, were depicted as going up a hill to fetch a pail of water, which was a laborious and useful occupation, supposing the family linen was being washed, for instance. Mr. Slug feared that the moral effect of this passage was more than counterbalanced by another in a subsequent part of the poem, in which very gross allusion was made to the mode in which the heroine was personally chastised by her mother for laughing at Jack's disaster. Besides, the whole work had this one great fault: it was not true. The president complimented the honorable member on the excellent distinction he had drawn. Several other members, too, dwelt upon the immense and urgent necessity of storing the minds of children with nothing but facts and figures, which process the president very forcibly remarked had made them, the section, the men they were. Mr. Slug then stated some curious calculations respecting the dog's meat barrows of London. He found that the total number of small carts and barrows engaged in dispensing provision to the cats and dogs of the metropolis was 1,743. The average number of skewers delivered daily with the provender, by each dog's meat cart or barrow, was 36. Now, multiplying the number of skewers so delivered by the number of barrows, a total of 62,748 skewers daily would be obtained. Allowing that, of these 62,748 skewers, the odd 2,748 were accidentally devoured with the meat, by the most voracious of the animals supplied, It followed that 60,000 skewers per day, or the enormous number of 21,900,000 skewers annually, were wasted in the kennels and dust holes of London, which, if collected and warehoused, would in 10 years' time afford a mass of timber more than sufficient for the construction of a first-rate vessel of war for the use of Her Majesty's Navy, to be called the Royal Skewer, and to become under that name the terror of all the enemies of this island. Mr. X Leadbrain read a very ingenious communication, from which it appeared that the total number of legs belonging to the manufacturing population of one great town in Yorkshire was, in round numbers, 40,000, while the total number of chair and stool legs in their houses was only 30,000, which, upon the very favorable average of 3 legs to a seat, yielded only 10,000 seats in all. From this calculation it would appear, not taking wooden or cork legs into the account, but allowing 2 legs to every person, that 10,000 individuals, 1/2 of the whole population, were either destitute of any rest for their legs at all, or passed the whole of their leisure time in sitting upon boxes. Section 500, Mechanical Science, Coach House, Original Pig. President, Mr. Carter. Vice Presidents, Mr. Truck and Mr. Waghorn. Professor Queerspeck exhibited an elegant model of a portable railway, neatly mounted in a green case, for the waistcoat pocket. By attaching this beautiful instrument to his boots, any bank or public office clerk could transport himself from his place of residence to his place of business, at the easy rate of 65 miles an hour, which, to gentlemen of sedentary pursuits, would be an incalculable advantage. The President was desirous of knowing whether it was necessary to have a level surface on which the gentleman was to run. Professor Queerspeck explained that city gentlemen would run in trains, being handcuffed together to prevent confusion or unpleasantness. For instance, trains would start every morning at 8, 9, and 10 o'clock from Camden Town, Islington, Camberwell, Hackney, and various other places in which city gentlemen are accustomed to reside. It would be necessary to have a level, but he had provided for this difficulty by proposing that the best line that the circumstances would admit of should be taken through the sewers which undermine the streets of the metropolis, and which, well lighted by jets from the gas pipes which run immediately above them, would form a pleasant and commodious arcade, especially in winter-time, when the inconvenient custom of carrying umbrellas, now so general, could be wholly dispensed with. In reply to another question, Professor Queerspeck stated that no substitute for the purposes to which these arcades were at present devoted had yet occurred to him, but that he hoped no fanciful objection on this head would be allowed to interfere with so great an undertaking. Mr. Jabba produced a forcing machine on a novel plan for bringing joint stock railway shares prematurely to a premium. The instrument was in the form of an elegant gilt weather glass of most dazzling appearance and was worked behind, by strings, after the manner of a pantomime trick, the strings being always pulled by the directors of the company to which the machine belonged. The quicksilver was so ingeniously placed that when the acting directors held shares in their pockets, figures denoting very small expenses and very large returns appeared upon the glass. But the moment the directors parted with these pieces of paper, the estimate of needful expenditure suddenly increased itself to an immense extent, while the statements of certain profits became reduced in the same proportion. Mr. Jabba stated that the machine had been in constant requisition for some months past, and he had never once known it to fail. A member expressed his opinion that it was extremely neat and pretty. He wished to know whether it was not liable to accidental derangement. Mr. Jabba said that the whole machine was undoubtedly liable to be blown up, but that was the only objection to it. Professor Nogo arrived from the anatomical section to exhibit a model of a safety fire escape, which could be fixed at any time, in less than half an hour, and by means of which the youngest or most infirm persons, successfully resisting the progress of the flames until it was quite ready, could be preserved if they merely balanced themselves for a few minutes on the sill of their bedroom window and got into the escape without falling into the street. The professor stated that the number of boys who had been rescued in the daytime by this machine from houses which were not on fire was almost incredible. Not a conflagration had occurred in the whole of London for many months past to which the escape had not been carried on the very next day and put in action before a concourse of persons. The president inquired whether there was not some difficulty in ascertaining which was the top of the machine, and which the bottom, in cases of pressing emergency. Professor Nogo explained that of course it could not be expected to act quite as well when there was a fire, as when there was not a fire. But in the former case, he thought it would be of equal service whether the top were up or down. With the last section, our correspondent concludes his most able and faithful report, which will never cease to reflect credit upon him for his scientific attainments and upon us for our enterprising spirit. It is needless to take a review of the subjects which have been discussed, of the mode in which they have been examined, of the great truths which they have elicited. They are now before the world, and we leave them to read, to consider, and to profit. The place of meeting for next year has undergone discussion, and has at length been decided, regard being had to, and evidence being taken upon, the goodness of its wines, the supply of its markets, the hospitality of its inhabitants, and the quality of its hotels. We hope at this next meeting our correspondent may again be present, and that we may be once more the means of placing his communications before the world. Until that period, we have been prevailed upon to allow this number of our miscellany to be retailed to the public, or wholesaled to the trade, without any advance upon our usual price. We have only to add that the committees are now broken up, and that Mudfog is once again restored to its accustomed tranquility, that professors and members have had balls and soirees and suppers and great mutual complimentations, and have at length dispersed to their several homes, whither all good wishes and joys attend them until next year. Signed Boz. Full report of the second meeting of the Mudfog Association for the advancement of everything. In October last, we did ourselves the immortal credit of recording, at an enormous expense, and by dint of exertions unparalleled in the history of periodical publication, the proceedings of the Mudfog Association for the advancement of everything, which in that month held its first great half-yearly meeting, to the wonder and delight of the whole empire. We announced at the conclusion of that extraordinary and most remarkable report that when the second meeting of the society should take place, we should be found again at our post, renewing our gigantic and spirited endeavors, and once more making the world ring with the accuracy, authenticity, immeasurable superiority, and intense remarkability of our account of its proceedings. In redemption of this pledge, we caused to be dispatched per steam to Oldcastle, at which place this second meeting of the society was held on the 20th instant. The same superhumanly endowed gentleman who furnished the former report, and who, gifted by nature with transcendent abilities, and furnished by us with a body of assistants scarcely inferior to himself, has forwarded a series of letters, which, for faithfulness of description, power of language, fervor of thought, happiness of expression, and importance of subject matter, have no equal in the epistolary literature of any age or country. We give this gentleman's correspondence entire, and in the order in which it reached our office. Saloon of Steamer, Thursday night, 8:30. When I left New Burlington Street this evening in the hackney cabriolet, number 4285, I experienced sensations as novel as they were oppressive. A sense of the importance of the task I had undertaken, a consciousness that I was leaving London, and, stranger still, going somewhere else. A feeling of loneliness and a sensation of jolting quite bewildered my thoughts, and for a time rendered me even insensible to the presence of my carpet-bag and hat-box. I shall ever feel grateful to the driver of a Blackwall omnibus, who, by thrusting the pole of his vehicle through the small door of the cabriolet, awakened me from a tumult of imaginings that are wholly indescribable. But of such materials is our imperfect nature composed. I am happy to say that I am the first passenger on board, and shall thus be enabled to give you an account of all that happens in the order of its occurrence. The chimney is smoking a good deal, and so are the crew, and the captain, I am informed, is very drunk in a little house upon deck, something like a black turnpike. I should infer from all I hear that he has got the steam up. You will readily guess with what feelings I have just made the discovery that my berth is in the same closet with those engaged by Professor Woodensconce, Mr. Slug, and Professor Grime. Professor Woodensconce has taken the shelf above me, and Mr. Slug and Professor Grime the two shelves opposite. Their luggage has already arrived. On Mr. Slug's bed is a long tin tube of about 3 inches in diameter, carefully closed at both ends. What can this contain? Some powerful instrument of a new construction, doubtless. 10 minutes past 9. Nobody has yet arrived, nor has anything fresh come in my way except several joints of beef and mutton, from which I conclude that a good plain dinner has been provided for tomorrow. There is a singular smell below, which gave me some uneasiness at first, but as the steward says it is always there and never goes away, I am quite comfortable again. I learn from this man that the different sections will be distributed at the Black Boy and Stomachache, and the Boot Jack and Countenance. If this intelligence be true, and I have no reason to doubt it, your readers will draw such conclusions as their different opinions may suggest. I write down these remarks as they occur to me, or as the facts come to my knowledge, in order that my first impressions may lose nothing of their original vividness. I shall dispatch them in small packets as opportunities arise. 9:30. Some dark object has just appeared upon the wharf. I think it is a traveling carriage. 9:45. No, it is 10:30. The passengers are pouring in every instant. 4 omnibuses full have just arrived upon the wharf, and all is bustle and activity. The noise and confusion are very great. Cloths are laid in the cabins, and the steward is placing blue plates, full of knobs of cheese at equal distances down the center of the tables. He drops a great many knobs, but being used to it, picks them up again with great dexterity, and after wiping them on his sleeve, throws them back into the plates. He is a young man of exceedingly prepossessing appearance, either dirty or a mulatto, but I think the former. An interesting old gentleman, who came to the wharf in an omnibus, has just quarreled violently with the porters, and is staggering towards the vessel with a large trunk in his arms. I trust and hope that he may reach it in safety, but the board he has to cross is narrow and slippery. Was that a splash? Gracious powers! I have just returned from the deck. The trunk is standing upon the extreme brink of the wharf, but the old gentleman is nowhere to be seen. The watchman is not sure whether he went down or not, but promises to drag for him the first thing tomorrow morning. May his humane efforts prove successful. Professor Nogo has this moment arrived with his nightcap on under his hat. He has ordered a glass of cold brandy and water, with a hard biscuit and a basin, and has gone straight to bed. What can this mean? The 3 other scientific gentlemen to whom I have already alluded have come on board, and have all tried their beds, with the exception of Professor Woodensconce, who sleeps in one of the top ones and can't get into it. Mr. Slug, who sleeps in the other top one, is unable to get out of his, and is to have his supper handed up by a boy. I have had the honor to introduce myself to these gentlemen, and we have amicably arranged the order in which we shall retire to rest, which it is necessary to agree upon, because, although the cabin is very comfortable, there is not room for more than one gentleman to be out of bed at a time, and even he must take his boots off in the passage. As I anticipated, the knobs of cheese were provided for the passengers' supper, and are now in course of consumption. Your readers will be surprised to hear that Professor Woodensconce has abstained from cheese for 8 years, although he takes butter in considerable quantities. Professor Grime, having lost several teeth, is unable, I observe, to eat his crusts without previously soaking them in his bottled porter. How interesting are these peculiarities! 11:30. Professors Woodensconce and Grime, with a degree of good humor that delights us all, have just arranged to toss for a bottle of mulled port. There has been some discussion whether the payment should be decided by the first toss or the best out of 3. Eventually, the latter course has been determined on. Deeply do I wish that both gentlemen could win, but that being impossible, I own that my personal aspirations, I speak as an individual, and do not compromise either you or your readers by this expression of feeling, are with Professor Woodensconce. I have backed that gentleman to the amount of 18p. 20 minutes to 12. Professor Grime has inadvertently tossed his half-crown out of one of the cabin windows, and it has been arranged that the steward shall toss for him. Bets are offered on any side to any amount, but there are no takers. Professor Woodensconce has just called woman, but the coin having lodged in a beam is a long time coming down again. The interest and suspense of this one moment are beyond anything that can be imagined. 12 o'clock. The mulled port is smoking on the table before me, and Professor Grime has won. Tossing is a game of chance, but on every ground, whether of public or private character, intellectual endowments, or scientific attainments, I cannot help expressing my opinion that Professor Woodensconce ought to have come off victorious. There is an exultation about Professor Grime incompatible, I fear, with true greatness. 12:15. Professor Grime continues to exult, and to boast of his victory in no very measured terms, observing that he always does win, and that he knew it would be ahead beforehand, with many other remarks of a similar nature. Surely this gentleman is not so lost to every feeling of decency and propriety as not to feel and know the superiority of Professor Woodensconce. Is Professor Grime insane? Or does he wish to be reminded in plain language of his true position in society and the precise level of his acquirements and abilities? Professor Grime will do well to look to this. 1 o'clock. I am writing in bed. The small cabin is illuminated by the feeble light of a flickering lamp suspended from the ceiling. Professor Grime is lying on the opposite shelf on the broad of his back, with his mouth wide open. The scene is indescribably solemn. The rippling of the tide, the noise of the sailors' feet overhead, the gruff voices on the river, the dogs on the shore, the snoring of the passengers, and a constant creaking of every plank in the vessel are the only sounds that meet the ear. With these exceptions, all is profound silence. My curiosity has been within the last moment very much excited. Mr. Slug, who lies above Professor Grime, has cautiously withdrawn the curtains of his berth, and after looking anxiously out, as if to satisfy himself that his companions are asleep, has taken up the tin tube of which I have before spoken, and is regarding it with great interest. What rare mechanical combination can be contained in that mysterious case? It is evidently a profound secret to all. 1:15. The behavior of Mr. Slug grows more and more mysterious. He has unscrewed the top of the tube, and now renews his observations upon his companions, evidently to make sure that he is wholly unobserved. He is clearly on the eve of some great experiment. Pray heaven that it be not a dangerous one, but the interests of science must be promoted, and I am prepared for the worst. 5 minutes later, he has produced a large pair of scissors and drawn a roll of some substance, not unlike parchment in appearance, from the tin case. The experiment is about to begin. I must strain my eyes to the utmost in the attempt to follow its minutest operation. 20 minutes before 2. I have at length been enabled to ascertain that the tin tube contains a few yards of some celebrated plaster, recommended, as I discover on regarding the label attentively through my eyeglass, as a preservative against seasickness. Mr. Slug has cut it up into small portions and is now sticking it over himself in every direction. 3 o'clock. Precisely a quarter of an hour ago we weighed anchor, and the machinery was suddenly put in motion with a noise so appalling that Professor Woodensconce, who had ascended to his berth by means of a platform of carpet-bags arranged by himself on geometrical principles, darted from his shelf head foremost, and, gaining his feet with all the rapidity of extreme terror, ran wildly into the ladies' cabin, under the impression that we were sinking and uttering loud cries for aid. I am assured that the scene which ensued baffles all description. There were 147 ladies in their respective berths at the time. Mr. Slug has remarked, as an additional instance of the extreme ingenuity of the steam engine as applied to purposes of navigation, that in whatever part of the vessel a passenger's berth may be situated, the machinery always appears to be exactly under his pillow. He intends stating this very beautiful, though simple discovery to the association. 10:30. We are still in smooth water, that is to say, in as smooth water as a steam vessel ever can be, for, as Professor Woodensconce, who has just woke up, learnedly remarks, another great point of ingenuity about a steamer is that it always carries a little storm with it. You can scarcely conceive how exciting the jerking pulsation of the ship becomes. It is a matter of positive difficulty to get to sleep. Friday afternoon, 6 o'clock. I regret to inform you that Mr. Slug's plaster has proved of no avail. He is in great agony, but has applied several large, additional pieces notwithstanding. How affecting is this extreme devotion to science and pursuit of knowledge under the most trying circumstances. We were extremely happy this morning, and the breakfast was one of the most animated description. Nothing unpleasant occurred until noon, with the exception of Dr. Foxy's brown silk umbrella and white hat becoming entangled in the machinery while he was explaining to a knot of ladies the construction of the steam engine. I fear the gravy soup for lunch was injudicious. We lost a great many passengers almost immediately afterwards. 6:30. I am again in bed. Anything so heartrending as Mr. Slug's sufferings, it has never yet been my lot to witness. 7 o'clock. A messenger has just come down for a clean pocket handkerchief from Professor Woodensconce's bag, that unfortunate gentleman being quite unable to leave the deck, and imploring constantly to be thrown overboard. From this man I understand that Professor Nogo, though in a state of utter exhaustion, clings feebly to the hard biscuit and cold brandy and water, under the impression that they will yet restore him. Such is the triumph of mind over matter. Professor Grime is in bed, to all appearance quite well, but he will eat, and it is disagreeable to see him. Has this gentleman no sympathy with the sufferings of his fellow creatures? If he has, on what principle can he call for mutton chops and smile? Black boy and stomachache, Oldcastle, Saturday noon. You will be happy to learn that I have at length arrived here in safety. The town is excessively crowded, and all the private lodgings and hotels are filled with savans of both sexes. The tremendous assemblage of intellect that one encounters in every street is in the last degree overwhelming. Notwithstanding the throng of people here, I have been fortunate enough to meet with very comfortable accommodation on very reasonable terms, having secured a sofa in the first-floor passage at 1 guinea per night, which includes permission to take my meals in the bar, on condition that I walk about the streets at all other times to make room for other gentlemen similarly situated. I have been over the outhouses intended to be devoted to the reception of the various sections, both here and at the Boot Jack and Countenance, and am much delighted with the arrangements. Nothing can exceed the fresh appearance of the sawdust with which the floors are sprinkled. The forms are of unplaned deal, and the general effect, as you can well imagine, is extremely beautiful. 9:30. The number and rapidity of the arrivals are quite bewildering. Within the last 10 minutes a stagecoach has driven up to the door, filled inside and out with distinguished characters, comprising Mr. Muddlebrains, Mr. Drawley, Professor Muff, Mr. X Misty, Mr. XX, Misty, Mr. Purblind, Professor Rummun, the Honorable and Reverend Mr. Long-Ears, Professor John Ketch, Sir William Jolterd, Dr. Buffer, Mr. Smith of London, Mr. Brown of Edinburgh, Sir Hookham Snivy, and Professor Pumpkinskull. The 10 last-named gentlemen were wet through, and looked extremely intelligent. Sunday, 2 o'clock p.m. The Honorable and Reverend Mr. Long-Ears, accompanied by Sir William Jolterd, walked and drove this morning. They accomplished the former feat in boots, and the latter in a hired fly. This has naturally given rise to much discussion. I have just learnt that an interview has taken place at the Boot Jack and Countenance between Soster, the active and intelligent beadle of this place, and Professor Pumpkinskull, who, as your readers are doubtless aware, is an influential member of the council. I forbear to communicate any of the rumors to which this very extraordinary proceeding has given rise until I have seen Soster, and endeavored to ascertain the truth from him. 6:30. I engaged a donkey chaise shortly after writing the above, and proceeded at a brisk trot in the direction of Soster's residence, passing through a beautiful expanse of country, with red brick buildings on either side, and stopping in the marketplace to observe the spot where Mr. Quackley's hat was blown off yesterday. It is an uneven piece of paving, but has certainly no appearance which would lead one to suppose that any such event had recently occurred there. From this point I proceeded, passing the gasworks and tallow melters, to a lane which had been pointed out to me as the beadle's place of residence, and before I had driven a dozen yards further, I had the good fortune to meet Soster himself advancing towards me. Soster is a fat man, with a more enlarged development of that peculiar conformation of countenance, which is vulgarly termed a double chin, than I remember to have ever seen before. He has also a very red nose, which he attributes to a habit of early rising, so red, indeed, that but for this explanation I should have supposed it to proceed from occasional inebriety. He informed me that he did not feel himself at liberty to relate what had passed between himself and Professor Pumpkinskull, but had no objection to state that it was connected with a matter of police regulation, and added with peculiar significance, "Never woes sich times." You will easily believe that this intelligence gave me considerable surprise, not wholly unmixed with anxiety, and that I lost no time in waiting on Professor Pumpkinskull and stating the object of my visit. After a few moments' reflection, the professor, who, I am bound to say, behaved with the utmost politeness, openly avowed, I mark the passage in italics, that he had requested Soster to attend on the Monday morning at the Boot Jack and Countenance to keep off the boys, and that he had further desired that the under beadle might be stationed, with the same object, at the Black Boy and Stomachache. Now I leave this unconstitutional proceeding to your comments and the consideration of your readers. I have yet to learn that a beadle, without the precincts of a church, churchyard, or workhouse, and acting otherwise than under the express orders of churchwardens and overseers in council assembled, to enforce the law against people who come upon the parish, and other offenders, has any lawful authority whatever over the rising youth of this country. I have yet to learn that a beadle can be called out by any civilian to exercise a domination and despotism over the boys of Britain. I have yet to learn that a beadle will be permitted by the commissioners of poor law regulation to wear out the soles and heels of his boots in illegal interference with the liberties of people not proved poor or otherwise criminal. I have yet to learn that a beadle has power to stop up the Queen's highway at his will and pleasure, or that the whole width of the street is not free and open to any man, boy, or woman in existence, up to the very walls of the houses, be they black boys and stomachaches, or boot jacks and countenances, I care not. 9 o'clock. I have procured a local artist to make a faithful sketch of the tyrant Soster, which, as he has acquired this infamous celebrity, you will no doubt wish to have engraved for the purpose of presenting a copy with every copy of your next number. I enclose it. The under beadle has consented to write his life, but it is to be strictly anonymous. The accompanying likeness is of course from the life, and complete in every respect. Even if I had been totally ignorant of the man's real character, and it had been placed before me without remark, I should have shuddered involuntarily. There is an intense malignity of expression in the features, and a baleful ferocity of purpose in the ruffian's eye, which appalls and sickens. His whole air is rampant with cruelty, nor is the stomach less characteristic of his demoniac propensities. Monday. The great day has at length arrived. I have neither eyes, nor ears, nor pens, nor ink, nor paper for anything but the wonderful proceedings that have astounded my senses. Let me collect my energies and proceed to the account. Section A, Zoology and Botany, Front Parlor, Black Boy and Stomachache. President Sir William Joltard. Vice Presidents, Mr. Muddlebrains and Mr. Drawley. Mr. XX Misty communicated some remarks on the disappearance of dancing bears from the streets of London, with observations on the exhibition of monkeys as connected with barrel organs. The writer had observed, with feelings of the utmost pain and regret, that some years ago a sudden and unaccountable change in the public taste took place with reference to itinerant bears, who, being discountenanced by the populace, gradually fell off one by one from the streets of the metropolis, until not one remained to create a taste for natural history in the breasts of the poor and uninstructed. One bear, indeed, a brown and ragged animal, had lingered about the haunts of his former triumphs, with a worn and dejected visage and feeble limbs, and had essayed to wield his quarterstaff for the amusement of the multitude. But hunger, and an utter want of any due recompense for his abilities, had at length driven him from the field, and it was only too probable that he had fallen a sacrifice to the rising taste for grease. He regretted to add that a similar, and no less lamentable, change had taken place with reference to monkeys. These delightful animals had formerly been almost as plentiful as the organs on the tops of which they were accustomed to sit. The proportion in the year 1829, it appeared by the parliamentary return, being as 1 monkey to 3 organs. Owing, however, to an altered taste in musical instruments, and the substitution, in a great measure, of narrow boxes of music for organs, which left the monkeys nothing to sit upon, this source of public amusement was wholly dried up. Considering it a matter of the deepest importance, in connection with national education, that the people should not lose such opportunities of making themselves acquainted with the manners and customs of two most interesting species of animals. The author submitted that some measures should be immediately taken for the restoration of these pleasing and truly intellectual amusements. The president inquired by what means the honorable member proposed to attain this most desirable end. The author submitted that it could be most fully and satisfactorily accomplished if Her Majesty's government would cause to be brought over to England and maintained at the public expense, and for the public amusement, such a number of bears as would enable every quarter of the town to be visited, say at least by 3 bears a week. No difficulty whatever need be experienced in providing a fitting place for the reception of these animals, as a commodious bear garden could be erected in the immediate neighborhood of both Houses of Parliament, obviously the most proper and eligible spot for such an establishment. Professor Mull doubted very much whether any correct ideas of natural history were propagated by the means to which the honorable member had so ably adverted. On the contrary, he believed that they had been the means of diffusing very incorrect and imperfect notions on the subject. He spoke from personal observation and personal experience when he said that many children of great abilities had been induced to believe, from what they had observed in the streets, at and before the period to which the honorable gentleman had referred, that all monkeys were born in red coats and spangles, and that their hats and feathers also came by nature. He wished to know distinctly whether the honorable gentleman attributed the want of encouragement the bears had met with to the decline of public taste in that respect, or to a want of ability on the part of the bears themselves. Mr. XX Misty replied that he could not bring himself to believe but that there must be a great deal of floating talent among the bears and monkeys generally, which, in the absence of any proper encouragement, was dispersed in other directions. Professor Pumpkinskull wished to take that opportunity of calling the attention of the section to a most important and serious point. The author of the treatise just read had alluded to the prevalent taste for bear's grease as a means of promoting the growth of hair, which undoubtedly was diffused to a very great and, as it appeared to him, very alarming extent. No gentleman attending that section could fail to be aware of the fact that the youth of the present age evinced, by their behavior in the streets, and at all places of public resort, a considerable lack of that gallantry and gentlemanly feeling which, in more ignorant times, had been thought becoming. He wished to know whether it were possible that a constant outward application of bear's grease by the young gentlemen about town had imperceptibly infused into those unhappy persons something of the nature and quality of the bear. He shuddered as he threw out the remark. But if this theory, on inquiry, should prove to be well-founded, it would at once explain a great deal of unpleasant eccentricity of behavior, which, without some such discovery, was wholly unaccountable. The president highly complimented the learned gentleman on his most valuable suggestion, which produced the greatest effect upon the assembly, and remarked that only a week previous he had seen some young gentleman at a theater eyeing a box of ladies with a fierce intensity, which nothing but the influence of some brutish appetite could possibly explain. It was dreadful to reflect that our youth were so rapidly verging into a generation of bears. After a scene of scientific enthusiasm, it was resolved that this important question should be immediately submitted to the consideration of the council. The president wished to know whether any gentleman could inform the section what had become of the dancing dogs. A member replied, after some hesitation, that on the day after 3 glee singers had been committed to prison as criminals by a late most zealous police magistrate of the metropolis, the dogs had abandoned their professional duties and dispersed themselves in different quarters of the town to gain a livelihood by less dangerous means. He was given to understand that since that period they had supported themselves by lying in wait for and robbing blind men's poodles. Mr. Flummery exhibited a twig, claiming to be a veritable branch of that noble tree known to naturalists as the Shakespeare, which has taken root in every land and climate, and gathered under the shade of its broad green boughs the great family of mankind. The learned gentleman remarked that the twig had been undoubtedly called by other names in its time, but that it had been pointed out to him by an old lady in Warwickshire, where the great tree had grown as a shoot of the genuine Shakespeare, by which name he begged to introduce it to his countrymen. The president wished to know what botanical definition the honorable gentleman could afford of the curiosity. Mr. Flummery expressed his opinion that it was a decided plant. Section B, display of models and mechanical science, large room, bootjack and countenance. President Mr. Mallet, Vice Presidents Messrs. Lever and Screw. Mr. Crinkles exhibited a most beautiful and delicate machine, of little larger size than an ordinary snuff-box, manufactured entirely by himself, and composed exclusively of steel, by the aid of which more pockets could be picked in 1 hour than by the present slow and tedious process in 4 and 20. The inventor remarked that it had been put into active operation in Fleet Street, the Strand, and other thoroughfares, and had never been once known to fail. After some slight delay, occasioned by the various members of the section buttoning their pockets, the president narrowly inspected the invention and declared that he had never seen a machine of more beautiful or exquisite construction. Would the inventor be good enough to inform the section whether he had taken any, and what means for bringing it into general operation? Mr. Crinkles stated that, after encountering some preliminary difficulties, he had succeeded in putting himself in communication with Mr. Fogle Hunter and other gentlemen connected with the swell mob, who had awarded the invention the very highest and most unqualified approbation. He regretted to say, however, that these distinguished practitioners, in common with a gentleman of the name of Gimlet-eyed Tommy, and other members of a secondary grade of the profession whom he was understood to represent, entertained an insuperable objection to its being brought into general use, on the ground that it would have the inevitable effect of almost entirely superseding manual labor, and throwing a great number of highly deserving persons out of employment. The president hoped that no such fanciful objections would be allowed to stand in the way of such a great public improvement. Mr. Crinkles hoped so too, but he feared that if the gentlemen of the swell mob persevered in their objection, nothing could be done. Professor Grimes suggested that surely, in that case, Her Majesty's government might be prevailed upon to take it up. Mr. Crinkles said that if the objection were found to be insuperable, he should apply to Parliament, which he thought could not fail to recognize the utility of the invention. The president observed that, up to this time, Parliament had certainly got on very well without it, but, as they did their business on a very large scale, he had no doubt they would gladly adopt the improvement. His only fear was that the machine might be worn out by constant working. Mr. Coppernose called the attention of the section to a proposition of great magnitude and interest, illustrated by a vast number of models, and stated with much clearness and perspicuity in a treatise entitled Practical Suggestions on the Necessity of Providing some Harmless and Wholesome Relaxation for the Young Noblemen of England. His proposition was that a space of ground of not less than 10 miles in length and 4 in breadth should be purchased by a new company, to be incorporated by Act of Parliament, and enclosed by a brick wall of not less than 12 feet in height. He proposed that it should be laid out with highway roads, turnpikes, bridges, miniature villages, and every object that could conduce to the comfort and glory of four-in-hand clubs, so that they might be fairly presumed to require no drive beyond it. This delightful retreat would be fitted up with most commodious and extensive stables, for the convenience of such of the nobility and gentry as had a taste for ostlering, and with houses of entertainment furnished in the most expensive and handsome style. It would be further provided with whole streets of door-knockers and bell-handles of extra size, so constructed that they could be easily wrenched off at night, and regularly screwed on again, by attendants provided for the purpose, every day. There would also be gas lamps of real glass, which could be broken at a comparatively small expense per dozen, and a broad and handsome foot pavement for gentlemen to drive their cabriolets upon when they were humorously disposed, for the full enjoyment of which feet-live pedestrians would be procured from the workhouse at a very small charge per head. The place being enclosed and carefully screened from the intrusion of the public, there would be no objection to gentlemen laying aside any article of their costume that was considered to interfere with a pleasant frolic, or, indeed, to their walking about without any costume at all, if they liked that better. In short, every facility of enjoyment would be afforded that the most gentlemanly person could possibly desire. But as even these advantages would be incomplete, unless there were some means provided of enabling the nobility and gentry to display their prowess when they sallied forth after dinner. And as some inconvenience might be experienced in the event of their being reduced to the necessity of pummeled each other, the inventor had turned his attention to the construction of an entirely new police force, composed exclusively of automaton figures, which, with the assistance of the ingenious Signor Gagliardi of Windmill Street, in the Haymarket he had succeeded in making with such nicety that a policeman, cab driver, or old woman made upon the principle of the models exhibited would walk about until knocked down like any real man. Nay, more, if set upon and beaten by 6 or 8 noblemen or gentlemen, after it was down, the figure would utter divers groans, mingled with entreaties for mercy, thus rendering the illusion complete and the enjoyment perfect. But the invention did not stop even here, for station houses would be built, containing good beds for noblemen and gentlemen during the night, and in the morning they would repair to a commodious police office, where a pantomimic investigation would take place before the automaton magistrates, quite equal to life, who would find them in so many counters, with which they would be previously provided for the purpose. This office would be furnished with an inclined plane, for the convenience of any nobleman or gentleman who might wish to bring in his horse as a witness, and the prisoners would be at perfect liberty, as they were now, to interrupt the complainants as much as they pleased, and to make any remarks that they thought proper. The charge for these amusements would amount to very little more than they already cost, and the inventor submitted that the public would be much benefited and comforted by the proposed arrangement. Professor Nogo wished to be informed what amount of automaton police force it was proposed to raise in the first instance. Mr. Coppernose replied that it was proposed to begin with 7 divisions of police of a score each, lettered from A to G inclusive. It was proposed that not more than half this number should be placed on active duty, and that the remainder should be kept on shelves in the police office ready to be called out at a moment's notice. The president, awarding the utmost merit to the ingenious gentleman who had originated the idea, doubted whether the automaton police would quite answer the purpose. He feared that noblemen and gentlemen would perhaps require the excitement of thrashing living subjects. Mr. Coppernose submitted that as the usual odds in such cases were 10 noblemen or gentlemen to 1 policeman or cab driver, it could make very little difference in point of excitement whether the policeman or cab driver were a man or a block. The great advantage would be that a policeman's limbs might be all knocked off, and yet he would be in a condition to do duty next day. He might even give his evidence next morning with his head in his hand, and give it equally well. Professor Muff, will you allow me to ask you, sir, of what materials it is intended that the magistrates' heads shall be composed? Mr. Coppernose, the magistrates will have wooden heads, of course, and they will be made of the toughest and thickest materials that can possibly be obtained. Professor Muff, I am quite satisfied. This is a great invention. Professor Nogo, I see but one objection to it. It appears to me that the magistrates ought to talk. Mr. Coppernose no sooner heard this suggestion than he touched a small spring in each of the 2 models of magistrates which were placed upon the table. One of the figures immediately began to exclaim with great volubility that he was sorry to see gentlemen in such a situation, and the other to express a fear that the policeman was intoxicated. The section, as with one accord, declared with a shout of applause that the invention was complete, and the president, much excited, retired with Mr. Coppernose to lay it before the council. On his return, Mr. Tickle displayed his newly invented spectacles, which enabled the wearer to discern, in very bright colors, objects at a great distance, and rendered him wholly blind to those immediately before him. It was, he said, a most valuable and useful invention, based strictly upon the principle of the human eye. The president required some information upon this point. He had yet to learn that the human eye was remarkable for the peculiarities of which the honorable gentleman had spoken. Mr. Tickle was rather astonished to hear this, when the president could not fail to be aware that a large number of most excellent persons and great statesmen could see, with the naked eye, most marvelous horrors on West India plantations, while they could discern nothing whatever in the interior of Manchester cotton mills. He must know, too, with what quickness of perception most people could discover their neighbors' faults, and how very blind they were to their own. If the president differed from the great majority of men in this respect, His eye was a defective one, and it was to assist his vision that these glasses were made. Mr. Blank exhibited a model of a fashionable annual, composed of copper plates, gold leaf, and silk boards, and worked entirely by milk and water. Mr. Prosy, after examining the machine, declared it to be so ingeniously composed that he was wholly unable to discover how it went on at all. Mr. Blank, nobody can, and that is the beauty of it. C 100 Tion 100. Anatomy and Medicine, Bar Room, Black Boy and Stomachache. President Dr. Somup, Vice Presidents Messrs. Pessell and Mordare. Dr. Grummage stated to the section a most interesting case of monomania, and described the course of treatment he had pursued with perfect success. The patient was a married lady in the middle rank of life, who, having seen another lady at an evening party in a full suit of pearls, was suddenly seized with a desire to possess a similar equipment, although her husband's finances were by no means equal to the necessary outlay. Finding her wish ungratified, she fell sick, and the symptoms soon became so alarming that he, Dr. Grummage, was called in. At this period, the prominent tokens of the disorder were sullenness, a total indisposition to perform domestic duties, great peevishness, and extreme languor, except when pearls were mentioned, at which times the pulse quickened, the eyes grew brighter, the pupils dilated, and the patient, after various incoherent exclamations, burst into a passion of tears, and exclaimed that nobody cared for her, and that she wished herself dead. Finding that the patient's appetite was affected in the presence of company, he began by ordering a total abstinence from all stimulants, and forbidding any sustenance but weak gruel. He then took 20 ounces of blood, applied a blister under each ear, one upon the chest, and another on the back. Having done which, and administered 5 grains of calomel, he left the patient to her repose. The next day she was somewhat low, but decidedly better, and all appearances of irritation were removed. The next day she improved still further, and on the next again. On the 4th there was some appearance of a return of the old symptoms, which no sooner developed themselves than he administered another dose of calomel, and left strict orders that, unless a decidedly favorable change occurred within 2 hours, the patient's head should be immediately shaved to the very last curl. From that moment she began to mend, and in less than 24 hours was perfectly restored. She did not now betray the least emotion at the sight or mention of pearls or any other ornaments. She was cheerful and good-humored, and a most beneficial change had been effected in her whole temperament and condition. Mr. Pipkin, MRCS, read a short but most interesting communication in which he sought to prove the complete belief of Sir William Courtenay, otherwise Thorne, recently shot at Canterbury, in the homeopathic system. The section would bear in mind that one of the homeopathic doctrines was that infinitesimal doses of any medicine which would occasion the disease under which the patient labored, supposing him to be in a healthy state, would cure it. Now it was a remarkable circumstance, proved in the evidence, that the deceased Thorne employed a woman to follow him about all day with a pail of water, assuring her that one drop, a purely homeopathic remedy, the section would observe, placed upon his tongue after death, would restore him. What was the obvious inference? That Thorne, who was marching and countermarching in osier beds and other swampy places, was impressed with a presentiment that he should be drowned. In which case, had his instructions been complied with, he could not fail to have been brought to life again instantly by his own prescription. As it was, if this woman or any other person had administered an infinitesimal dose of lead and gunpowder immediately after he fell, he would have recovered forthwith. But unhappily, the woman concerned did not possess the power of reasoning by analogy or carrying out a principle, and thus the unfortunate gentleman had been sacrificed to the ignorance of the peasantry. Section 500. Statistics Outhouse, Black Boy and Stomachache. President Mr. Slug, Vice Presidents Messrs. Noakes and Styles. Mr. Quackley stated the result of some most ingenious statistical inquiries relative to the difference between the value of the qualification of several members of Parliament as published to the world, and its real nature and amount. After reminding the section that every member of Parliament for a town or borough was supposed to possess a clear freehold estate of £300 per annum, the honourable gentleman excited great amusement and laughter by stating the exact amount of freehold property possessed by a column of legislators, in which he had included himself. It appeared from this table that the amount of such income possessed by each was £0, 0 shillings, and 0 pence, yielding an average of the same. Great laughter. It was pretty well known that there were accommodating gentlemen in the habit of furnishing new members with temporary qualifications, to the ownership of which they swore solemnly, of course, as a mere matter of form. He argued from these data that it was wholly unnecessary for members of Parliament to possess any property at all, especially as when they had none the public could get them so much cheaper. Supplementary section E. Umbugology and Ditwiterizics. President Mr. Grubb, Vice Presidents Messrs. Dull and Dummy. A paper was read by the secretary descriptive of a bay pony with one eye, which had been seen by the author standing in a butcher's cart at the corner of Newgate Market. The communication described the author of the paper as having, in the prosecution of a mercantile pursuit, bade a Ken himself one Saturday morning last summer from Somers Town to Cheapside, in the course of which expedition he had beheld the extraordinary appearance above described. The pony had one distinct eye, and it had been pointed out to him by his friend Captain Blunderbore of the Horse Marines, who assisted the author in his search, that whenever he winked this eye he whisked his tail, possibly to drive the flies off, but that he always winked and whisked at the same time. The animal was lean, spavined, and tottering, and the author proposed to constitute it of the family of Fitfordogs Metorius. It certainly did occur to him that there was no case on record of a pony with one clearly defined and distinct organ of vision, winking and whisking at the same moment. Mr. Q.J. Snuffletoffle had heard of a pony winking his eye, and likewise of a pony whisking his tail, but whether they were two ponies or the same pony he could not undertake positively to say. At all events, he was acquainted with no authenticated instance of a simultaneous winking and whisking, and he really could not but doubt the existence of such a marvelous pony in opposition to all those natural laws by which ponies were governed. Referring, however, to the mere question of his one organ of vision, might he suggest the possibility of this pony having been literally half asleep at the time he was seen, and having closed only one eye? The president observed that, whether the pony was half asleep or fast asleep, there could be no doubt that the association was wide awake, and therefore that they had better get the business over and go to dinner. He had certainly never seen anything analogous to this pony, but he was not prepared to doubt its existence, for he had seen many queerer ponies in his time, though he did not pretend to have seen any more remarkable donkeys than the other gentlemen around him. Professor John Ketch was then called upon to exhibit the skull of the late Mr. Greenacre, which he produced from a blue bag, remarking, on being invited to make any observations that occurred to him, that he'd pound it as that air, spectable section had never seed a more gamerer cove nor he vos. A most animated discussion upon this interesting relic ensued, and some difference of opinion arising respecting the real character of the deceased gentleman, Mr. Blubb delivered a lecture upon the cranium before him, clearly showing that Mr. Greenacre possessed the organ of destructiveness to a most unusual extent, with a most remarkable development of the organ of carviativeness. Sir Hookham Snivy was proceeding to combat this opinion, when Professor Ketch suddenly interrupted the proceedings by exclaiming, with great excitement of manner, "Walker." The president begged to call the learned gentleman to order. "Professor Ketch, order be blowed, you've got the wrong I tell you. It ain't no ed at all, it's a cokernut as my brother-in-law has been a-carvin', to hornament his new baked Tatterstall Watts a-common, down ere vile the 'sociations in the town. Hand over, vil you." With these words, Professor Ketch hastily repossessed himself of the cocoanut, and drew forth the skull, in mistake for which he had exhibited it. A most interesting conversation ensued, but as there appeared some doubt ultimately whether the skull was Mr. Greenacre's, or a hospital patient's, or a pauper's, or a man's, or a woman's, or a monkey's, no particular result was obtained. "I cannot," says our talented correspondent in conclusion, "I cannot close my account of these gigantic researches and sublime and noble triumphs without repeating a bon mot of Professor Woodensconce's, which shows how the greatest minds may occasionally unbend when truth can be presented to listening ears, clothed in an attractive and playful form. I was standing by when, after a week of feasting and feeding, that learned gentleman, accompanied by the whole body of wonderful men, entered the hall yesterday, where a sumptuous dinner was prepared, where the richest wines sparkled on the board and fat bucks, propitiatory sacrifices to learning, sent forth their savory odors. "Ah," said Professor Woodensconce, rubbing his hands, "this is what we meet for, this is what inspires us, this is what keeps us together and beckons us onward, this is the spread of science, and a glorious spread it is." The Pantomime of Life. Before we plunge headlong into this paper, let us at once confess to a fondness for pantomimes, to a gentle sympathy with clowns and pantaloons, to an unqualified admiration of harlequins and columbines, to a chaste delight in every action of their brief existence, varied and many-colored as those actions are, and inconsistent though they occasionally be with those rigid and formal rules of propriety which regulate the proceedings of meaner and less comprehensive minds. We revel in pantomimes, not because they dazzle one's eyes with tinsel and gold leaf, not because they present to us, once again, the well-beloved chalked faces and goggle eyes of our childhood. Not even because, like Christmas Day and Twelfth Night and Shrove Tuesday and one's own birthday, they come to us but once a year. Our attachment is founded on a graver and a very different reason. A pantomime is to us a mirror of life. Nay, more, we maintain that it is so to audiences generally, although they are not aware of it, and that this very circumstance is the secret cause of their amusement and delight. Let us take a slight example. The scene is a street. An elderly gentleman with a large face and strongly marked features appears. His countenance beams with a sunny smile, and a perpetual dimple is on his broad, red cheek. He is evidently an opulent elderly gentleman, comfortable in circumstances, and well-to-do in the world. He is not unmindful of the adornment of his person, for he is richly, not to say gaudily, dressed, and that he indulges to a reasonable extent in the pleasures of the table may be inferred from the joyous and oily manner in which he rubs his stomach, by way of informing the audience that he is going home to dinner. In the fullness of his heart, in the fancied security of wealth, in the possession and enjoyment of all the good things of life, the elderly gentleman suddenly loses his footing and stumbles. How the audience roar! He is set upon by a noisy and officious crowd who buffet and cuff him unmercifully. They scream with delight. Every time the elderly gentleman struggles to get up, his relentless persecutors knock him down again. The spectators are convulsed with merriment. And when at last the elderly gentleman does get up and staggers away, despoiled of hat, wig, and clothing, himself battered to pieces, and his watch and money gone, they are exhausted with laughter, and express their merriment and admiration in rounds of applause. Is this like life? Change the scene to any real street, to the stock exchange or the city banker's, the merchant's counting house, or even the tradesman's shop. See any one of these men fall, the more suddenly, and the nearer the zenith of his pride and riches, the better. What a wild hallow is raised over his prostrate carcass by the shouting mob, how they whoop and yell as he lies humbled beneath them. Mark how eagerly they set upon him when he is down, and how they mock and deride him as he slinks away. Why, it is the pantomime to the very letter. Of all the pantomimic dramatis personae, we consider the pantaloon the most worthless and debauched. Independent of the dislike one naturally feels at seeing a gentleman of his years engaged in pursuits highly unbecoming his gravity and time of life, we cannot conceal from ourselves the fact that he is a treacherous, worldly-minded old villain, constantly enticing his younger companion, the clown, into acts of fraud or petty larceny, and generally standing aside to watch the result of the enterprise. If it be successful, he never forgets to return for his share of the spoil. But if it turn out a failure, he generally retires with remarkable caution and expedition, and keeps carefully aloof until the affair has blown over. His amorous propensities, too, are eminently disagreeable, and his mode of addressing ladies in the open street at noonday is downright improper, being usually neither more nor less than a perceptible tickling of the aforesaid ladies in the waist, after committing which, he starts back, manifestly ashamed, as well he may be of his own indecorum and temerity, continuing, nevertheless, to ogle and beckon to them from a distance in a very unpleasant and immoral manner. Is there any man who cannot count a dozen pantaloons in his own social circle? Is there any man who has not seen them swarming at the west end of the town on a sunshiny day or a summer's evening, going through the last-named pantomimic feats with as much liquorish energy, and as total an absence of reserve, as if they were on the very stage itself. We can tell upon our fingers a dozen pantaloons of our acquaintance at this moment. Capital pantaloons, who have been performing all kinds of strange freaks, to the great amusement of their friends and acquaintance, for years past, and who to this day are making such comical and ineffectual attempts to be young and dissolute that all beholders are like to die with laughter. Take that old gentleman who has just emerged from the Café de l'Europe in the Haymarket, where he has been dining at the expense of the young man upon town with whom he shakes hands as they part at the door of the tavern. The affected warmth of that shake of the hand, the courteous nod, the obvious recollection of the dinner, the savory flavor of which still hangs upon his lips, are all characteristics of his great prototype. He hobbles away humming an opera tune and twirling his cane to and fro with affected carelessness. Suddenly he stops, 'tis at the milliner's window. He peeps through one of the large panes of glass, and his view of the ladies within being obstructed by the India shawls directs his attentions to the young girl with the bandbox in her hand, who is gazing in at the window also. See, he draws beside her. He coughs, she turns away from him. He draws near her again, she disregards him. He gleefully chucks her under the chin, and retreating a few steps, nods and beckons with fantastic grimaces, while the girl bestows a contemptuous and supercilious look upon his wrinkled visage. She turns away with a flounce, and the old gentleman trots after her with a toothless chuckle. The pantaloon to the life. But the close resemblance which the clowns of the stage bear to those of everyday life is perfectly extraordinary. Some people talk with a sigh of the decline of pantomime, and murmur in low and dismal tones the name of Grimaldi. We mean no disparagement to the worthy and excellent old man when we say that this is downright nonsense. Clowns that beat Grimaldi all to nothing turn up every day, and nobody patronizes them. More's the pity. I know who you mean, says some dirty-faced patron of Mr. Osbaldistone S., laying down the miscellany when he has got thus far, and bestowing upon vacancy a most knowing glance. You mean C.J. Smith as did Guy Fawkes and George Barnwell at the Garden. The dirty-faced gentleman has hardly uttered the words, when he is interrupted by a young gentleman in no shirt-collar and a Petersham coat. No, no, says the young gentleman, he means Brown, King, and Gibson at the Delphi. Now, with great deference both to the first-named gentleman with the dirty face, and the last-named gentleman in the non-existing shirt-collar, we do not mean either the performer who so grotesquely burlesqued the popish conspirator, or the three unchangeables who have been dancing the same dance under different imposing titles, and doing the same thing under various high-sounding names for some 5 or 6 years last past. We have no sooner made this avowal than the public, who have hitherto been silent witnesses of the dispute, inquire what on earth it is we do mean, and, with becoming respect, we proceed to tell them. It is very well known to all playgoers and pantomime seers that the scenes in which a theatrical clown is at the very height of his glory are those which are described in the playbills as cheesemonger's shop and crockery warehouse, or tailor's shop and Mrs. Quirtable's boarding house, or places bearing some such title, where the great fun of the thing consists in the hero's taking lodgings which he has not the slightest intention of paying for, or obtaining goods under false pretenses, or abstracting the stock in trade of the respectable shopkeeper next door, or robbing warehouse porters as they pass under his window, or, to shorten the catalogue, in his swindling everybody he possibly can, it only remaining to be observed that, the more extensive the swindling is, and the more barefaced the impudence of the swindler, the greater the rapture and ecstasy of the audience. Now it is a most remarkable fact that precisely this sort of thing occurs in real life day after day, and nobody sees the humor of it. Let us illustrate our position by detailing the plot of this portion of the pantomime, not of the theater, but of life. The Honorable Captain Fitzwhisker Fiercy, attended by his livery servant Dom, a most respectable servant to look at, who has grown gray in the service of the captain's family, views, treats for, and ultimately obtains possession of the unfurnished house, such a number, such a street. All the tradesmen in the neighborhood are in agonies of competition for the captain's custom. The captain is a good-natured, kind-hearted, easy man, and, to avoid being the cause of disappointment to any, he most handsomely gives orders to all. Hampers of wine, baskets of provisions, cartloads of furniture, boxes of jewelry, supplies of luxuries of the costliest description, flock to the house of the Honorable Captain Fitzwhisker Fiercy, where they are received with the utmost readiness by the highly respectable dame, while the captain himself struts and swaggers about with that compound air of conscious superiority and general bloodthirstiness, which a military captain should always, and does most times, wear, to the admiration and terror of plebeian men. But the tradesmen's backs are no sooner turned than the captain, with all the eccentricity of a mighty mind, and assisted by the faithful dame, whose devoted fidelity is not the least touching part of his character, disposes of everything to great advantage. For, although the articles fetch small sums, still they are sold considerably above cost price, the cost to the captain having been nothing at all. After various maneuvers, the imposture is discovered, Fitzfiercy and Dom are recognized as confederates, and the police office to which they are both taken is thronged with their dupes. Who can fail to recognize in this the exact counterpart of the best portion of a theatrical pantomime? Fitzwhisker Fiercy by the clown, Dom by the pantaloon, and supernumeraries by the tradesmen. The best of the joke, too, is that the very coal merchant who is loudest in his complaints against the person who defrauded him is the identical man who sat in the center of the very front row of the pit last night and laughed the most boisterously at this very same thing, and not so well done either. Talk of Grimaldi, we say again. Did Grimaldi, in his best days, ever do anything in this way equal to Da Costa? The mention of this latter justly celebrated clown reminds us of his last piece of humor, the fraudulently obtaining certain stamped acceptances from a young gentleman in the army. We had scarcely laid down our pen to contemplate for a few moments this admirable actor's performance of that exquisite practical joke, than a new branch of our subject flashed suddenly upon us. So we take it up again at once. All people who have been behind the scenes, and most people who have been before them, know that in the representation of a pantomime, a good many men are sent upon the stage for the express purpose of being cheated, or knocked down, or both. Now, down to a moment ago, we had never been able to understand for what possible purpose a great number of odd, lazy, large-headed men, whom one is in the habit of meeting here, and there, and everywhere, could ever have been created. We see it all now. They are the supernumeraries in the Pantomime of Life, the men who have been thrust into it, with no other view than to be constantly tumbling over each other and running their heads against all sorts of strange things. We sat opposite to one of these men at a supper table only last week. Now we think of it, he was exactly like the gentlemen with the pasteboard heads and faces who do the corresponding business in the theatrical pantomimes. There was the same broad, stolid simper, the same dull, leaden eye, the same unmeaning, vacant stare. And whatever was said, or whatever was done, he always came in at precisely the wrong place, or jostled against something that he had not the slightest business with. We looked at the man across the table again and again, and could not satisfy ourselves what race of beings to class him with. How very odd that this never occurred to us before. We will frankly own that we have been much troubled with the harlequin. We see harlequins of so many kinds in the real living pantomime, that we hardly know which to select as the proper fellow of him of the theaters. At one time, we were disposed to think that the harlequin was neither more nor less than a young man of family and independent property, who had run away with an opera dancer, and was fooling his life and his means away in light and trivial amusements. On reflection, however, we remembered that harlequins are occasionally guilty of witty and even clever acts, and we are rather disposed to acquit our young men of family and independent property, generally speaking, of any such misdemeanors. On a more mature consideration of the subject, we have arrived at the conclusion that the harlequins of life are just ordinary men, to be found in no particular walk or degree, on whom a certain station, or particular conjunction of circumstances, confers the magic wand. And this brings us to a few words on the pantomime of public and political life, which we shall say at once, and then conclude, merely premising in this place that we decline any reference whatever to the Columbine, being in no wise satisfied of the nature of her connection with her party-colored lover, and not feeling by any means clear that we should be justified in introducing her to the virtuous and respectable ladies who peruse our lucubrations. We take it that the commencement of a session of Parliament is neither more nor less than the drawing up of the curtain for a grand comic pantomime, and that His Majesty's most gracious speech on the opening thereof may be not inaptly compared to the clown's opening speech of Here We Are. My lords and gentlemen, here we are. appears, to our mind at least, to be a very good abstract of the point and meaning of the propitiatory address of the ministry. When we remember how frequently this speech is made, immediately after the change to, the parallel is quite perfect, and still more singular. Perhaps the cast of our political pantomime never was richer than at this day. We are particularly strong in clowns. At no former time, we should say, have we had such astonishing tumblers, or performers so ready to go through the whole of their feats for the amusement of an admiring throng. Their extreme readiness to exhibit, indeed, has given rise to some ill-natured reflections, it having been objected that by exhibiting gratuitously through the country when the theatre is closed, they reduce themselves to the level of mountebanks, and thereby tend to degrade the respectability of the profession. Certainly Grimaldi never did this sort of thing, and though Brown, King, and Gibson have gone to the Surrey in vacation time, and Mr. C.J. Smith has ruralized at Sadler's Wells, we find no theatrical precedent for a general tumbling through the country, except in the gentleman, name unknown, who threw somersets on behalf of the late Mr. Richardson, and who is no authority either, because he had never been on the regular boards. But laying aside this question, which after all is a mere matter of taste, we may reflect with pride and gratification of heart on the proficiency of our clowns as exhibited in the season. Night after night will they twist and tumble about, till 2, 3, and 4 o'clock in the morning, playing the strangest antics, and giving each other the funniest slaps on the face that can possibly be imagined, without evincing the smallest tokens of fatigue. The strange noises, the confusion, the shouting and roaring, amid which all this is done, too, would put to shame the most turbulent sixpenny gallery that ever yelled through a boxing night. It is especially curious to behold one of these clowns, compelled to go through the most surprising contortions by the irresistible influence of the wand of office, which his leader or harlequin holds above his head. Acted upon by this wonderful charm, he will become perfectly motionless, moving neither hand, foot, nor finger, and will even lose the faculty of speech at an instant's notice. Or on the other hand, he will become all life and animation if required, pouring forth a torrent of words without sense or meaning, throwing himself into the wildest and most fantastic contortions, and even groveling on the earth and licking up the dust. These exhibitions are more curious than pleasing. Indeed, they are rather disgusting than otherwise, except to the admirers of such things, with whom we confess we have no fellow feeling. Strange tricks, very strange tricks, are also performed by the harlequin who holds for the time being the magic wand which we have just mentioned. The mere waving it before a man's eyes will dispossess his brains of all the notions previously stored there, and fill it with an entirely new set of ideas. One gentle tap on the back will alter the color of a man's coat completely, and there are some expert performers who, having this wand held first on one side and then on the other, will change from side to side, turning their coats at every evolution, with so much rapidity and dexterity that the quickest eye can scarcely detect their motions. Occasionally, the genius who confers the wand wrests it from the hand of the temporary possessor and consigns it to some new performer, on which occasions all the characters change sides, and then the race and the hard knocks begin anew. We might have extended this chapter to a much greater length. We might have carried the comparison into the liberal professions. We might have shown, as was in fact our original purpose, that each is in itself a little pantomime with scenes and characters of its own, complete. But, as we fear we have been quite lengthy enough already, we shall leave this chapter just where it is. A gentleman, not altogether unknown as a dramatic poet, wrote thus a year or two ago: "All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players." And we, tracking out his footsteps at the scarcely worth mentioning little distance of a few millions of leagues behind, venture to add, by way of new reading, that he meant a pantomime, and that we are all actors in the pantomime of life. Some particulars concerning a lion. We have a great respect for lions in the abstract. In common with most other people, we have heard and read of many instances of their bravery and generosity. We have duly admired that heroic self-denial and charming philanthropy which prompts them never to eat people except when they are hungry, and we have been deeply impressed with a becoming sense of the politeness they are said to display towards unmarried ladies of a certain state. All natural histories teem with anecdotes illustrative of their excellent qualities, and one old spelling book in particular recounts a touching instance of an old lion, of high moral dignity and stern principle, who felt it his imperative duty to devour a young man who had contracted a habit of swearing, as a striking example to the rising generation. All this is extremely pleasant to reflect upon, and, indeed, says a very great deal in favor of lions as a mass. We are bound to state, however, that such individual lions as we have happened to fall in with have not put forth any very striking characteristics, and have not acted up to the chivalrous character assigned them by their chroniclers. We never saw a lion in what is called his natural state, certainly. That is to say, we have never met a lion out walking in a forest or crouching in his lair under a tropical sun, waiting till his dinner should happen to come by, hot from the baker's. But we have seen some under the influence of captivity and the pressure of misfortune, and we must say that they appeared to us very apathetic, heavy-headed fellows. The lion at the Zoological Gardens, for instance. He is all very well, he has an undeniable mane and looks very fierce, but Lord bless us, what of that? The lions of the fashionable world look just as ferocious and are the most harmless creatures breathing. A box lobby lion or a Regent Street animal will put on a most terrible aspect and roar fearfully if you affront him, but he will never bite, and if you offer to attack him manfully, will fairly turn tail and sneak off. Doubtless these creatures roam about sometimes in herds, and if they meet any especially meek-looking and peaceably disposed fellow, will endeavor to frighten him. But the faintest show of a vigorous resistance is sufficient to scare them even then. These are pleasant characteristics, whereas we make it matter of distinct charge against the zoological lion and his brethren at the fairs, that they are sleepy, dreamy, sluggish quadrupeds. We do not remember to have ever seen one of them perfectly awake, except at feeding time. In every respect, we uphold the biped lions against their four-footed namesakes, and we boldly challenge controversy upon the subject. With these opinions, it may be easily imagined that our curiosity and interest were very much excited the other day, when a lady of our acquaintance called on us and resolutely declined to accept our refusal of her invitation to an evening party. "For," said she, "I have got a lion coming." We at once retracted our plea of a prior engagement and became as anxious to go as we had previously been to stay away. We went early and posted ourselves in an eligible part of the drawing-room, from whence we could hope to obtain a full view of the interesting animal. 2 or 3 hours passed, the quadrilles began, the room filled, but no lion appeared. The lady of the house became inconsolable, for it is one of the peculiar privileges of these lions to make solemn appointments and never keep them, when all of a sudden there came a tremendous double rap at the street door, and the master of the house, after gliding out unobserved as he flattered himself to peep over the banisters, came into the room, rubbing his hands together with great glee, and cried out in a very important voice, "My dear Mr. naming the lion has this moment arrived." Upon this, all eyes were turned towards the door, and we observed several young ladies, who had been laughing and conversing previously with great gaiety and good humor, grow extremely quiet and sentimental, while some young gentlemen, who had been cutting great figures in the facetious and small-talk way, suddenly sank very obviously in the estimation of the company, and were looked upon with great coldness and indifference. Even the young man who had been ordered from the music shop to play the pianoforte was visibly affected, and struck several false notes in the excess of his excitement. All this time there was a great talking outside, more than once accompanied by a loud laugh and a cry of "Oh, capital! Excellent!" from which we inferred that the lion was jocose, and that these exclamations were occasioned by the transports of his keeper and our host. Nor were we deceived, for when the lion at last appeared, we overheard his keeper, who was a little prim man, whisper to several gentlemen of his acquaintance, with uplifted hands and every expression of half-suppressed admiration, that, naming the lion again, was in such cue tonight. The lion was a literary one. Of course, there were a vast number of people present who had admired his roarings and were anxious to be introduced to him, and very pleasant it was to see them brought up for the purpose, and to observe the patient dignity with which he received all their patting and caressing. This brought forcibly to our mind what we had so often witnessed at country fairs, where the other lions are compelled to go through as many forms of courtesy as they chance to be acquainted with, just as often as admiring parties happen to drop in upon them. While the lion was exhibiting in this way, His keeper was not idle, for he mingled among the crowd, and spread his praises most industriously. To one gentleman, he whispered some very choice thing that the noble animal had said in the very act of coming upstairs, which, of course, rendered the mental effort still more astonishing. To another, he murmured a hasty account of a grand dinner that had taken place the day before, where 27 gentlemen had got up all at once to demand an extra cheer for the lion. And to the ladies, he made sundry promises of interceding to procure the majestic brute's sign manual for their albums. Then there were little private consultations in different corners, relative to the personal appearance and stature of the lion, whether he was shorter than they had expected to see him, or taller, or thinner, or fatter, or younger, or older, whether he was like his portrait or unlike it, and whether the particular shade of his eyes was black, or blue, or hazel, or green, or yellow, or mixture. At all these consultations the keeper assisted, and, in short, the lion was the sole and single subject of discussion till they sat him down to whist, and then the people relapsed into their old topics of conversation, themselves and each other. We must confess that we looked forward with no slight impatience to the announcement of supper, for if you wish to see a tame lion under particularly favorable circumstances, feeding time is the period of all others to pitch upon. We were therefore very much delighted to observe a sensation among the guests, which we well knew how to interpret, and immediately afterwards to behold the lion escorting the lady of the house downstairs. We offered our arm to an elderly female of our acquaintance, who, dear old soul, is the very best person that ever lived to lead down to any meal, for be the room ever so small, or the party ever so large, she is sure, by some intuitive perception of the eligible, to push and pull herself and conductor close to the best dishes on the table. We say we offered our arm to this elderly female, and, descending the stairs shortly after the lion, were fortunate enough to obtain a seat nearly opposite him. Of course the keeper was there already. He had planted himself at precisely that distance from his charge which afforded him a decent pretext for raising his voice, when he addressed him, to so loud a key, as could not fail to attract the attention of the whole company, and immediately began to apply himself seriously to the task of bringing the lion out and putting him through the whole of his maneuvers. Such flashes of wit as he elicited from the lion. First of all, they began to make puns upon a salt cellar, and then upon the breast of a fowl, and then upon the trifle. But the best jokes of all were decidedly on the lobster salad, upon which latter subject the lion came out most vigorously, and, in the opinion of the most competent authorities, quite outshone himself. This is a very excellent mode of shining in society, and is founded, we humbly conceive, upon the classic model of the dialogues between Mr. Punch and his friend, the proprietor, wherein the latter takes all the uphill work, and is content to pioneer to the jokes and repartees of Mr. P. himself, who never fails to gain great credit and excite much laughter thereby. Whatever it be founded on, however, we recommend it to all lions, present and to come, for in this instance it succeeded to admiration, and perfectly dazzled the whole body of hearers. When the salt cellar, and the fowl's breast, and the trifle, and the lobster salad were all exhausted, and could not afford standing room for another solitary witticism, the keeper performed that very dangerous feat which is still done with some of the caravan lions, although in one instance it terminated fatally, of putting his head in the animal's mouth and placing himself entirely at its mercy. Boswell frequently presents a melancholy instance of the lamentable results of this achievement, and other keepers and jackals have been terribly lacerated for their daring. It is due to our lion to state that he condescended to be trifled with in the most gentle manner, and finally went home with the showman in a hack cab, perfectly peaceable, but slightly fuddled. Being in a contemplative mood, we were led to make some reflections upon the character and conduct of this genus of lions as we walked homewards, and we were not long in arriving at the conclusion that our former impression in their favor was very much strengthened and confirmed by what we had recently seen. While the other lions receive company and compliments in a sullen, moody, not to say snarling manner, these appear flattered by the attentions that are paid them. While those conceal themselves to the utmost of their power from the vulgar gaze, these court the popular eye, and, unlike their brethren, whom nothing short of compulsion will move to exertion, are ever ready to display their acquirements to the wondering throng. We have known bears of undoubted ability who, when the expectations of a large audience have been wound up to the utmost pitch, have peremptorily refused to dance. Well-taught monkeys who have unaccountably objected to exhibit on the slack wire. And elephants of unquestioned genius who have suddenly declined to turn the barrel organ. But we never once knew or heard of a biped lion, literary or otherwise, and we state it as a fact which is highly creditable to the whole species, who, occasion offering, did not seize with avidity on any opportunity which was afforded him, of performing to his heart's content on the first violin.